All right, gang, let's get right to it. Good morning. How y'all doing? I hope y'all are ready to get to it like I am. I've been doing a little bit of work this morning. I hope everybody's having a great day today. We got the stream posted. Good stuff. All right, let's get into it. There's a lot going on today. All right, so I was actually just in the process of seeing what was going on with Moderna because I wasn't sure if this was due to NVAX. Okay, if you don't know, right now, NVAX is going, or was. It had a nice little squeeze there off of their earnings, and their earnings call will be coming up shortly. Sadly, I thought I fixed my 3-minute chart there to the right, but apparently I did not. So if you could, do me a big one. Hit the like button, subscribe. If you haven't done that yet, you could do so now, or don't. It's all good. All right, so NVAX is going to be on watch. GME, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm going to be shorting this today. I'll probably grab some puts, and I'm still thinking about how I want to do this. Like, I may grab some puts. I may short it in and of itself for a few reasons. I'm going to let it, I'm not just going to assume and let it tear me up, right? I'm going to wait for a pop, but my plan is to probably short this at this gap that it pretty much just filled. All right. GME just pretty much filled that gap there at 1875 on the daily chart. Here's the thing. If it breaks this level, it literally has room to $22. So if we break 1885 and we get something like, we kind of get one of these, you could get a bounce, and you could really get this thing to put in a nice extension candle. Yesterday's candle on the daily closed at the highs. But here's the thing. So here's the thing. Look at the volume yesterday on this breakout. I don't think that, and look at the volume on this minor sell-off there. You had some people take profits. Normally, in my opinion, I think this is a failed breakout. I do. I think this is a failed breakout, and this was a gap fill, and it did exactly what it had to do, and that was fill the gap from above. Now, again, we won't know this until we know this, right? But look at the volume on the original breakout, and we consolidated for a little while, but this breakout here, in my opinion, this breakout, the volume was trash. It wasn't bad, but I don't think a lot of people know about it. So I think today will be the day of the determining factor that after people catch wind of this, right, could break the 1885, and that's what I'm going to wait for. But if we, do exactly what we did right back here, right, where you get this pullback from the original breakout right here, you can see how it just pulls back, start of the bell, bang, right, puts in a little double bottom there, but it pulls back pre-market, holds, boom, right, pull back. I would look for 1725-ish, 1725. 1725 really would be the, yeah, give me 1740. I would start there and see if it starts to, like, not, pull back as much. But I want to see if we can get an attempt and then a rejection. All right, that's what I want to go for. That's my plan on GME today. If we break this level of 1885, and you start seeing that we hold it, because now, again, everybody has heard this, right? I'm on it. Other people are on it. It broke out at the end of the day yesterday. So it's all going to be on the volume. And what I'm going to look for is if that volume is greater than this, right? I'll use this. Like, I want the volume to be like this. Like, even if it's consistent, right? I want at least 1.5 million to 2 million shares in a 5-minute candle consistently. All right. And we'll see. And that'll give me my, I feel like that'll help give me the, confirmation that, watch out, 19 might break. and we may be on our way to this daily level here. We might be on our way. All right, and that's here. Again, my plan is to short this thing unless we have greater volume than what we had yesterday and prior. If it consistently holds. All right, so I will be watching this today. This really is going to separate itself from the overall markets. And that's also why I kind of like this. And this could also trigger others to start as well. All right, what is that? $22. All right, so that'll be 22. That's the first target. Anything after that, we're looking at like, 24, 25, 26. All right, you start getting up in here where it's a little bit congested. But the thing is I really think that we filled this gap on GME. All right, you have this gap right here. If you guys can't see it, there's a gap right there. All right, there was a gap right there, and you filled it. For the most part, you filled it. That was your gap. So, that is, no, listen, don't get me wrong. This is a really nice breakout above the 200-day moving average. You can see even the volume that we've had the past few days and that breakout and where it started isn't even as much as this here. So what makes you think we're going to get above this level here with less volume than you had here? I mean, I would say it's more volume because it's consistently, around 40 million, 45 million. But that's my plan. So I'm going to start with that. All right. We'll start with GME. That's my plan for GME. I'm just going to watch this. I'm going to watch and I'm going to see, do we try to bounce off the bell and get a rejection up there at like 1840, 1830, 1850 up at that high a day yesterday. All right. So that's the first one. And guys as well, listen, if you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. Any questions, you can throw them in the chat. So actually, let me do this as well real quick. And we're going to move on because I want to build my watch list. I want to be ready. It's been one of those weeks, right? I've literally had to put like just base hit like 4 or 5 trades in on a day and just get base hits. And when I get paid, I take it. I haven't even been tearing out of positions because, I kind of didn't find out. Now, I want you guys to also know something. All right, I've been watching Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan for a while. These banks are on a tear. All right, these banks are on a tear, and nobody seems to be talking about it. So I'm curious. Another one I got. So let's go to Goldman Sachs real quick. All right. So if you're new here, we were long Goldman Sachs back here. Our stop loss, this was a Friday. Our stop loss was literally right here, and we got into 410 calls. Our stop loss was like right there, like 402. We were buyers at 406, 406 to 404, with the stop loss at like 402, 400. Right, and I said we were looking to make a new high, and that we did. Huge day. These contracts went. You could have got them from $1.85 to $2.50, anywhere depending on your broker. You know what I'm saying? It may have been a little bit more expensive or cheaper. I don't know what you guys use. And they went all the way up to 1,800. All right, in 2 days. Really, it was like a day and a half. And to sit here now, a week and a half later, almost 2 weeks later, to see this at 460, really kills me that I did not throw on a swing trade here. So I will not let that happen again. What am I thinking now? Look at that breakout day yesterday. Huge day, right? Huge day. Nobody's been talking about this. I've had a chance. We could have went long this. Keep this on your guys' radar. I mean, you'll have to watch. This has just been a 2-day go-getter. But I'm looking at JP Morgan. It's pulled back. It's consolidated, right? I took a long here Wednesday. I didn't mess with it yesterday, all right? Did not mess with it yesterday. If we get a pullback, all right, if I get any type of pullback, it's going to be hard because the market's going higher. I'm saying it's not going to be hard, but if we get a pullback to like 196, I am not going to let Goldman Sachs get away from me again. All right, so I am thinking about a swing trade on JP Morgan. All right, and I'm going to look to put this on when I can get a pullback. Now I need to go through this and delete a lot of these levels, but this was a beauty. So we were watching this like Monday, Tuesday, going into Wednesday to say, hey, you know, are we going to reject this area here? Like, are we going to hold? Are we going to break out? Well, it broke back above it, and it's just been on a tear since. And I really upset at myself that you know, because I thought right here where when we did not break above 193, of course the 50-day was down here, that this was a failed break, and you can see it pulled back only to raise that 50-day moving average up and then bounced off of it, and you know, it's been a runner. Pullbacks on JP Morgan. Oh, we got it yesterday at 195. You're kidding me. That was my dip buy right there. Oh no. I missed it yesterday. Shoot. Alright, well, gotta come up with a new game plan. So that's what we're going to do here. If you guys have tickers, again, throw them in the chat. Hope you guys are having a great morning. I'm Justin, by the way. I've been trading for over 10 years now. Probably like 10, 12 years. Not probably, but I know it's right around there. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, if you get enough time in the markets and know what you're doing and act responsible, the longer you do this, the better you're going to get. And you'll start taking notes. If you take notes and stuff at what you know, the days when you have good days, you'll start to recognize what it is that you're good at. All right, so we'll say this, right? I'm going to say JP Morgan. I would look for, it's probably late because that was a day 2 continuation yesterday. Man, we got the pullback already. That sucks. And then it even pulled back here too. So we're now above 198. This did get a price target upgrade on JP Morgan to 215. So I don't know what to do. I really don't. If the S&Ps and the markets are just going to continue higher, I have no choice, right? The problem is, I think until you start getting yields pulling back, then I think is when you could start getting banks to pull back a little bit. But even then, they're still going to make money. They're still going to make money because it's not like, unless there's a problem, and then that would mean that JP Morgan would tank. And what do I mean by a problem? I mean that you have Powell going to be cutting around 0.25, right? He's not going to be cutting a percentage at a time unless there's a problem. And unless there's a problem, that's when it's going to crash. So I still think we can get a nice extension here on JP Morgan. All right. It really hurts. Goldman Sachs. That one hurts. All right, so I'm going to go through and build my watch list real quick. Where are we at? So the SPY. Let's talk about the SPY. I got into some 520 calls and some QQQ puts Tuesday or Wednesday, and I took profits on those. It wasn't much at all. I put them on, obviously, at different times. So let's do this. The Dow had a day yesterday. Gold. All right, so we got to write down GLD, and I'm going to cover all these. So I'm going to go through these right now. So you'll have to give me a minute. I'm going to write all this stuff down. And I actually want to look at Alibaba too. I already wrote that down. All right, so let's go through it. SPY rallying. Qs rallying. The Dow, same thing. Let's see, just a nice bull market, right? Okay, cool. So there's no real, like, the markets are tied up, and we talk about this a lot, right? They're pretty much matched up. They rallied, and they're all at this like little pullback. If we were to go to each one, they're pretty much tied up, and that's good, right? This is a healthy market where they're all tied up together. All right, even though on the long-term trend they're not. All right, they're not. The IWM still is not near the highs, and the markets are making new highs. They've been making highs. Okay, so that's above that. Okay. I need to go look at this. So yesterday we were talking about, if you were with us yesterday, you know we were talking about the dollar, right? We were using the dollar to watch gold. All right. Oh, come on, man. And we do get inflation numbers next week. That's why I'm going to probably be worried, more so focused on GME and some of those other names like Baba, Rivian, Palantir, maybe. All right, so yesterday we said we were looking for a bounce back into 105.6. We got that double top yesterday. And that is where we wanted to go to long gold. So we need to break this level, it looks like, on the Dixie. Now, the reason I say this is because if we want gold to go higher, the thing that's going to help us is the dollar pulling back. And I'm looking for the dollar to get back down to like 104, but you have to break this 105 level, right? You have to, this blue line here, you got to break this level. And it just feels like it's struggling big time. If I go to a 4 hour, it's just crazy it's been all this time here. And look at it, doesn't look good, does it? Double top breakout, looks like it pulled back, and like we're about to find out now if we start to bounce higher. Today we have Michigan consumer sentiment, those Michigan numbers. We're going to get some Fed members speaking, but we already know what it is. I don't think the market's too worried about that. It's not like we're in a period of unknown. We got the job numbers yesterday, and I said, watch out. The market's probably going to bounce because that's exactly what the Fed wants. All right, we got it. We got the number we were looking for. We just have to see, okay, does this continue? That's the question. Was it? Because if you guys don't know, there's been a ton of tornadoes out west. There's been from weather, rain. Normally, you'll start to see a pickup at this time. All right. So that's what we have today. All right. Michigan consumer sentiment, expectations, conditions, blah, 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 blah. All right. So, Mara, let's see. Let me refresh this. So these are some of the names that are trending right now. Roblox, SoundHound, Mara, AI, EPAM, Roblox, SG, Unity. Damn. Tesla, NVIDIA, obviously. Apple, Tesla, Amazon. What was that? NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon. Okay. Sorry, I thought Google, AMD, Meta. So we'll start with that. I think that's a sign, right? DJT, GME. There's the GME finally showing up. All right, let's do it. Let's get right into it. So, let's start with Apple. Apple had a nice day yesterday, and I was watching this. I was actually watching to see if it was going to pull back off of this red box. It did not. Now, we're up here at 185. What do we do? This could be one of those days for Apple. Apple needs to hold this level, I feel like. It needs to hold what looks like... Come on. Oh, I'm on a 3-minute. I'm on a 15-minute. Or even a 5-minute. I don't care. That's just too much there. Alright. Wait, I am live, correct? No. I should be live, right? Oh my gosh, I got scared there for a minute. I got scared. I wasn't sure if I was live or not. Alright, Apple. Now, I would pay attention to the volume. It had some nice volume yesterday. I would see if you can get Apple to pull back. You did not break this level up here. So, I mean, you kind of broke it, but it's falling back down now. So, you know, me personally, I'd be watching. It's an area. If I can just do this. Yeah, I need a 15-minute chart. I'm sorry. All right, I need a 15-minute chart there. All right, so I would look for Apple to try to hold. I wonder if that's going to be a failed breakout. Um, 183.50, honestly. Really, 184 to 183.50. That's what I would be watching. Here, let me give you this. Let me put this here. So I would be watching this level right here today on Apple. That's what I'd be watching for Apple. All right. I usually don't like doing that because it messes me up when I want to zoom in. But see if you can find some support there on Apple. Look for, 183.50 to 184. Maybe you look at 183.80. You get a pullback into like this level right here, right? That flat top resistance. But I don't think that's going to hold. You have nothing to hold you. So I think this could be a big down day, honestly, if you don't start making progress here, like soon. Because I feel like you needed to break above this level and hold it. You did not. So I may look at Apple as a short. And I don't think you really have anything until you get back down to 183. So... And what's funny is I almost shorted Apple yesterday. I almost got short Apple yesterday. So, yeah. So what do we say? So I'm going to look for, me personally, I'm looking for a 185 rejection. And I'm going to put a little star next to that one because I kind of like this one. I like that one. Yeah, that's... And then we had the 200-day moving average here. You know, you did okay by closing green, but... Sorry, I know this takes forever. All right, so break, you rallied, you closed, first time you've closed green in a few days there, 4 hour. You can see a bit of choppiness here. You know, you could hold, let me actually put a line right here on the 4 hour because this does look like a nice area, but you held it yesterday. That's the thing. That 183.90 level, you already held that yesterday. You can see right there on that candle, that little wick right there. All right, you can see right here, this little wick, boop, and then you rallied. And it's just, you cannot get through that. And I think you have nothing. You have nothing here to hold you up until you get down to like 181.50 and or 182. Like, you really don't have anything. You don't have this little pocket of resistance, right? See how it bounces, resistance, bounce, right? Yesterday, intraday, it bounced above this level, pulled back into it. Like, you don't have that here. This is like a brick wall of nothing. You don't have anything to hold you up if we get going. I mean, that's just how I look at things, right? Like when I told you guys the Dow, and I completely forgot about it. Remember when I told you guys the Dow had a bunch of room and I drew the box for you to go higher, and then look at the day that it had? That's because there's nothing to the left of it that is going to hold it, right? Or stop it. Right? I said, guys, if we break above this level right here, if we break above this, you could see a huge breakout to fill the gap. And it's still going. Right? It's at 394 now, 395. 330-ish, 395.30 area is the gap fill, because you have nothing here to stop you, right? There's nothing here other than that gap fill that is stopping it from going higher, right? It's not like, hey, we're bumping into, you see this resistance level right here, right? You have this resistance level right here. So if I bring it over and we're down here going higher, we're going into that and we get above it. What is there? You don't have anything really, even up until here, but even then you could, that's not stopping it. Like, I would look at this like this, right? See how this thing comes down? Like this daily candle right here, you come down, you bounce. What are you bouncing into? You're bouncing into that downtrend support when down, up, down, and then back into this area. You know, once we bounce back into even the gap fill right there at 389, there's nothing stopping us. There was nothing stopping it down. That's why you've seen such a breakout day. And I said it yesterday. I'm like, guys, I literally went over this to a T. I said, guys, if we break above this level, this thing is going to rip. And that's exactly what it did yesterday. So if you start looking at charts like that, try to take notice of that. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now in Apple. If it breaks down, it has nothing stopping it. It has nothing stopping it from having a decently down day today. Until you get down to like this level here at 180. If we start falling here, there's nothing there to stop it. We'll take back exactly what we did yesterday. All right. Again, it's just my opinion, but so I'm gonna look for a pullback back down into like 183, guys. 182. What is that? 180. Yeah, 183, 182, 83. Try to take it back down to 182. All right, that's that. So that's Apple. And that's why I say, you know, it feels like it needs to find support soon. And it doesn't have it. In my opinion, it doesn't have it. All right. So if we get a bounce right here, like this is where this 184.60. So, and then once it bounces off this level, what's going to happen? It's bumping into what was support and turning it into resistance. All right. So, there's that. So that's Apple. All right. 185 rejection up there. 184.85 to 185. All right. This whole area. This could be a nice trade, right? We could have room all the way down to like 182 or so. All right, we can look at Microsoft real quick. It wasn't on the list, but like you can see here, look at that, right? You see how Microsoft rallied through that resistance, and now it's pulling back to try to hold it. You could have a really nice breakout day for Microsoft. We could. I just want to go over a few of the big cap techs real quick. Yeah, you see how it's bumping into this area of resistance? I think you see, if it holds this 50-day, I think you see Microsoft at least up to like 418 or so. Watch for like it's like 417.50. That's a nice day for Microsoft if it can hold. All right, if it can hold that 50-day. 1 minute. I don't know why my charts are doing this to me. So I'm actually going to look at this. Especially if the market's moving, I'm gonna write this down because we could put a nice little hedge here. I need to clean these charts up real quick. I need to hurry up. So we have a flat top resistance here. Remove. Come on, remove. We're not there anymore. Need to watch what I'm doing now. Okay, yeah. So there we go. Right. Okay, so that 50 days lined up right there as support. I'm going to look for, I mean, honestly, yeah, that's got to be the level because, yeah, we're going to look for 417.50 target on Microsoft. Let's get where are we going to be buyers at? Let's see here. Where am I going to be a buyer? Obviously, the 50-day is an area. All right. If we break down off the 50-day, then there's problems. All right. I'm actually going to change this 1 minute because I use that for volume. What is that? That is 413. 413. This is tricky. It's tricky, y'all. Does it make me look like somehow I'm cheating or I'm not valuable if I'm actually using this tool? And I think the argument this is tricky. Just as an economist is anything that makes you more productive, anything that's going to save you as much as like say 30 minutes a day. By the way, that's I'm just trying to hurry up. Sorry. All right, so I think I still got to stick with this level. I do. I think I got to stick with this level. It's like 412.50. It's like 412.50. 413, 412.50. Let me get rid of that. You know what? I think that's fair. I think that's fair. It might make for a happier employee as well. Yeah, right. Like, I don't really want you to know that I'm using this to get ahead. You're just going to give me more. Yeah, let's see. If we don't hold the 50-day moving average, then I'll watch for that level right there. All right. We're above it. We're holding it now. This red box here is the 50-day. So maybe I'll just draw like I'm going to put this level right here. I'm going to put that 413 there. And I'll actually just make it a dotted line to watch for this level to hold, like a pullback into it. And I'll be able to see it in real time comparable to... Yeah, so you know, we'll get a pullback off the bell. It's not that I can promise you that, but all right. So that's Microsoft pullbacks into. Damn, that's a nice level, but I don't. Give me a 5 minute here. Let's do this. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's taking a minute. Just give me 1 second. This is what I hate about me is that, like, it takes me forever to go through a chart. And this is why, I mean, even though, you know, I'm consistent for a reason, you know, I just don't want to miss anything, all right? So we're in this range here. We can see we're in this range. Let me throw up a 15-minute chart. It might look a little better than the other one. All right, so we put in a nice little double bottom there. We have resistance up here, and that's where I think we're headed to. All right, I do think we're headed up there. Up into this resistance zone, but still, you can see how you see how you sold off here. If we break above 418. 417.50 to 418, we get through there, guys. This is, to me, this is a wall that is not stopping us to go higher. And Microsoft could have like a 2, 3, 4 day breakout type of day. Back up to these highs here at 425. So maybe I'll probably grab contracts for next week if we continue to hold this 50-day and hold this 414, 413, 412.50 area. That's what I'm looking for. All right, that's my plan there. That's going to be my plan. All right, 412, so 413 or this 50-day entry. All right, this 50-day entry, and I'm going to try and go long and take this back up into 417.50 for 420. All right. So MSFT. Where's our entry at again? What did I say? I want to make sure I get this correct. Because it's the last day of the week, and we're going into the weekend with a good week. So, you know what? I'll give it to this pivot point yesterday. You made this support. Yeah, you made that support. So this would be a buy zone. You made that 412 support. Yeah, so let's look for 413 area. In the 15-minute, if we open up here, you just have to watch for VWAP acting as resistance. I think, yeah, 413. 413. 412 longs. All right, so that's that. All right, that's that. 413, 412, 50 longs. All right, this whole area I'll watch for. If we don't, and I think if this thing does not hold and you start turning a 50-day into resistance, bye-bye. You're going back down to 409, 410. All right. So I gave you guys GME. I didn't write it down, but I pretty much know what I'm doing there. Is I want to see if we continue to pull it back, look for a rally into this area to reject and get short. Unless there's major volume. Unless major volume shows up. Okay, so that's that. Novavax and mRNA. NVAX. Oh shit. No, that's NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Look at that. That's a nice level there.
Shares of ITOS now up 23% following that announcement of a registered direct offering.
Hold on. What is it? RTOS?
Earnings season is our playoff games. We have CEOs that will join us before they even address Wall Street.
Let me see. Let me go look at the scanner. All right, so let's go over some semis.
Whether it's small companies, big companies, there's money to be made in overtime.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
All right, ITOS, that's a big pop. You guys can keep that on your list if you want. ITOS. Stuff we'll cover. ITOS. All right. Amazon and Google. Google's been doing okay. Amazon breaking out. All right, let's go to the daily chart real quick. And then I'm going to go through Moderna with Novavax and Tesla. I'm still watching Tesla. I took a short and a long on Tesla yesterday. All right. Okay, so... and no, I did not get a chance to go long IWM. And I wanted it there. I wanted it so bad. This was a trade that I had planned, and I never caught this pullback off the bell because I was watching Tesla and stuff yesterday. Like wasn't paying attention to it like I wanted to, and I should have saw it coming. Especially with those initial jobless claims numbers yesterday. Like this could have been another big trade. We were watching this 204 level. We said look for a pullback into like 204. You know, you tested that pre-market high, and then you ripped, and you're still in that rip. All right, so Amazon, and then we'll go to Google, and then Meta has been strong too. We can look at that if you guys want. All right, so a little bit of indecision here, but it did close green. There's a little bit of volume. So what I would do here, you can see that this volume bar is pretty big. So what I would do is I'd go to like a 5-minute and really see where was the volume. So it does look like the volume was to the buy side.
Likely to see is the SEC looking through past statements that Boeing has made to see whether those statements are true, half-truths, or something that was intentional to cover that.
All right, we have no moving averages here. We have no moving averages. This was the previous high. What is that, 189? Oh, I already got it. Nice. Okay.
You're talking about very specific safety problems that, products that have had problems in recent times from Boeing, and what you need to focus on is, are those
All right, so look at this. This is
making statements
this is nice. Look at that.
markets?
Pulls back right into 189.
Reason to know that what they were saying would be false or misleading. That's a very big
It just
step to take.
it really feels like this has got a hold here. This previous high there. I would actually make this a number 2 instead. I'm actually going to make that a number 2.
Safety standards in the business, and we, work very hard to, meet all of the FAA guidelines and all that kind of language that feels sort of boilerplate and what you'd expect out of a company.
Give me a 15-minute chart. I'm trying to hurry up here. No, we do not have any moving averages in our way. Rally, hold, rally, held.
Yeah, the devil is in the details there, because what you really have
Boom.
going on a lot of times is that engineer,
All right, so you gotta. So I would watch this for Amazon. Watch this 190 level. Watch for a. You could get a day 2 continuation. Even though the 15-minute chart looks a little shady. See if you can get a pop back in. I don't know about making a new high. Man, this thing. So they can. I feel like Amazon, there's just something going on here. I do. I feel like there's something going on. Make sure that there's no, like, something waiting. Look for bounces off of that 189.95 level. 189.95. What is that? 191? That's $1. I mean, you got to see if you can get enough volume to break out to a new high. And then you got to hold 191. All right, that's Amazon. I don't really care for that. All right, Google. I started watching this week. And you can see that, Mega Cap Tech is, not making new highs. Some of these are. They're all in different areas. Apple, Microsoft's been consolidating. Amazon barely put in a new high. Google has been at a new high. All right, so we're currently at 170 right now. Okay, so nice area right here on Google at 169.85. Volume decreasing. We can see that. All right, we can see the volumes decreasing a little bit there. But they've held this level here, and I think that's not a good look, right? A break. We broke through 172, but then you gap below it, and then you start turning it into resistance. So 172, that low 172 area is a level we got to watch for. We're going to have the 9 EMA also meeting up here at 169.90. Okay, so that is a 2 there. So we'll watch for this 9 EMA and see what happens here at 170. And we're at 170.35 now. So this looks like if we break this level here, Google's probably back down to 167.50. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I think you have a nice little double bottom here. It could happen. It could. All right, Google. I'm watching 170, 169.85. All right. Let me write this down.
Shares of Safety Marine Holdings, ticker SGDX, now up.
All right, 169.
After the company announced that $1 million increase to its military.
169. 90, 170. Right, 170. Yeah, 170. 170. 169. 90. All right. So what I would look for here, let me take this off and go over here. This is why I go here, because you're going to see a totally different view on what's really going on. All right, so you can see we're holding this area of support. I would like to see if we could get a nice little rally off of 170 and see if you can have like a nice breakout type of day and get up there to 175. No, I'm saying you may not be able to because you get, it looks like, okay, so yesterday this did break. Oh, that's not good. Look at that. So you did break above this level here at like 171.50, 170, 171, and we're below 171 now. Damn. Okay, so we got to be cautious here. Yeah, that's what I'm watching for, guys. I'm gonna look for. Man, this isn't cool. So if Google breaks 170, 169.80, look at it. Even look here on like the 3 minute to the left, the top left. How I would play this is I would look for now, and I don't know if there's news with this. Okay, I don't know if there's news. But what I would do, where are we? We're coming into 169.80. So, you know why it takes me a while to go through charts? It's because I picture what the moving averages and the indicators are going to do from where it's at, where the support is, and it's not that I front run, but I picture where are they when we open. We bounce off of them to go here, go into rejection, like if it bounces off of that, like the 9 EMA or VWAP, turns VWAP into rejection and starts pulling it back. You know, it's going to, like, you know, I'm playing the tape, trying to play the tape forward and what the chart's telling me. And it takes a little bit. You know, I think we'll get a bounce off the bell, right? This is a nice level of support here. And we are, where are we? We're at 170.19. 170.19. Damn, we're way down here. Okay, yeah, so I got us. It might be range bound today. Let's see. Like, I would look for a pop into like 171. I'd look for a 171 rejection. All right, I'd look for that 171 rejection. I'm going to make this a dotted line at the top right now. All right, right there. We're going to look for that rejection point right there. At least I am. I'm going to look for this rejection up here at 171. So a 170, 169.90 hold. And I'm writing or 171 rejection. All right, 171 rejection. The major level. All right, the major level is 170. Okay, that is the major level. This top right here. We break this top at 170, 169.90. You know, hello 168. Hello 167.50. Really, it's hello 165. All right, so beware. Beware. We could get one of them type of days. And I'm going to be on this, and I'll probably get into next week. Look at it going now. They're going to take this trade away from us. You know? So I will look for a bounce off the bell and get short the bounce. That's what I'm looking for. All right, let's go. So we went through Amazon, Meta, or no, we went through Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon. Amazon I don't really care for personally. Real quick, let's go to, let's look at Tesla. Then I want to look at Moderna in conjunction with Novavax. Shit. Let's see here. All right. Okay, so Tesla did get a bounce. So yesterday, you guys know, yesterday, and listen, the past few days, I've been doing this, and we've had to do this. I got short yesterday, then I immediately got that long back. I did not take that high a day, but I took this break of VWAP right there. That moved back to 174.50 on the long down here. So I just took what I can get, and I'm still going to continue to do that unless I really feel like I've got some volume and like I've really got something that's going to move, okay? Just take what you can get right now, because next week is going to be a huge week. Do not mess yourself up. Next week is going to be a huge week. I need to get rid of all this stuff here. We're not even up there. I don't know what to do. I'll leave it for now, but...
Coming up at 9, it's Michelle Bowman speaking at the Texas Bankers Association convention.
Alright, so there's that. And I was looking for this level here on Tesla. Really, I was looking for a 167.75, 168 hold of that 20-day moving average. And we might get that, right? We came down. We're filling the gap. And let's see. All right, so let's go to the chart. Let's go to the daily chart real quick. Let's see what we got. Let's play the tape. All right. Earnings. Gap up, rally, boom, bang, rip, dip. All right. We took it back. Started turning 185 back into resistance. 100-day resistance. All right. Right now, we pulled back and we're making new lows. Not new lows, but since earnings, we're putting in new lows. All right. This is a new low. Is this the low? We're going to find out, because yesterday you can see we closed just below that 50-day moving average. That's not a good look. You don't do that. All right? You have respect for the 50. So, going to watch for the 20-day moving average there at 167.50. All right? We have this level right there. It's not a level, but it's actually an area. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Okay. All right, so massive support level here for Tesla. Did I just do that? 160. 170. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened there. All right, so I'm going to be watching this level at 170, and I'm going to make that a 2. And I'm going to keep that. I'll keep that. See, these dotted lines, I don't really need them, but they are significant. I don't know about this one, but this is the high. So you can see here, right? We're bouncing off of 170, 169, 170. I could probably raise it up a little bit. Yeah, I'll raise it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, 170. And now you're starting to turn this previous high into resistance. And we have a gap up there too. So we've gapped up. Let me see here. Let's play the tape. So it looks like we're going back to try and fill this gap on Tesla. All right. So it's holding the 50-day today. Let's see if we can get a gap fill on Tesla to hold and like find out if we're going to reject Wednesday's price or not. What did I just do? What did I just do? All right, so see, you have that previous low as well with these previous highs that have been just major resistance for a couple days. 176. Let's look for 170, a rally back up to 176. And what I'm trying to get at is see if we can fill this gap up here at 178. All right, 178. Like all this shit, I can get rid of that stuff. Remove, clean this up just a little bit. And we're going to worry about just what we need to worry about. And that is this little support level that is 170. Man, it's so ugly. Some of these charts have been getting real ugly, y'all. Like for real. They've been getting real ugly. So we had the gap here. We filled that. Now we are holding the 50-day. We got to get through 176. So if we can hold, I would look to try to rally to like 176. What is that? Oh, it's 175. 175, 176, and see if you can get this gap fill here. All right. And that gap fill is up there at 178. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do that. That is the gap fill. All right, that is the gap fill. Is there some? Do you guys see something that I'm not seeing? Because sometimes it's easier for me to look. Weirdly enough, if I look, if I look at my phone or something and watch the watch like my chart through my phone, like I'll see more. I'll see something that I don't usually see. That I'm not seeing on my monitor. Oddly enough, I don't know if it's because they're so big. That's what she said. But all right, so let's see if we can hold here. You know, dips back into 172, 170, 150 area. Yesterday's low. I want to see if we can start to try and hold these levels and try to shoot back up for that gap. That's a nice trade. Just look to get paid again. Next week is a big week. Do not ruin your day. Do not ruin your weekend. Next week is a big week. If you get paid, take it. Don't try to go crazy unless you have a reason. Unless you're a nut. Then you're just you might learn the hard way. So, yeah, 172. I'd look for pullbacks. I want to hold this 50-day and look for a rally back to 175, 176. I would like to try that. All right, but you can see we're already rejecting pre-market from this Wednesday's consolidation. All right, Wednesday's consolidation. Pre-market is already tried to hold it as support, then it broke it. So, you know, there's just obviously clear weakness. This thing might be trying to turn itself around as well because you are putting in, look, you have a low, you just put in your higher low. So let's see if we can get a dip buy at like 172.50 would be a nice buy point. And we filled the gap right now. Yeah, like right here. You have right there and right there. So, where's my pen? All right, Tesla. I have way too many of these. I like Tesla because it has room. So, 172.75. Let me pull this up. Let's go to here. No, that's Biden, too. Come on, bro. All right, so 170. Oh, I thought I made them a dotted line. Shit. Yeah, we'll look for yesterday's close, this level here. That's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to look for 172. All right, Tesla, 172. 172.50 hold. Quote unquote 50-day. Target 175, 176.
Shares of Novavax.
Try for the gap.
11 cents hit a high of $14.19 earlier.
Oh, come on. All right, and we will be taking profits. You know what I mean? 173.50. And obviously up there at 174, because 174, it's, you'll see here if I which I already have up. You can see right here. Look to the left. You can see you're already trying to turn that into resistance. They try to turn it into resistance pre-market from Wednesday's consolidation. Wait, what the heck's going on here? Yeah, right there. See that level there? This little support level there? You tried to turn it into resistance. So, all right, that is Tesla. All right, 172 hold / the 50-day. You know, if 172 breaks or 172 breaks, then you got room to 170. That's up to you if you want to take that short. Damn, I just keep seeing like areas that I want to hold. Did I mark this? Did I mark this one? Yeah, I did. 172, right? I wrote that down. I wrote down 172. Novavax news is coming out. Yeah, let me delete this. All right. So yeah, 172, guys. I'm looking for that to try and get a bounce into 172. 172 breaks. You're looking at the 20-day moving average at that point. Okay, you're looking at the 20-day moving average. But I think we should be okay. I mean, you know what? 172, and we're at where? We're at 172 right now. I know it takes me forever, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that, bro. I like that, actually. If we can hold this level, it's gonna be bad news though if we start breaking these levels though. So, all right. Let's go back to the charts. Hustle. Let's go to Moderna and Novavax. Let's go look at NVAX. I don't know. So this is still breaking down mRNA. So that's Tesla. All right, Moderna. All right, let's go. So before I started, I was actually trying to do some work on this with Novavax. Let me refresh it. Let me use the restroom real quick. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, I do also want to get some semiconductors on here as well, guys. If you guys could show some love in the chat, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Try and get to 1,000 subscribers. Wall Street working conditions on his heart attack. Okay, tell me what happened. Why can't they just accept that this shit is a killer? Okay, who cares? So, brainwash.
Menu items that may be only available on the app. We reported on this yesterday, but McDonald's, we got a copy of an internal memo, and we were able to see that McDonald's is
delayed RSV vaccine approval to the end of May. Okay, so that's what it was. Seen no RSV vaccine for this vaccination season, plus it needed cash infusion for R&D. All right, okay. Okay. Top stock alerts. Oh my gosh. Do not click on that shit, bro. Anybody that's watching this right now, do not watch this stuff. Or do not click that shit, bro. Do not click it. Probably doing yourself a disservice by clicking on the site anyway. Myself, at least. Damn, bro. 10 motherfucking views? Man, what the fuck, bro? I've been going ham for nothing, bro. Shit. That's wild. We've been going ham for nothing. For nothing. We did get one like. I appreciate y'all. Whoever did that, I appreciate you, bro. All right, so Moderna. You have a really nice setup here. We've been trading Moderna like we always trade this thing. There's just something about it. You know, you can. I'm not gonna say this, but you know, sometimes I feel like. You know, for me, I could practice my limit orders and stuff. Like, I could practice getting my fills and working the tape. That's what this stock... This is why I kind of like trading this stock. Because I can work the tape and really try to enhance my skills with that. I love how CNBC's selling penny stocks now. Or hustling penny stocks. Alright, so the 90 EMA is coming up on the daily chart here. Acting as support. what is that? 120, 119.69.
Disruptor 50 list reveals the startups chasing the biggest opportunities, transforming the economy, disrupting the status quo. Special coverage on air and online begins Tuesday in Squawk Box.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life, so it's no surprise that there aren't any when it comes to hair loss either.
Sorry.
What I was attempting to do with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut.
All right, and I want to get some semis on here. So we have a range. You guys can see this, right? You guys can see this range. All right, and it looks like 130 is the top of that range. So you can see here, if we can bounce, we got a rejection yesterday. So we rejected 125. Okay, we rejected 125, but we also held Wednesday's close. So Wednesday's close is of significance. Let's go to a hourly chart. Wednesday's close. Look, we're turning Wednesday's close into Viva la Resistance. Sorry. I know that sounded stupid, but what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing, man? I would look for pops back up into there and see if, you know, I think Moderna might be in trouble for just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, if we do end up breaking this level, you know, a lot of these stocks are putting in these little reverse head and shoulders. You guys can see here. There was another one. Was it Bank of America? A lot of these names are putting these in, right? There was a few of them that are putting in these reverse head and shoulders. I can't remember. All right, let me go back to the levels. Let's just get this done. All right. Gotta watch out for 120, 119.50. I think you gotta watch these levels here if we start to break down a little bit. All right, me personally, I will not get short up until like 122. If this thing can consolidate, that's cool. All right, that's bullish. I don't know how to take this right now. So I'm just going to let Moderna do what it needs to do. And you still have some support down here at 118. 118. If 118 breaks, I'm looking for 114. All right, I'll put that line right there. Okay, so they're saying that Roblox has been overdone, that sell-off. So 117.50, yeah, 118 breaks, and I'm looking for a pullback into 115. $122.50 rejection. 122.50 rejection. So if you look here, you can see this double bottom support level here. Boom, boom. All right, we break down. We're up there right now with it at 122.50 area. And that is also Wednesday's close. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for this area right here to see if we can act as resistance and get a pullback into like 115. And that is still kind of bullish. All right, that's still kind of bullish, but we'll see. So 122 rejections, 122.50, 122 rejection, and the target's 115. What is that? What is this? What is this? What is this? Yeah, we could look for 116, 115, 116. 115 target. $114 also looks really good. Like all these levels look really good. You have not tested this previous high since you've broken out. So I'll add on there 116, 115, 114. 14 are the targets. Okay, let's keep it moving. Let's go. So we looked at NVIDIA. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. This is crazy. All right. Let's go to the daily chart. Let's see here. Let me make sure that there's no like news or anything. NVDA. So all these are shorts, right? So bullish, bull, short, mixed, Apple short. Okay. So we're leaning to the downside here with some of these names. Sound, new deal with leading agent. Okay, that's right. SoundHound also. We got to look at Sound. This thing was going crazy for a little while. Yeah, you guys can see this thing was going nuts. So let's see here. Does anybody know what SoundHound does? Is this a semi-play? Oh, SoundHound AI. Okay. What does that mean for AI itself? C3, nothing? Okay. Oh, wow. I wonder if you're getting ready to get a breakout. Maybe not. Alright. Let me just go back to NVIDIA. Okay, let's go here. NVIDIA. No, not Sound. NVDA. Why is it coming up? Okay, yeah, that's so weird. Maybe a clown bear. This is closing well over 900 today. Stock working with NVIDIA. Barron's Fed. You can tell it's about to. See, I don't believe. I just want to see if there's any news or anything. Gee, I wonder why. Simpson keeps sales growth up in April as AI drives 6%. 1,200 by earnings. There's nothing on here. All right. All right. So it's 9 a.m. Let me know if you're here. We have an analyst upgrade for Roblox. I don't know if that had anything. I'm going back to NVIDIA. I just wanted to look while so I don't forget RBLX. It did not pop. Okay, so let's go back to NVIDIA and AMD. All right. What is this? What the heck is this? NVIDIA Granite shares 2 times short NVIDIA daily. What's the ticker? NVD. Oh, snap. Has anybody traded this? Is this liquid? You guys know if this is liquid? March, April, May. So this is for next week. Yeah, it doesn't really have it. Oh, wow. This is cool. I like that they started doing these. NVIDIA Ultra Short. Awesome. I completely forgot about this. And with Tesla. I think Tesla's is like TSA, I think. Or S Tesla, I think. I can't remember. Alright, let me get up out of this thing. Let's go to NVIDIA. NVDA. Start with the daily. Let's start with our daily. Don't talk to my girl Haley. Bailey missed some money this week, but we doing what we gotta do. Okay, look at this. This is nice. I like this. This is a really nice setup, man. Nice setup. Got the 50-day coming in right up here at the top of this previous area there. Look at this. Flat top resistance right there. And man, this thing could break out, bro. If it can hold. See, it didn't hold that level. That's what worries me. Is it did not hold that candle. Like, you should have saw, like, what I would ideally like. And look at the volume. Look how the sell volume is a lot bigger than the buy side. So what I would have liked to have seen. You guys see how this candle right here breaks above this flat top resistance right here? Right? Look. Pulls back. You bounce into where? 881. Call it 880. Okay? Pulls back below 880. What are we doing? We're going right back to where? 880. You seeing something here? 880. rejection, 880. We pull back. We bounce. Where do we go? 880. Okay? Know it. All right. So we opened up at 877.50 and you rallied. And what I would have liked to have seen is like, even if you gapped down and opened up there again, instead of gapping up, just had like a nice small red day where you sat there at 880 and ended up holding it, and then you get the breakout, right? But it already broke out to the top end of the range. So we've already broke out to the top end of the range. We're pulling back to 880. So 880 is going to be the level that I'm watching. And where are we? We're at 898. 898. Damn, 898. Damn, we're already back up here, bro. All right, this is a resistance level, though. 900. Let me pull this back a little bit. All right. I can see it clearly now. The lines are gone. 898. Okay. So, where do we want this at? Do we want it right there? No, I think we got to keep it where we keep it. All right. 880. NVIDIA, I'm writing that down. NVDA 880. That's a key number. That's a key level. 880 is a key level. And you had the 50-day working up there too. So we're at 898. We're up here going into 900.
NVAX Novavax executive said reduce workforce by 30%
All right.
versus Q1 of 2023. That's November Victor Alpha X-ray.
You already know. What is that? 889, 899, 889, 890. This is so weird. I'm sorry. 880. Okay. Yeah, we're 880, 890. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second here. Just give me 1 second here. I think you gotta watch this level right here. It's like the low. Listen, NVIDIA, you gotta give it like $10. I'm gonna watch this right here from like 900. Come on, bro. I'm gonna watch this level right here, and it looks like it already did pop. I'm watching that right there. Any breakouts and holds up at like 905, 910, then I'll think about the long. But I think you got to use 905, 910 as a rejection point right now to pull back. It looks like it's trying to pull back, slowly pull back to the 50-day. The last 3 Fridays outside of the first Friday I traded it, which was 2 Fridays ago, I think. I think it was 2 or 3 Fridays ago. It's been Tesla and NVIDIA, MSTR. A lot of these names have not really done anything. Let's be ready for this bell. We got to get ready when this bell rings and put on and get things ready. So if you got to put your tickers in, put your contracts out there, whatever you got to do to be ready, let's get ready. How am I going to play this? Okay. I mean, I got to be honest. You know, it's in a slow downtrend, lower high, lower high, lower high. And is this another lower high? You know, let's go to a 15-minute chart because it looks like it's gapping up, trying to hold the support higher. You know, I don't know. Looking at the daily chart, what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Like, can I get some help here? What y'all think? Do you guys have any type of, like, advice, or not necessarily advice, but like thoughts, right? You know, 1, 2, 3 days of rejecting. How about this? How about this? Look at this, right? The SPY, right? Okay, SPY, green. QQQ, green, dog. NVIDIA closed the day red. That is negative, bearish divergence. Not negative, but yeah, I'm on one. All right, bet. What you gonna do about it? So we got that going for us. I got to watch for 880. I think I got to be long at the 50-day at like 880 or so, unless we consider this a pullback. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. Unless that was a pullback yesterday. So if we break above and start holding this level, then I think, see, I think you need to retest, like, I think you need to come down a little bit to like this level down here at 880. It's just my opinion. But that's what I think. I mean, let's do it. You know what? I'm changing it up. I'm switching it up. I'm switching it up. I'm gonna put this here. Nah, I don't know. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah, so it is rejecting it. You guys can see right now that 901 is rejecting. But if we can hold like 895 or so, even a pullback, let's do this. Because then I'll be able to picture where things are at. Because I got to hurry up. We have the market opening soon. And I want to go over AMD and a couple others. I have way too many stocks on my watch list today. All right, so we are up here putting in a double top. Yeah, I would look for like 890. Come on, bro. I don't know why the 3-minute chart's doing this to me. I thought I fixed it. We're up there, so we're up there now. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just getting the ATR of what it's been doing the past few days. All right, the past few days. You have a nice day there, 890, 920. So that's a what is that? $30. A low day here, 895, 912, 895. What is that? $15, just under. What is it? Sorry. 895. 9. It's just tricky with the 8 and the 9. That's all. So 895, 905, 910. Yeah, like $15. A little over $15. All right. All right. Nice little pullback. I think we still got to watch 910. I'm going to be honest. You have to watch 910. Look at this.
We got Rick's talking about orforglipron. Is that the name of this, the Lilly pill? The one they'll hope to get data on by next year.
Yes, and everyone.
That's right. We'll come up with a better name.
Yes, and that stock says, well, stock's going up again. Although we're waiting for, if you remember, at the end, in the middle of March, they said we're about to do a big launch of another trial of their anti-Alzheimer. Nothing. Crickets on that study. That's why actually Biogen does not have good numbers, but when they do the, I was talking to someone who works at a major MRI company.
EWTX and Y Therapeutics.
You're gonna have to prove the
Announcing sales agreement.
Yeah, 880 holds.
$175 million.
910 rejections.
That is Echo Whiskey Tango X-ray. That's sort of their next shelf. EWTX.
Yeah, Medicare. It's coming for you, partner.
920, 918, 15. And where are we? So we are here, bumping into rejection at 900, and it's turning that 901, 902. So there we go. We got it. 900, 901 or so. See if we can't get a pullback here. Maybe we get a pullback off the bell, hold 890 or so, and look to go long off of like 890. That's what I'll look for, guys. We could just consolidate and break out later on. It's hard to say. But that's what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look for a pullback into yesterday's close or so and see if we can hold like 895 or so. 895 seems to be a good level. Shit. Come on. Yeah, 895. I'm gonna go with 895. All right, and I'm keeping it at that. Price axis, keep price zoom in. Time axis, keep time zoom in. Okay. Price axis, time axis, keep time zoom in. Okay. Let's go to a 3-minute chart. Yeah, let's see if we can start holding that level there. Let's see if we can start holding this level here at 895. Is that what that is? Yeah, it's like 895, 894. All right, we got it. I'm gonna put this here. 895, edit. All right.
Today is a milestone. I educated myself.
CW Curtis Wright announcing $300 million increase in share repurchase authorization to $400 million and 5% dividend increase to 21 cents per share. Common stock, that's Charlie Whiskey, CW.
All right, we got that. Let's go to the 1 minute. Get everything ready.
CNBC Pro, our next best investment starts here.
I'm Craig Lee, and I want to buy your jewelry. We make house calls to buy entire jewelry collections and...
So guys, I'm watching 895 on NVIDIA. All right, 895. Let's go to AMD with this ugly chart on AMD. It already looks like it's trying to turn this into resistance in the 20-day. Sadly enough. All right, 154.
You ready?
Showtime.
This is gonna be epic.
Sadly enough. All right, let me log into my stuff real quick.
I give amazing sponge buns.
Can I get a room? Chef's kiss. Only in theaters now, rated PG-13.
Man, look at all these levels. Okay, guys, so let's see here. It's a nice little pullback, and it looks like the 20-day is acting as resistance again. I would watch this 150 level, but I have this 154. Oh, wow, it did hold this. Hold on, we might actually try to break out today. That would be awesome if we could get a breakout to 158. But that's still only $4 or so.
Right. Well, I think because it was off message for a great company, it just didn't seem like anything.
It filled the gap yesterday and got bought up. Okay, cool. So I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Y'all feel me? Or what? The whole 0 people that are in here right now? Can y'all feel that?
Non-message for those who have the fear of the creative community being destroyed by generative AI.
Yes.
GLD, yeah. I do like GLD.
Yeah, just saw him actually. Talked to him briefly.
Yeah, just fantastic.
All right.
Immigration, Statue of Liberty. And we talked about the
What to do, what to do, what to do. So she's pumping through this level now. You're still going to have some trouble up there. All right, you're still going to have some trouble. Is that the 20-day?
GTC event, when you go to an NVIDIA event, they make it clear that all music is written by machine. So I think that the creativity is stifled by that, but
So, yeah.
that's what I thought that was like.
Right.
right. I think it did. In a different era, people may not have reacted same
Right.
way.
But it's like
or
kind of
something.
like we now accept it.
Not that you like watching that anyway.
Well, how many are?
Destroyed.
How about when you read these news stories and they're so obviously written?
Yeah, I gotta be long down there at 150.
Down because they lost 500 million.
If anybody's looking to go long AMD,
The machines can't detect.
I think 150 is the level
You worry a lot better. Very quickly.
where you,
When your favorite
where I feel like that's where I'd like to be, where I would take the long.
Semi number that's clearly the
Looks like he's putting in an inverse head and shoulders here.
Taiwan semi.
Well, tell us more then. Tell us more about Taiwan Semi.
Taiwan semi, the numbers, the linked month-to-month
All right.
they were extraordinary.
Yeah, I don't have much for AMD, guys. If you guys want to trade it, I would look for pullbacks into like 154, 155 holds, and look for bounces in the 160. Actually, I'm going to delete this. Not a rejection, but a hold. I'm going to look for like a 154, 154 hold. I don't know though, man. I feel like this thing's almost overdone. Like, I do. I think AMD is like almost done. But what do I know? I'll find out right now. I will find out right now. 158, 160 target. But look, I think this thing is kind of overdone. I do. Again, if anybody has questions, just throw them in the chat below. You know, I'd be happy to help you. I've been trading for a long time now. I've had, I think I might have had one small loss this week. I can't remember. I don't think I have had any losses. Oh, the spy scalp, I think. I thought that was last week though. I can't remember. I've been just I don't think I've had any losses this week. This week I don't think I've had any red trades because I've been taking my money. I've been getting my entries spot on, bang, let it work for me. Again, like yesterday I traded Tesla and I think that's all. I went short off the bell and then I took a long down at the bottom and caught that reversal, stuffed the money in my pocket, and then I think that was it. I did not trade the SPY or the overall indexes. Alright, so we have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10-minute bell. 10 minutes. That's it. 10 minutes. If you only had 10 minutes left, what would you do? Let me know in chat. If you only had 10 minutes left, what would you do? Who would you call? Who would you do? What would you make? What would you do? Who would you do? What would you do?
If you're planning to retire or already there, Fisher has the answers you need. And our fees are structured so we do better when you do better.
I'm really curious what's about to happen to AMD. I am. Like, are we just gonna like sit in this area? Are we gonna like go lower? Are we gonna go test the highs again? All right, let's go here. Okay, so we have AMD. We're gonna use Tesla. I gotta look at Tesla too. Boom, Tesla. NVIDIA. And don't let me forget about GME. Do not let me forget about GME. Do not let me forget about GME. GME. We have a lot, guys. We have a big watch list. We have a big watch list. I didn't even bring up Starbucks or JP Morgan.
Oh my God, you're wearing Hocus? I love that style. I love Deckers forever. You got Hocus Raider.
I'm telling y'all right now. I see. This is where it's going to might take me a minute because I need to look at what options I want to get in, what options I don't want to be in.
Yes, we have to, because Akamai is a tale of two companies. Akamai has a division, which I think is the foremost cybersecurity division that nobody talks about. They got a big U.S. Army contract. They they did amazing numbers, more than 20% growth. But they
What are you doing, NVIDIA?
content delivery network.
NVIDIA, like, really looking like a rejection.
And frankly, also Cloudflare, which is a good company. And those are awful because some companies, some people feel letter apps.
Yeah, we said pullbacks and look at for 895.
Social network company, we don't know.
Tesla, what are you doing? Shady ass. With your shady ass. Okay, so there you go. Tesla pulled into that 50-day. AMD is rallying hard, guys. I think you got to watch 156 on AMD. Don't get punked, though. Please don't get punked. You need a pullback. AMD needs a pullback. Do not get punked into this. What time is it? Okay, 9:24.
With Cloudflare and let Cloudflare and Matthew Prince take it over. Has to happen. But right now, is barring within this is maybe the jewel of the crown, cybersecurity. Yeah, and I just think that they're not going to get any credit.
Cybersecurity is not going to outweigh the bad
Because
results.
people can't believe how much business was just pouring out. They had a great zero trust division. They did it. Unlike some of our competitors who struggle to defend against small attacks, Akamai is capable of protecting the hyperscalers, and they saved the hyperscaler from a gigantic attack, but they wouldn't reveal who the hyperscaler is. So they have great technology, and they have another company that's doing poorly. I think this one, David, is worth a great deal if you close or offload the core division. Figure out a way. Got it. It flies. All right. You'll love it. You'll be doing this story, David.
Have a
You'll
look
be
at the
working on
numbers.
this
I don't
story.
know if it can be a reverse March trust. You just spin it. All right, we'll look into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Meanwhile, I've got an opening bell about 5 minutes in. Now, don't forget, by the way, you can catch us anytime and anywhere.
I think the Qs have the best looking setup this morning.
You know what? I talked to somebody yesterday who's listening to the podcast.
Unless you like a dollar downside move on Tesla or whatchamacallit.
Wednesday, May 20th.
Where did NVIDIA open up at? Where are we?
Financial Advisor Summit. Economic experts.
Okay, we are at 9:01.
Now at cnbcevents.com/FA.
So, you've been my advisors for what, 10 years? Now we're expanding into 12 states. You know that this is a steep hill, and I need to know if you can handle the climb.
Absolutely. Your team is bigger than just us.
We'll need specialists in state and local taxes who really understand.
Israeli Security Cabinet on Thursday night approved IDF's measured expansion of Rafah operations.
CBIZ, your trusted local advisors, backed by specialists nationwide.
Did I say 12 states?
That reported by Axios.
If you've ever grilled, you know you can count on propane to make everything great. But did you know propane also powers school buses that produce lower emissions that lead to higher test scores? Or that propane can cut your energy costs at home? It powers big jobs and small ones too. From hospitals to hospitality, people rely on propane, an energy source that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly for everyone. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
NVIDIA 895.
Doors can take us to new adventures and long-term goals. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by helping you create a comprehensive wealth plan with the right balance of risk and reward. Doors were meant to be opened.
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient information. But what if they didn't?
This is what it feels like when cyber criminals
Alright, guys, 2 minutes.
don't risk the health of your business. CrowdStrike, we stop breaches.
Raising you with no bed of roses. Are you getting me anything for Mother's Day? Go to 1-800-Flowers.com. Oh my gosh, wow. Gorgeous. I feel like royalty. Thank you. 1-800-Flowers.com. Happy Mother's Day.
Watch 910 on NVIDIA.
Out here, we get it. Gardening is more than growing. It's getting your hands dirty, planning dinner months ahead, and learning your family aren't the only ones out of
You gotta watch 910 on NVIDIA.
You do what you love.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage.
Wow,
over
beautiful.
$1 trillion
154 on AMD. Look at this pullback on GME, guys. Guys, I'm so fucking ready for this. Let's go. 1 minute, baby. Let me type everything in. I got NVIDIA in there. Let's go. TSLA, bang. I did not bring up the banks either. Boom. Tesla, GME, NVDA. Okay, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, GME. Okay, so what I'm doing again is I'm getting everything in there, so I got to click. So I got Apple, I have AMD, GME, Tesla, NVIDIA, because I had them in there from yesterday. Take a deep breath. Let's get it done. If you guys have any questions, please post them in the chat below. If you see anything with relative strength and relative weakness, please post it in the chat below. If you have a play, donate it in the chat below. Donate to me so I can get up out of the hood. I don't mind it, but I'm just trying to get up out of it. All right, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. What do we have? GME, my friend. Okay, guys, good luck today. Looking for a pop, lock, and drop on GME. For a pullback to 17. Oh my gosh. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Pop on GME. Watching NVIDIA. Look at that NVDA. Look at that pullback right there. Alright, NVIDIA's pulling back. That's a big pullback there. 895. 895. NVIDIA. Looking for a pullback into 895. Come on, man. I'm too slow. I'm too slow, guys. Alright, there's your bounce. Look for a rejection there at 901. Nope. 902. No. 90210. 90210. Not 90210. 895. 895. 895. Sorry. Let it go. I'm letting it go. Let it go, man. Look for 910 rejection. I'm looking for a 910 rejection. 910 rejection on NVIDIA. No! Damn, look at that. That's nice. Sorry, guys. I'm watching 910 on NVIDIA. Watch out for these semiconductors. Oh my gosh, is Tesla going? I knew it. And we were bullish Tesla.
Sales numbers for year to date are above 37% year over year.
We said watch for that. New circulating Tesla's data was good, and we said what? We said 172. This was our buy zone on Tesla. Shit. God damn it. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. I just gotta find the 50-day. That's what she said. Man, she's still weak. Still weak as a brick. Come on, man. We sit here and hold this level on Tesla. Fuck. Alright, I can't do all that. Yep. Well, they're not selling off just yet. Just hang on there, Benzinga. Okay? Just hang on there. You did get a rejection of that 172.50. Let me actually go here and actually watch what's going on, because there's too much to keep. AMD. Oh, no, that's Tesla. Shit. Look at AMD go, guys. AMD's ripping and running right up into that level. We said, come on, bro. Like, is that where we're headed? 157.50. Dude, it's up $2 now. Fuck. I'm still waiting for 910 on NVIDIA. It's going so slow, bro. Looking for a 910 rejection. Possible 910 rejection.
Clinical data in ASGCT 2024 late breaking oral presentation. That's India Michael X-ray. IMMX.
It already did it, didn't it? Look, 907.50. All right, Tesla's pulling back into 165. All right, guys. If you want to, if you guys think the volume is there, look for 167, 167.50 on Tesla. It's a nice bounce into the 100-day moving average. You can see that it's breaking down. You're still making 170 support. You can still make that support. So I wouldn't call it. That's Wednesday's level. So we haven't made a new low just yet. And I was looking at 170. It's just if 170 breaks. What is that? 1.2 million. Man, you had way more than that. All right. So I'll look for a bounce on Tesla later on. NVIDIA's got some really nice volume. Bro, this is crazy. So that would be low a day. Let's see here. See if we can't get this. I'm going to try and take a short on NVIDIA. Fuck. God damn it. Oh my god. I'm not going to get it, guys. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Give me the 880s. Come on, bro. Bro, they went up already a lot.
don't just relate to the
Damn, 2,000 shares to the buy side.
Comcast through NBC, of course.
Yes, just give me the pop. Give me the pop. Give me the pop.
But actually also this
I think I gotta take this.
with Amazon that the NBA
I think I gotta take it.
These matching rights, though, my understanding is were put in place, when this contract was done last time, 10 plus years ago.
It's holding.
Before you really had the emergence of streaming services
Shit.
in terms of, for sports in particular. And so it does remain, I think, somewhat unclear if, in fact, Warner Brothers Discovery were to move to say, hey, we want to match
No.
the Amazon package. Is it
Dude.
voluntary, or is it like terms? If the NBA is saying yes, but you have to only stream these games, and so you can only do it on Max, what will that mean in terms of the likelihood of Warner Brothers Discovery deciding to match? So any number of things here, but it figures prominently, as it did in this story, this upgrade here, into people's view of Warner Brothers Discovery. Well, how much will they have to spend?
This is the rejection point that I'm looking for up there. What's the SPY doing? Oh my god.
So to speak, of video programming, and or how important it is to the streaming service.
Well, it's interesting because the keyback upgrade, which is a little counter,
Yeah, it's trying to hold. Oh my gosh, bro.
solution's likely to be a positive.
Right. Just get it resolved so that people can figure out their.
I don't know what's going on with my charts, man.
It is important to remember it doesn't necessarily mean they have to match if in fact NBC is. They don't have to go after that one. They could potentially say, hey NBA, we want the other package, but it's still unclear. I think at least based on my reporting.
Oh
what that
shit.
means in terms of, like,
Damn it.
I did not know. I thought it was all that just now.
Yes, we gotta be long in video.
There was reporting on it yesterday, and in their release yesterday, or in their earnings, they made it clear that the matching rights are not just, they're broader. And obviously it doesn't apply to when Disney already re-signed. You get your X-Move window, you do your deal. But
I got the absolute worst entry on this.
this is all reporting volume. We're not getting anything.
Dude, this thing's gonna go. Fuck, man. I knew I played this wrong. I knew I played it wrong. They're gonna deck me. I knew it. They're gonna deck me.
I think more likely that it would be Alphabet maybe, or YouTube. They could, in terms of an NBA package as opposed to on a streamer. If it's only streaming, and that was where.
That sucks, man. You guys can get a lot better of an entry than I can.
What does that mean? Does Max have to only air the games, so you can't put them on TNT?
Spy's going. You piece of shit, motherfucker, yo. I knew it.
Talked about how important sports is to them. The YouTube, a lot of people like the YouTube coverage. I happen to like the
LIDR shares moving here on volume in the India Delta Romeo 43%.
810. 810 is what I was looking. 910. 910. It's just look at the volume breaking out. What's going to happen is you have an increase in volume here, and you know what I mean, it's fucking trashed. God damn it. I am going to try and get out of this.
because I do think that Jensen, in that amazing interview with Bill McDermott, John Ford, the Industrial Revolution is still alive and well. We heard Renee Haas yesterday on air, who I thought told a fantastic story
You have
about the
AMD there.
Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution is alive. Because what Jensen, his arm is now up from the so-called disappointment he had to buy on our interview. Amazing. But remember what Jensen said. All computing has to change. Everything that you have, everything that you see is going to be going GPU.
That's where I should have got it right there. Why did I get my entry wrong, and why did I rush into it? That's wild. Fucking such an idiot, bro. This is a gap and go. Prime example of a gap and go. Fuck me, man.
But he's also Musk also has XLI, which has raised I think as much as talked to a couple of maybe $6 billion at an $18 billion valuation, all of which is going to be plowed right into data centers.
Right,
And
so you got that. I mean, Alphabet, obviously. I had J3 Lal yesterday. She's at a risk to that. That thing is just incredible.
I could already be up like almost I would be up damn near 50% just on that pullback.
But your point is that this spending, you can't cut back on this spending.
That's exactly my point. I mean, people feel that Oracle has to keep spending in order to be able to stay cogent. But if you cut back, you lose. So, I mean, this is what Jensen's been saying when I was out there. He says, look, they have to have it. I want them to develop their own, stuff for inference, but they're not going to be able to make it for training, which is the thing that everybody wants to be able to use the data. That's when you look at Salesforce's ads. That's about the data. Palo Alto, when they have a new series of ads with Keanu Reeves. Very good ads.
Interesting. Well, Jensen's also made the point that every sovereign's going to want to do this in their own bucket for security reasons. It's not just fungible across the world.
And he also doesn't want to have hegemony. He does not want to have a situation where America, you have to do it.
That's the perfect entry right up there, guys. In my opinion, to just put some money in your pocket. Fucking retard. What a fucking retard, bro. You fucking idiot. I got in too early. And it's going to be relatively strong. This thing is relatively strong right now. That is a pullback, gap and go. I'm going to try and get a pullback to like VWAP. I'm going to try for it. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Well, we talked about not having a red trade. This is going to be one of them. I was hoping for the breakdown right there, but then you got that increase in volume. And my stop loss is, yeah, it's got to be 910, so I got to relax and just wait and fucking just deal with it. It is what it is. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was just looking for at least a pullback to like... This is crazy, bro. God fucking damn it, motherfuck, bro. There it goes. Now it's going to squeeze.
With not such great comments about the labor market, at least year to date. Stocks close to a new low.
Well, we need that. We gotta have wages.
You gotta be kidding me. How am I a fucking idiot? How am I this stupid? Now I see why I don't have a single fucking viewer on here. Now I see why. Don't blame you. Jesus Christ. That bitch, I'm just letting it go to 0. That's it. It's already 80% down, so it is what it is. We'll see if we can get GME. I'm watching GME here. What did we said? Pop off the bell. And it's breaking up through that level. Give it a little bit. If it holds it. I just got my fucking teeth kicked in on NVIDIA. I don't know why. I don't know why. I did not like. I don't get it. I don't understand my actions. I really don't. I really don't. Like, look at this. Look at the volume. Huge breakout day. Said NVIDIA was breaking out. I just.
GRPN Groupon. Groupon share is popping here. $13.20 the high now on Groupon. Following their earnings report, stock from your pop in November, up about 25% now.
There. That is the, if you think you want to get short, it's there. It's up there at 910. Give it a few dollars. But it's not a stock to be shorting. I'll just say that. Or at least wait for 917. I don't know. I'll be back. I'm going to step outside. I just got fucked right in the ass. I got like fucked right in the asshole. I don't understand me at all. I can try for a long here, but it'll probably break down. You know, I'm just going to because there's no reason to sell it now because it's down damn near 80. It's down 80%. So I'm just going to wait and try to recoup some of it and stick to what I was going to do. And maybe I can get like a 900 test, but I doubt it. If we test 900, then, you know, like it's going to be, I'm fucked. I'm fucked right in the ass. 3, 6, 9, 6, 9. Look at the rejections off of that. Just buying the dip. Buying the dip. Buying the dip, that is 910. I don't understand what I was doing. I really don't. I really don't. What time is it? It's only 9:50. Like, I was hoping to like test this 895 level. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I was going for at least. Like even pre-market lows at like 897. Like what is the relevance of this low there at 898? Nothing. I'm fucked. Cause I needed to be short up at 910, like this area up there. Not where I went. Like what the fuck was I thinking? What was I doing? I really don't know. Like we opened up and I was like I know what I was thinking, but like the timing, like why did I put it on right when I did? I don't get it. I don't know why I did that. I mean, I thought we were going to get somewhat of a breakdown here to start, and I think that's why we got such a big pop. And even what, like right here, right? I was thinking that bounce, like you bounced into this 905 area, and that we might have broke VWAP and put in, like I was looking for like a double bottom, right? I was looking for like a double bottom. I'm such a fucking retard. I'm such a fucking retard. This is going to be a buy zone up here too. So
Track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Fed's Logan said we made substantial progress in inflation with labor market and economy strong.
All it takes is an idea, and now becomes a future where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy era. Put your business online in minutes with the power
Said
of AI.
Logan said not a soft landing yet. Q1 inflation data is disappointing. That from
yeah,
Lori
I was
Logan,
looking for $8.95.
CEO of the Dallas Fed.
Look, I can't even get nearly what I paid back. You know what I'm saying? And this is only going to just turn this thing into being even more bullish once you get this trade line and stuff up there.
At 88 years old, we still see the world with the wonder of new eyes.
I don't know. I need at least 100% out of these. Jesus Christ, I really am a fucking idiot. I think I was going over too much, too quick, and I just dicked myself. Like, for real.
Some woman needs to be president of this country, and it'll be a better country for it.
Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNBC.
Logan
Made
said
that
we need to
support.
remain
I'm
flexible
fucked.
on policy. Too early to think about
I'm
cutting
fucked.
rates. There are uncertainties and policies sufficiently restrictive. There are upside risks to inflation.
Yeah, look at that. With over 50 years of loving kindness, we salute our presidents, who remind us every day that age is just a number. With the facts.
You need to be short pops, not short the drops, bro. Well, I thought it popped enough. I don't know. Fuck, I'm gonna have some work to do, man. God damn it. It's just gonna hang out up here. I'm just fucking. I give up. I'm gonna turn this mic off. I think AMD can go to 22. Just watch the volume. Keep an eye on the volume.
How about tonight, Jim? Okay, I got recursion. This is Jensen Wong. This is an NVIDIA healthcare company. Then CRH. No one talks about it because it's European, but the stock's up big. It's a materials company. It's up huge tonight. Today it's up 5%.
Sounds like you had fun on Ellis Island.
I have to tell you, the celebration of immigration reminds you about. It's very stirring. You know, see Statue of Liberty.
My head's hurting. I got a bad headache. A bad one.
The country was built on immigration. 40 million people came through Ellis Island, and you think about what's happening now and how tortured it is, but then remember how great it is.
Fuck me right in the ass, bro. Fuck me. Such an idiot.
Jim, good weekend. I'll see you tonight.
Such an idiot.
We are waiting on Zeekr's opening trade. The CFO, Chinese EV maker, will join us after a break.
They ignored your potential and mocked your ambition.
Man, shut the fuck up, Eminem. You're a dumbass.
Your game plan never changed. Some still call it luck. Let them. Because you know what it's always been. Inevitable.
Watch, this could be a buy zone here. They're just buying this thing today.
Second, I use Rinse. What's Rinse? The company that will pick up, wash, fold, and deliver your laundry or dry cleaning at the touch of a button. I do not trust other people with my laundry. Rinse guarantees your satisfaction. I've been using it for months now. No issue.
That's all I'm gonna have to be able to get out of this thing. The volume's trash. It's still not even enough. It's not worth it to get out of this thing, in my opinion. So this is a nice hold of this previous high here. Buy the dip, let it rip back, right back to 920. 920 right there, bang. There you go, guys. Take the long. That's a buy right there, guys. That's a buy, in my opinion.
Into the trading section, here are three big movers we're watching. CloudStop Akamai slumping. It's one of the biggest laggards on the Nasdaq. Guidance disappointed.
God, I could just get fucking sick. I don't even have a cigarette to smoke. I haven't been smoking really, but I don't even have a cigarette to smoke.
More than $1 billion licensing deal involving COVID vaccines. Much more on that ahead. Stock up 100.
I just didn't run to the store yesterday or last night.
Another big gainer. Shares now up nearly 200% year to date as the salad chain moves its 2024.
Did anybody get long Tesla?
Places is something that we have to actually worry about extrapolating from here.
I fucking tried to give some advice and really fucked myself. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Reuters reporting Ukraine to get its first F-16 jets in June to July. Fed's Logan said events of March 2023 have really impacted how we need to think about liquidity risk. That's the Dallas Fed president.
No, I mean, look, it feels like this rate cut optimism has really just come back over the last week. If I think back to last week in my client meetings, people were getting nervous on the consumer. Some of these earnings.
Come on, bro. Break the fuck down, NVIDIA. Like, give me back something. Like, even a break even. God damn. Like, I don't even need a break even, but let me get close to it. Like, can I get a 900 test? Give me a 901 test. Come on. Come on. I should have taken Tesla, but I did not. Jesus Christ. And look at the fucking reversal, man. Like, come on, NVIDIA. Just go down there. Like, test it. Get in there. Go. It's just going to sit here and consolidate and bring that trade line up. I know it is. Like a whole asshole, man. I didn't watch Microsoft. I didn't.
Logan said, critically important that banks have a broad set of funding arrangements. One of them has to be the Fed's discount window. We want to see every bank signed up to discount window.
Come on, let's go. Keep it going, please. Vid, let's go, bro.
We want to see every bank testing the discount window on a regular basis. That's Logan.
Right, and I guess in addition to the softer jobs numbers we got, we also had Powell at least suggest that the bar for any.
I guess I'm going to sell here, guys.
Even if you're willing to wait a little bit longer here, there's this other storyline out
If it'll let me.
the rest of the world is really.
Bro!
If you look at consumer discretionary.
I can't.
In other markets, it seems like it might be taking up some of the slack. So I guess you have that piece of it. Maybe it's a rationalization of what's going on. But against that is the experience of last summer. When you mentioned we didn't fall enough, right?
Alright, I took my loss. Big loss. I just can't take a chance of this thing popping back up here. And whatever. That was too big of that was such a big drawdown.
Fed's cash carry said Fed interested in AI.
Look at this. Why is this doing this, bro? Why does that 3 month?
What about earnings overall, Lori? I mean, it does feel anecdotally, at least, like many days we're here, guidance was being issued and actually was not being well received by investors. We had many stocks that were actually down, even though the guidance may have just been tweaked.
I mean, that's what I was looking for, but I had to take it there. I had to just take my shit there. All right. Let's see if we can't turn today around without, you know, revenge trading, obviously. It's not what we're doing. I got scared that I wasn't going to get out. I got scared because it wasn't letting me click. Like, it wasn't. I was clicking on the shit, and it was like, no, dude. No, dude. You're not get out of your trade. I'll take all your money. You'll not get out. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Yeah, I'm underperforming. I was doing great, and I don't know what happened. Earnings happened, and I just been trading like a fucking retard. At least today, not this week. I actually was putting on trades that were pretty nice. I don't know why I entered there. I know why, because I thought that it was going to start to break down, but maybe I needed to go back and read more into the time and sales in level 2 and really see the orders going through. And once I looked down at the 15-minute chart, I was like, yo, you retard. You fucking idiot. You know, that's a relative strength type of day. And look, bro. If this shit goes right back to where I... Like, this is what I was looking to do. I was looking for this move, but I got in too early. Tell me how it takes back this whole move with this little bit of volume. And I told myself I was going to stay in it all day, but I had to take that off. Oh my God. It's my fault for not getting in up at 910. That's a 910 break, fail and hold. Now you're looking for it to pull back. It's 10 o'clock. Look for bounce backs into the 9 EMA, but you got to watch. Watch the 15-minute chart as well. All right, watch the 15-minute chart as well. Dude, if this fucking trade plays out, oh my God. It's already back to break even. You're fucking kidding me, man. I just got fucking slapped. That's hilarious. Oh well, listen, I didn't get my entry. I didn't give it time. I didn't get my entry. It is what it is. You could be up 100%, if not more, if you got in up there at 910. 910, 912 rejections. You'd be up 369. You'd be up 200%. Mine's back to break even now. On lower volume. It retraces all the way back down. And look, it's going to make a new low. Watch, it's going to go test yesterday's close, I bet. That's wild, bro. That's a separation of 50% right there. From where I... Fuck you, market makers. Fuck you, faggot motherfuckers. Again, it's not them. It was me. I am the one who entered wrong. Jesus Christ. You're shitting me. They're profitable now, bro. I just exited it 2 seconds ago. 2 minutes ago. I could throw the fuck up. I could seriously just throw the fuck up. Now it's gonna rip. Look at it. Up 30 fucking %. I was down 50%. Now it's up 30%. But if I didn't sell, if I didn't get rid of it, you know damn well this thing was gonna rip higher. You fucking asshole piece of shit. GME looking for 22. Look at the volume. We got exactly what I said. All right, we got exactly what I said. Look at the volume, bro. And now it's going to do it. Now it's going to do it.
Eunice, thank you very much. Meanwhile, President Biden expected to impose tariffs on China EVs, making Casella in D.C. with more on that sort. Good morning, Megan.
Morning, Mike. President Biden is set to impose new tariffs against China, focused not just...
How in the hell did those trades... How did that thing go profitable? Oh my God. That was my trade of the day, man. This is crazy, bro. That's insane. Insane. You could have got what I got if you would have entered correctly 910. Look, and I wrote it down. 910 rejection. Watch 910. And I put a fucking star next to it. I put a star right next to 910 on my notebook. Watch 910. You had the break, a failed breakout, turn it into resistance. Twice. Not once, but twice. Not once, but twice on the 1 minute. Look at the 3 minute. You break out, pulls back to it, doesn't hold it. What's it do? It breaks, rallies into 910, and then it starts. Like, you look on here, boom, boom, and look. Oh my God. These things are up 50% now, and I just took a loss of 50%. Tell me how that works. That's the trade right there. You could have got in this thing at 30 cents, mind you, by the way. or even 45 cents. 40 cents. 45 cents. And it's up $1.25 now. Because I just was not patient. This is why a group helps. You know, I don't have anybody here, but I feel like if I could have talked to somebody before I put that trade on, I could have been talked off the ledge and been talked to, like, should I just wait a minute? Like, what do you see? This is why a group is good. This is what and why a group can be good. That was the trade that I was looking for. Huge trade. Huge trade. And I took a loss on it because I didn't execute correctly. That's insane. So look, what? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Look at this. Are you kidding me? We were on it. We were right. I just executed wrong. This was the trade. Wow. God, what a fucking home run of a trade that I took a 50% loss on. Wow. I gotta go back and learn from this one. I can't let this one happen again. I can't let that happen again. I think I was just trying, I was going over way too many names. Look at Apple. See if Apple pulled back. Look at Apple. What did we write down? 185 rejection. And we said Microsoft 413, 412. Where did Apple reject from? See, opens up 185, you double top. 185, 184.80 rejections. And we were looking, the target was like 182 over the next day or two. But really this line here. I'm not sure how much it would have paid you, but Microsoft was a little like both ways. Wrote down 413, 412 longs. Look, 412. Pulls right into 412. Boom. I gotta start looking at my notebook, I guess, every day before. Google 170, 169.90 hold or 171 rejection. Let's go look at Google. 170, 169.90 hold, 169. Obviously, it broke a little bit further. And we have a 171 rejection. 170.50, so not too bad here. This is more of a consolidation. Okay, up there. You okay, Turkey? You alright? And then Tesla, we were a little bit bullish, trying to get into the gap. I wrote down Tesla 172, 172.50 hold / the 50-day. Target 175, 176. Try for a gap fill. mRNA. A 122.50, 122 rejection. Possibly target was 114, 115, 116. Some of these are. So we have a 122.50, 122. 122, you had the pullback, and then you rally. So, oh, 125. I have the line up there, too. That's funny. Alright, so it's pulling back, but NVIDIA 910 rejection. That's what I wrote down. Bro, I literally, if I put the camera on and show you guys, I literally put to the side, watch 910, and I put a fucking star. And look. Look. $1.45. $1.39. You could have got these for 40 cents. 35 to 45 cents. I just took a fucking 50% loss on something that is now up 80%. I cannot do that again. I cannot be right on the trade and lose money. So here's what's funny. Like, you see this volume breakout, right? So I also don't understand when, you know, nothing's 100%, and I get that. But when you start having an increase in volume on the way up and a decrease in volume on the way down, right? Normally that's a little bit bullish, right? And then you get the increase in the volume. But look, the buy is still there. Still a little bit more. I don't know, man. Even though that's a nice tail there. It's probably all sellers, but...
Also, CRUS, Cirrus Logic.
I cannot carry this into next week. Next week is going to be insane. I cannot let this happen. I waited all week to have a nice green trade. And this was it. And I was on it, and I fucking executed wrong. Alright, let's move on. Let's see if we can get something here. Day's not over with. Alright, so... looks like Tesla wants to stay in a range. Is the buying power still going to be there? Now that we're back down below 170. I said watch for 170 to break. If it does, then we have some room. You have some room down to 168, 167. 175, 176. GME. We said watch for that level up there. If it breaks above on bigger on an increase in volume. Look, it's breaking down. It's breaking down with an increase in volume. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck, man. Oh my god. Yo, they just fucked everybody. Like, everything is doing exactly what we expected. But it just took a little time. Fuck. I don't want to rush this. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm looking for like 17 bucks. I would like a bounce and a rejection up there, but I think I got to get on this now. Everybody's at 17. Like, all the volume is at 17. Alright, I'm gonna try for this. Whoa, whoa. What happened to the spread there? The spread just went crazy because it popped. I actually just brought it up to execute it. I did not execute it. I knew it. You fucking bastard. It's already, oh my God, it's up 20% just on that tick. From 50 cents to 65. 72. Fucking asshole, fuck. I'm looking at the 18 puts, but if you guys... I think it would be best if you guys looked at, like, gave it some time and looked at, like, 16, 17. There's a lot of volume there, which might be beneficial as far as, like, keeping the spreads tight and everything. You can see that these are getting really wide. Fuck. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. It's going to go without me, I feel like. I'm not going to get the bounce. I'm not getting the bounce back. Watch this level right here at like 1850. It's trying to hang on, but it's not going to. Listen, I'm not paying 66 to 72 cents when it was just 50 cents when I brought it up. I still have it right here to execute at 50 cents on a market order. It has me down there for 50 cents. 51 cents to be exact. But I need a bounce back because I'm not... There's your 51. The bid just dropped right down to 51 on that bounce. We can look at next week's and see what the volume is there. There's no volume. Everybody's in dailies, unfortunately.
More on this morning's massive move. This was down 98% from its COVID era high until this morning. We're back in a moment.
I don't even want to look at NVIDIA. I don't even want to look at GME because I know I've just missed the trade. It just broke. Look, it's going to break down a little bit now. Well, it's actually really far below this 90 MA and VWAP, so we can hope. The volume's decreasing too. Yo, I'm just getting beat up this Friday, like for real. This is not okay. I'm not okay with this. 20 cents on 50 cents. What is that? 20 cents on I mean, because your bid and ask is at 70, 75 now, so that's just under 50%, right? Like 40%, 38 to 42%. Look at the SPY, y'all. Look at the SPY. Everything on our list was to the downside for the most part. Other than like Microsoft, everything on my list was to the downside. Look, they're asking $1 now. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. Bro, I'm getting annihilated today. It's just one of those days, man. It doesn't want to give me the bounce. You guys see the top left? See how it's blue? I've been sitting here pressing backspace. This is what I hate about it. It's clicked, and it doesn't type or do anything. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps rebalance his portfolio. She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets. And they aren't even aware that we spent 2 decades focused only on our ideas. We understand what really matters to your clients is having peace of mind. Your dedication says you'll always be there for them. And at Trade PMR, it's our mission to always be there for you.
Switch to Shopify so you can build it better, scale it faster.
I could seriously jump off a bridge right now. This is absolutely fucking insane. Look at that downside on AMD. Wow. I feel bad for anybody that went long this morning. This is why execution is important. Yeah, those puts there are up 50% now. Damn near 50%. So I can't fuck with them. You guys can have them if you want them, but I'm not messing with it. Unbelievable, man. I cannot believe today literally is happening. I can't. I mean, I can actually. I can believe it. To be so right and yet so wrong. It's absolutely insane to me. Like,
White House's Brainerd said we must end 2017 tax breaks for the ultra wealthy.
He said we must end tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. Bro, he acts like it's not a... He's such a fucking retard. He really is. Joe Biden is the most fucking retarded fucking president we've ever had. What a fucking idiot. Like, listen, here's the thing. He knows, and I know he knows because I see him at the same fucking 4th of July and Christmas parties at the fucking DuPont estate. He knows rich motherfuckers. He knows that it's the business, it's not them. He knows how shit is ran. And there is no just, like, tax breaks. Like, he knows that, but he says the dumbest shit. Like, he knows it. He's such a fucking idiot, though. He says these things to get, like, little kids that are just, for some reason, against companies that hire people that provide other people, you know, a life. They act like they're the enemy. But then yet they want to, I don't know. But I know he knows. Because I know he knows them.
And relentlessly working with you to make them real. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
So the thing is that it's not that he wants tax breaks. He doesn't want that shift from the company buying supplies and things that they need and buildings and cars or whatever. He wants to take that money to give to him, to give it to Ukraine and to fund these wars. Like, that is what is going on. He's just trying to shift. You have two options. You put it back into the economy or you give it to the government. He wants to strip out half of put it into the economy. 50% of put it in the economy, he wants to take that and slide it over to the government side. Just to give to the EU and Ukraine and for all these wars. It's just ridiculous. And all the other stupid shit he wants to do. How about you don't do nothing? How about we sit here for the next 5, 10 years or 5 years and give it a few years and save money? Why do we have to do anything? We don't have to do anything. What's important? Food, house, and shelter and healthcare. That's it. Focus on those things, not a bunch of other dumb shit. Because I can tell you right now, processors and GPSs, or not GPS, but processors and like stuff like NVIDIA, they're pretty much maxed out. They have to come up with new material outside of the melted copper to be able to like really take it to the next level. Like, you're already there. You've maxed that out for the most part. Because they melt down, instead of like copper lines or whatever, the way I took it is they like melt this copper plate. It's like kind of, you can picture it as like a square copper thing, and the information can just run through that faster than it can if it was just like specific wires or whatever. But again, that was all in the stuff that I was wanting to watch on here with everybody so they could see some of the stuff, and they touched on that. They're like, it's pretty much maxed out what they're doing. Unless they can come up with like a new material to be able to, you know, just make the chip out of to run faster. They've pretty much gotten pretty much to the pinnacle of what they're going to get. But I don't know. I just, this is a politic for you, a true-hearted politic.
Private equity transforming sports franchise ownership, a space once dominated by high net worth individuals. Goldman Sachs even getting into the game, launching its own sports and entertainment division last year to advise.
So I'm still looking for GME short. I'm not getting it now. I was looking at the 18s. I had like a brief second there where I could have got it from like 50 cents to 55 cents. And now they're up 100%, and I'm not paying 94 to $1.15 when I could have just got it 15, 20 minutes ago for the mid to low 50 cents. So I need GME to pop back up into like 18.50 or so. We get that pop, I will be in GME short. These were all in the game plans this morning. NVIDIA 910 short. GameStop look for a break above 19. If it cannot hold, see if we can get it resistance. And I said look for the bounce right off the bell to go right into 19. Watch the volume, we said. Watch and see if the volume is greater than what we had yesterday, and it was not. And or from 2-3 days ago. It was not. It was to the sell side. And I showed you guys here on the daily chart the gap fill. There's a gap fill here. All right, you have a gap here, what looks to be 2150, but you have that resistance level up there at 22. I could have swore I had that gap there at 2150. I could have swore I had this. That's so weird. Hold on. Hold up. Because I definitely thought I had that. Yeah, right here. Oh, okay. It was down here at $18.90, $19. Okay, I didn't really. I did see this yesterday, but it, some people consider wicks filling the gap. I don't know. I guess you could say there are buy. I don't know. Abby, are you okay, boo boo? Come here, sweetie. You know what's funny? Biden's campaign slogan should be take, take, take. Take, take, take. That's what it should be. I will look for a another opportunity to get short GME. I cannot believe, guys, that I fucking was down 50% on my position on a trade that went fucking green, and it's just because I executed wrong. Like, what the fuck? Bro, what's even worse? I put a star and literally wrote to the side, watch 910. Watch 910 with a fucking star. Not only did I separate it to where I wrote NVIDIA 880 hold, 910 rejection. 895 hold, long. Hold on. So when I wrote this, right? 880 hold with a star, 910 rejection next to it, and then the 895 hold long, right? And I put a quotation mark, whatever it is. But and then all the way to the right hand side, like that was in case the 880, if we pulled back off of the bell and went long, pretty much 895 would have been a profit target. And you get the continuation if it held. But and which is this dotted line here. Like, so if we came out the gate and we pulled back into this level, then I would have thought about the long. Okay. To the right, I wrote watch 910. Why GME? Why not? Because it's in play right now. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. That's where everybody's at. There's liquidity. It's movement. I mean, you say, you know what I mean? Like, yo, they just went, those $18 puts, they just went 100% in like 15, 20 minutes. But yeah, that's why. Because it's like, it's been in play. Like, look at this chart. Look at, it's been breaking out. And if you're saying like, why short GME, is because I think it's done. I do. I think it went up. It filled the gap on the daily chart. And this break here is on low volume from yesterday. And I just, you know what I mean? This thing is just in play. And I think it's done with. I do. I think I think you're going to at least get a pullback to the 200-day moving average. You can see here on the daily chart. And the other reason today was because it broke out yesterday, so I figured there's going to be a lot more people on it today. And here's the pullback. You can see this thing is a nice daily bull flag there, but I think you're going to get a failed breakout, and this thing will be back down to $15. So it's just what I think. That's what I think. We'll see. I'm going to need... I don't think I'll get it. Look at it just rejecting $18. Again, I'm not going to trade this because unless I step down, I'm just not going to trade it because it's... My trade was the 18 puts for 50 cents, 55, and I wasn't able to get it. So unless we can get back, we get a test of VWAP, you might get a consolidation. I would watch, but I need something like I need to be able to get in at the right time because I cannot do what I just did this morning. I cannot execute wrong and be down 50% and sell for a loss. Like that drawdown was like 80%, and I took it off like maybe around 50-60%, which I knew it was going to be a little volatile here on NVIDIA, so I was trying to give it some room. I cannot believe I did that. I literally fucking wrote down 910 with a fucking star. Watch 910. It broke it, pulled back, showed us that if that was a failed breakout, 910 breaks out, fails, resistance, breaks down the VWAP, you get your bounce off of VWAP, solidifies a small little double top, but tests it again to say, yeah, it's done. Boom. You know what they were up there? 35 to 45 cent contracts. They went all the way up to like $1.80, $1.30. I think it's like $1.30, $1.40. But fucking 200, 300, 400, 500% there, man. God, this fucking hurts. I just don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking that we were going to have this breakdown. This is where I got in. I thought this was going to be a failed breakout. And I gave this just... It's not even a lot of room either. And it was just such a huge drawdown because it was so early. It was 9:40 in the morning. And this thing just started pumping with an increase in volume. I'm like, oh, fucking great. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to finish the week off ass backwards. Green trades all week long. And yet the one that matters is fucking going to just ruin your day. But I will hang on to this idea, which, come on, bro. You're clicked. You're highlighted. I will hang on to a GME short if I can get it. This is probably the only one I feel comfortable taking after that loss. That I feel comfortable taking. I don't think I'll be able to trade it. See, the volatility is going to start. Look, fucking Tesla broke 170. There's your 20-day test to 165. 172, 170, 250. Hold. 50-day target 175.76. Try for a gap fill. Did not do that. I had a feeling it was weak. The TV just paused, so I don't know if... I don't think it's storming outside. Might have been CNBC themselves. What the fuck, bro? I wonder what Microsoft's doing. Come on. Yeah, something's going on. Look, I can't even get my charts up. Bro. Look, there's the 182. Like, all these ideas this morning were right. Apple. 182. This is crazy. So the majority of my ideas were to the downside. Dollars bouncing a little bit here. I was saying to watch this level in case it does try to break out, because that could help actually send gold lower. We were long gold on this. We were buying the dip on gold yesterday on this bounce. Okay, on this bounce back to get that rejection. But look at this. Hold on one second. Let me turn this stuff back on. So you guys can see there that if this holds, this blue line right here, you guys can see that could mean some trouble, and that would mean some higher yields if we run back and test that 106 area. I would just be cautious. This probably is a failed break, and it may pull back down. I mean, because we are on the back end of this rate hike cycle, so I would imagine. I just don't, you know what I mean, with this yen, and like anything could happen, but I don't know. I think you got to watch for that. So like, look, like the dollar, right? You have that double top. You have it in the 10-year as well, right here and right there. I know you can't see it, but right there, here's your double top. Boop, boop. So yields are going higher today. Oh shit, it's not even there yet. So yields have a lot further to go. I think I'm just gonna go work for CNBC. I'm gonna try and put it in. And I'm gonna say, who's gonna take Joe's spot when he's gone? Give me a shot. First idea, 27 minutes. Henry's in the corner. He was crying.
As for markets, we started out with a nice gain, but Umish came in a little disappointing. Got Brainerd on the tape now talking about taxes, and that's taken some enthusiasm out of the market. Although 52.16 is still above that kind of critical 5,200 level, which took us a few weeks to get back to. Yeah, when you hear taxes.
All right, there's your test of the SPY. That could be a nice little scalp long. You have room to 521. Oh, watch out. Q's broke yesterday's high. And they're actually turning it into resistance, so I would be careful actually with the long.
But when it comes to what's going to drive the markets, our next guest says equity prices may continue to move sideways until the Fed actually starts to cut, predicting easing could begin in July, more likely in September. Joining us this morning, Citi's global chief economist, as we said, Nathan Sheets is with us. Happy Friday, Nathan.
Happy Friday.
I fucking hate you, NVIDIA. I hate you with a fucking passion. You really fucking got me today. I called every... Damn, man. NVIDIA just got murdered. Holy shit.
I think our U.S. team remains quite concerned about the outlook for the U.S. economy. My view is that, it's a pretty mixed picture. On the one hand,
and it's only down. AMD is only down 0.5%. That's crazy, isn't it? It's only down 0.5%. What a trade. From being up probably 1.5% to 2% to being down 0.5%. Those are the days where you get big trades at. When you get the huge gap ups, and you gap up like 0.5%, 0.7%, like 0.75%, and then you end the day down, you know, 1.5%, 2% down. Those are the days. Those are the days.
This has been an issue that we've been following for the last 12 or 18 months, and it is really quite clear that the upper half of the income distribution.
And it's exactly what I was looking for on NVIDIA. Just got my timing wrong. All right, let's look at Tesla. No, that's already down and done. GME might start breaking down.
Biden administration planning to raise tariffs on clean energy goods from China that, according to the Wall Street Journal, levy on Chinese electric vehicles would roughly quadruple. That, according to Wall Street Journal.
Raising tariffs on Chinese. So look at like FSLR. See if that hits the tape there on FSLR with that news. EMPH is already down. XPEV. Bro, come on. Oh, damn. Yeah, they're down at... I brought up XPEV yesterday. Lee Auto.
YPF, ownership is YPF says 2024 CapEx should push free cash flow into negative territory in line with 2023. Should end the year net leverage ratio below that of 2023.
That's crazy.
7 times. That's Yankee Papa Foxtrot.
Alright, so now we can start to expect tariffs on like Tesla and shit like that. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Make shit worse. Like, and who the fuck are you to say it? I mean, I guess you can do that with China and China goods, but go ahead, stir shit up. Go ahead. Make it more harder on our companies. Okay, so we have AMD, Baba there. I'll throw Tesla, TSLA. We'll throw Tesla here. I almost took this short there in front of 173. But I said just wait and see if it holds on the pullback to try for a long. I never took it because I was down on NVIDIA. And I was still waiting to get out of NVIDIA when I was trying to put that on. Either, like, you know, the pullback here to hold or to fail and break back down. And we said this morning, look for the 20-day moving average on Tesla. It looked like it was going to 165. The 20-day / 165, which is like 167. It's like 167.50, something like that. All right, so we got GameStop, NVIDIA, Qs. Look like they're rejecting. We said watch out for the SPY. That was not actually a good scalp because of the Qs. Did Google fall out of bed? I know Amazon did. Or is it still hanging on? See, my charts keep messing up. Nah, Google held on a little bit. Amazon pulled back. MSFT, we were kind of like bullish a little bit on Amazon or Microsoft. We were just wanting to watch and see if it was able to hold this level or not. This is the exact level that we put to say, you know, this would be a viable dip if it can hold and consolidate there, and maybe a stop loss, you know, down here at like 5 or 412 or so, because it was like 413, 412. Did I write it down? Microsoft, yeah, 413, 412 longs. That's all I wrote. I love how everybody's talking about utilities, but they're not bringing up banks. Come on. XLK, XLC, XLU. Yeah, man, look, it has been ripping. And look, today it turns back around because everybody knows about it.
Is because of what's happening with regard to its outperformance over mega cap technology. If you take a look at that 12.5% gain versus
XLU.
the outperformance is
But nobody wants to talk about this, right? Or even this. Whoa, look at Toyota. Damn. When did it start falling out of bed? Wait. It hasn't been that long, has it? Because this thing was just going up every single day. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's a... it's not a reverse head and... I mean, I guess you could say something like this. Nah, that's still ugly. Hold up. I think I got it. The catch-up trade. Nah.
Really interesting. Thanks, Dom. You know, this morning we asked Jim whether or not utilities were sort of a reason to be a little nervous, but this idea that the power grid needs to get upgraded over time maybe makes it less of a defensive playbook.
And so many analysts are coming out saying even copper's going to have this new structural bid because of the...
That's true, because copper has been going higher, so now you're starting to get utility grinding higher. What's GLD doing today? What's gold doing? It pulling back? Yeah, I figured it was pulling back. Oh, we still have the... Cancel that alert. Alert. What are you guys watching? What's everybody else watching today? I'm so frustrated, bro. Like Monday, when I open my account back up Monday, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, bro, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, why weren't you just a little bit more patient? Like, look, you write this shit down on a fucking notebook for a reason. Like, look at it. Look at it. You told yourself where to enter. And here I go, fucking doing something other than the plan that I literally wrote down with my own hands and my own pen and my own notebook. Okay, so that's what I'm watching, guys. Alright, I'm watching GME. I'm looking for that short. I probably won't trade this because I feel like I missed the trade. I talked about this one this morning. This was a big trade. I said look for the bounce, and even if we break, look for the consolidation and keep your eye on the volume, because if the volume will show us whether or not, because if we were to have broken this with like massive volume comparable to yesterday, end of the day, and over here on the initial breakout, then I would have believed that this is going to hold as support. All right, I want to see an increase in volume on the break, so I was thinking, okay, if it does, 22. But if not, and I don't think so, because this was the gap fill, we filled the gap, and I think it's time that we turn it back around. And I think we see GME back at $17. So that was a trade. Volumes to the downside. Trade it at your own risk. NVIDIA down, like all the trade ideas that I had already played out and they're over with. All right, NVIDIA 910 short. That trade was up 200-400% if you got it up here at the 910 area. You didn't even have to get it right at the top. After it showed you that failed break, all right, it breaks out and it fails to hold it. What else? AMD we talked about. But I was short, right? Apple as well. 182 target. Target was 182 on Apple. I literally went into an explanation on why this was probably one of the best setups to short. Along with there was one along with GME, and Microsoft I was more so a little bit bullish. I wanted to see it hold this level. So this might play out, but it looks like it's underneath the 50-day and it's not holding the 50-day. So I'm not sure if that's going to be. I'm not sure if this is going to be doable because we said Microsoft. I was looking for 417. If we broke above here, because we had nothing stopping us on the daily chart or to the left of us, stopping us to get back up to this like 420, 417 area. All right, this resistance right here. I mean, you have a little bit of resistance there, but the support isn't up until like 419. So that's where we were looking to take Microsoft, up into this area. But it looks like the 50-day is acting as a rejection instead of support because it gapped above it. But Microsoft's a little bitch and it can't hold it. So guess what? It's going to do push-ups and it's getting kicked off the team. It's gonna. He's making them run hills, do push-ups, and then he's gonna say you can pack your stuff up and go home. It's just time to go home, son. Time to go home. Pack it up. You left your heart out on the field, and that's all that matters. This just ain't your calling, son. It's just not your calling. You're good at a lot of things, just not this thing. You know, this thing is still holding up, but I don't know. I think you get a break here. I think Microsoft starts to break down a little bit and doesn't give you much. You know, maybe pulls back to 412 again. Fuck. I don't know if anything to trade, y'all. I feel like I done fucked the day up. Like everything already happened and I didn't have the nuts to hold on. I just entered too early on my trades. LiDAR. Why are people? I did see that people are starting to trade like LiDAR and like laser again, LIDR, and then LAZR. Look at LiDAR. Damn, this thing's $2 now. So this person says they see two different things. All right. Well, here's what I can see. I can see we gapped above the 100-day. I can see you got a little gap here that you just filled. All right. It's kind of the same setup we looked at on GME. There's your gap fill right there. All right. So it goes in. It didn't fill the gap yet. Pullbacks to $2. Let's see if it already did that. $2 hold. If this thing holds $2, then I would look for a test of the 200-day moving average and see if you can't get this to $4. Look, it's pulling back. And look, you know what else is there? I'm going to be a buyer. Watch this. That's a decrease in volume to the sell side. Let's just get it. I would put a stop. Keep it as close as you can. You do what you want. Keep it as close as you can. Is there? Can we buy calls? Oh shit! July 19th. Get the hell out of here. Look, there is like nobody there for calls. That's funny. Just watch out, cause you don't know if they're going to do an offering or not. This could be a nice trade right here. Look, and you have VWAP. Let's look. That also looks like a 38.2 fib. This looks like a beautiful buy point. I got to be honest. Look at that. Is that your 38.2 fib? And it is. Look. Oh, would you look at that? 38.2 fib. VWAP. $2 level support. Bang, 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 bang. That's a buy trigger and a half, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If this thing's going to go higher, this is something we put on risk. I'm going to buy it. And I'll put a stop. What's the float on this? Does anybody know what LiDAR's float is? Does anybody have a float check? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Let me see if I can find it.
see that as unlocking the rest of the world, given that the U.S. is kind of the flagship entity, especially on the regulatory front. But we're very excited about what bringing this broadly can look like, not just from U.S. sort of export perspectives, but also geopolitical stability and security on a global basis.
I wonder too what the Europeans offer in the way of cautionary tales. A lot of discussion.
Disclosed a partnership with Lydon Tech. AEI says aims to provide AI access to customer channels, industrial support together. They will. All right. I don't think the catalyst is that great, but I will say, see, it's trying to turn this $2.20 into resistance. But I will say, if you consolidate here at VWAP, it's 11 o'clock. You'll probably get a run up into lunch on this. I would assume. You try to start running this thing up. The volume's got to start picking up. There's a look. You're getting big buy orders too. Somebody just got filled just under 5,000 shares, along with some other people with 2,500 shares. 3,000 shares filled. And listen, there's more than what you see on this time in sales. There's other orders that are going through that you're not going to see. Just so you guys know. Same for level 2. That's the only thing I don't like about Thinkorswim is their level 2 and time in sales.
There's a little bit of irony in that, in terms of using nuclear power to power the operations in the Permian Basin. Right?
And so what you see is it's actually a great opportunity to partner. One of the big things about nuclear we feel excited about in terms of our technology approach is we can actually leverage the value in supply chains.
If this thing just gets a whiff of going, I think it's going to start going here. I do. I know it's below the 9 EMA. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, I didn't notice that. Hold on. What time was this? 10:47? Oh, yeah.
So it is kind of funny on the surface. You dig into it. Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense as a natural partnership. So we're pretty excited about
I didn't notice that.
industrials as a whole. I mean, look at the industrialization we're seeing happen in this country.
Look at the 1 minute. See that hidden there? I did not see that. And this is the little stuff that's hidden. Look at this volume, right? Look at this. Look at that wick right there. Look at that. And where are we, ironically? Right there at that 210. Let's see if it holds. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks. I still think that this is a good buy trigger to put on risk. Even if you lose, you have a stop where you need to put your stop. And it's just, you know, I don't know how to explain it other than this is a buy trigger. You know, I don't know what else you would be looking for to tell you, you know, to be a buyer or a seller. I think you're going to have buyers come in here. And I think you could have a small run, even if it's back to like $2.30. So if you guys want to watch that, you guys can. I'm going to delete this. So $2 is the support level. Looking to see if you can break, what is it, like 259 or so. And you're looking to see if you can get to, at least I would, look to get to the 200-day moving average. Get it to line up with this resistance level that you would run into right here. 200-day coming in. It just looks like that's where it's headed. You know what? I'm actually going to buy some. And I'll hold some.
Still to come this morning, Hollywood bracing for a brutal summer box office. We're going to look at the projected numbers and a name in the media space that is getting an upgrade today. Plus, watching Taiwan Semi, April revenue jumping 21%, month on month, nearly 60 year on year, driven by demand for AI chips. Shares there having their best day in a couple of months. Stay with us.
White House's Brainerd said debt ceiling fights have been unproductive.
Abby, hold on, please. I'm not in this yet, guys. I just got my orders up in the amount. It's GME.
And why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. No application fee if you apply by May 31st at umgc.edu.
20 seconds a week, lose 20% of your weight in a year with diet and exercise.
I cannot believe those GME puts are up $1.20 to 82 cents from 50 cents. Bro, I really fucking just completely shit on the execution to not have a fucking just banner of a day. I would have made enough to make my month just in today, but instead I fucked it up. And it's really irritating me.
Dr. James Kelly, a world-renowned expert on concussions and a frequent advisor to the Department of Veterans Affairs, is leading Orogenics.
Sorry for the language. I don't know if some people are at work and stuff. Sorry about that. And it, LiDAR, yeah, up there at the top. I'm watching it.
It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
Did you hear? A secret hole.
11,000 to the downside. It's a big sell up here at 220. I'm not scared of it. I mean, it's not going to surprise me if it breaks down, but I think you could just get a consolidation and then maybe it rallies again in the afternoon. But I still think no matter what, you still put the trade on, no matter what you think. I mean, because it's telling you everything about it is saying buy. You have increase in volume. You have all the moving averages. You have like it's a buy signal, you know, and you have a stop loss appropriated for where you need it, and you let the trade play out. Right? You're earning the shares, so you're not really worried about time, and take profits as it gives it to you. There is no momentum, which is the one thing I will say that like you should start to like want to do something here, and it just doesn't feel like it wants to do anything. I don't know if it's because it's Friday and people are just like leaving because they've made so much money. They took my money and they made a bunch of money today, shorting everything. You know, maybe that's what's going on here. And everybody's done for the day. They made money, so I guess, you know, it's hard to get risky. No, it ain't risky. It ain't risky until it breaks $2. Like I said, it is not. You're above the 100-day moving average. It's risky to be short here. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's risky at all because this is a buy trigger. Wait, what's going on with my stuff? Your 15-minute VWAP trade line getting ready to come across. You should start to get a boost here. And you're going to start to bring that 15-minute trade line up through there. You're up above the like every level. You're at support. You pull into $2. You broke through $2 on an increase in volume. You pulled back to it on a decrease in sell volume. Like everything is screaming buy at $2. What even if it doesn't work, it is still a buy trigger. You put the risk on and put your stop below $1.95, and you risk 5 cents to make 100%, right? Because technically you haven't filled the gap yet at 266, right? The 200 day along with this resistance level is at $4, and you're at 2. Everything is saying to buy at 2, go to 4. It may not do it today. You could do it Monday. Like, Leah, look, like the volume is falling off here because it's Friday. I still don't think it's risky. It's not risky because your stop loss would be right there. So where's the risk in that? The risk to reward is there. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're going to give it back down to the initial morning low, then yeah, it might be risky there. But that's still a 25 cent. That's still 25 cents to make $2. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's all on how you want to look at it. I would say it's Friday. People probably made money already, and they're going home. That's the only thing you got to that you'll have to deal with. But that's just my opinion. Don't be surprised if this thing starts to cake back up here and break that level. You're going to start to see the candles start to go because people are going to get short. You should start to see these candles expand up higher. Why do my charts look like this? I feel like my stuff is messed up. What the fuck? Something that maybe it's just this. If you get LiDAR right here, if you break above that level, you get up right here, you start getting there, and you start closing there, watch, you're going to see shorts start to get out. They think they're okay. This is still a little this thing is it's a little secret sign right there on that 1 minute. That's a mean reversal off that level. Look, you'll start to see an increase in volume here if you can start to close up here. And again, the reason why I say it is risky to be short, because anybody that is long has a support level they're buying at. Their stop loss is below VWAP, this support level here, which is VWAP. You have all of these things lining up, the 38.2 fib. Like, everything is saying buy trigger. And you start closing, anybody that is short, look at that. VWAP 38.2, all meeting in conjunction at a support level. 25 cents even. Give it to $1.75. It doesn't have to scream to $4 today. It could take 2, 3, 4 days. Anybody that is short, they are putting themselves at risk, I feel like, because right here at $2 is screaming buy. So you gotta look at it from, it is, but that's neither here nor there. So is GME. All right, but that doesn't stop GME from climbing up higher for 2-3 days to go up and fill the gap. So, oh my gosh, I just forgot what I was going to say. Damn it, I had something really good I wanted to say. Fuck. Oh, you have to look at it through an algorithm perspective. What is going to trigger algorithms selling and buying? Right? This right now is like, it's resistance, yeah, and it broke it. It's making it resistance. But what will set it off? A set off of the algorithms is obviously a break up to like this gray box. But you also have algorithms that are buying at 38.2, along with VWAP, along with support, and that is all lining up at $2. Doesn't mean it's going to happen because it's Friday. People made a lot of money today. You know, if you were short anything mega cap, you made money today, and they're probably gone. But as far as an algorithm, this is a trigger right there. A buy trigger is $2 on LiDAR right now. Outside of it being a shit company, a shit stock, you know, I don't know the float, but it only turns to a sell trigger. No, remove. The only thing that turns this to a sell trigger is we start closing below here. When you start closes below there. Until you do that, there's still going to be buy triggers there. And you're seeing it in time and sales and level 2. There's a seller at $2 was 11,000 they're getting filled. I think the last order I seen was like 11,000. Look, 5,000. But wait until they run out. What happens if they run out? Here we go. You're going to find out right now. Look, is it going to hold? Look at the trigger. Look at it start to speed up, right? You're going to start, you might start getting that. I think you will. Or to the downside. You could also get it to the downside too. But as far as the algorithm, that is a buy trigger all day long. Increase in volume through highs, pulling low volume pullbacks to support. You have 38.2 Fibonacci. You have VWAP. You have a major support level there. You have the 200-day moving average above you at $4. Like, that's all it is. So that algorithm is going to see all of those things and say, okay, I'm a buyer here. Okay, it's above it. So anytime it pulls in, I'm a buyer. When it breaks it is when the algorithm becomes a seller. This is going to get fun. This is going to get cute real quick. It's going to either start to break down. Look, it might start breaking down now. Let's see. It's starting to get volatile. No, I had it up, but I had to let my cat out. No, I have it up. If we pull back in here to VWAP, I'll take a stab at it, depending on how we pull back. If we pull back in here to $2, yeah, absolutely, I'll buy it. If we screen with a candle like this, something like this, on a 2-3 minute candle, we start to flush down there, no, I won't be long. But if we, you know what I mean? No, but I had the orders up. Something's gonna happen. I feel like the only thing you have against you is just it's Friday and people have already made money and they may be gone. You may not get the liquidity, but that also doesn't mean that it can't just sit here all day and consolidate today, right? And just consolidate all day and break out in the afternoon for another $1.50. There's a big seller up here at 225. See if they step back in. Watch time and sale. There's a 10,000 buy order that just got filled. 6,000 now. It's getting raised. Oh, fuck. Volume's not coming in. It's not a good sign there. 4,000, 2 to the sell. 219, 220, 42 sell. I think anybody that's short is putting themselves at risk. And why I say that is because I think you would need, like, right now, if this starts breaking down, that's when you get the inclination that you should be in a short. You know, that's just my opinion. Because you have not broke $2 and you have not, like, once you leave 225 with, like, an increase in sell volume, then it's a short. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know how how to, because I'm just viewing it from an order on a computer. You know, it's being told to buy at support with 38.2, with VWAP. They all connect to the same area. You broke that area on an increase in volume. Like, that's telling it to buy. But what would tell it to sell, you know, a 225 rejection with volume, then you're like, okay, cool. Then you know you should be able to at least get the VWAP on the short. I haven't been shown anything other than the volume drying up that I should be short. That's just how I would play it. Again, listen, you're talking somebody that just screwed up an execution on NVIDIA today. You know, here it goes. Is it going to break? It's not breaking to the upside. Is it going to break down now? Here it goes. Is it going to break down? I think it's going to break down. Let's see. See, if I think it's going to break down and it doesn't, how many other people think it's going to break down? And then if it doesn't, and they get short. Oh, look at the volume. Look at the volume on the sell side just left. Look at it. It just left. Uh-oh, I'd be worried right now. That's not... You wanted to see an increase in sell volume there. right there is where you wanted to see that selling like pick up, and it didn't. It just left. Yo, they just got snaked. Let's see. All right, 1 minute's breaking the 9 EMA. Trying to. Like, if you look at this volume here on the 1 minute. Like, look at the sell volume that was up there. Once you see like 11,000 to the sell side, they only have so many shares that they can sell. And you start seeing these big orders to the sell side and they just boom, 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 and it's not breaking. How many more of those do you think that they have? What do you think? They got 1 million shares? Like each person has 1 million shares to sell? What time is it? It's 11:30. You're going into lunch. Let's see if it's going to break down. There they go.
You're also wading into politics, saying a Trump win would be a risk for European stocks. Why is that?
It's dried up. Everybody went home. Yeah, do you know what the float is on this? It's got to be big. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 100 million, 50 million. Look, you're starting to get your trade line that crossed through VWAP too on the 15 minute. The volume. I don't know. I think if you're short, the only thing you have going is it's Friday and people have made money. And yeah, but me personally, if I was to trade this, I could not be short. I couldn't be, because right now you just get boop, you're fucked. You're done. You know what I mean? And if you look at the chart's telling you to buy. You know what I mean? The chart's told you to buy, to be a buyer. Where the fuck? What the fuck? Here it goes. This should start to break down. I think that's it. But again, thinking it could get you broke. So $2. Nice resistance level there. Got above the 100. You rallied to 250, 250-ish. Yeah, 254, 250. Rallied to 250, and you didn't quite fill the gap there. Right, you do have a gap right there. It's at like 264. So you got the 254, 255 right there. So boop, there's your high. And then I think LIDAR is going to be a good like multi-day long, where if you get this, watch, this could be a long bear flag consolidation pennant. And look for a move to see if we can get one in the afternoon. So this daily chart here, let me go to a bigger one. It's just like screaming to go to $4. Screaming to go to $4. Again, that's if you can hold $2. You can see here, $2 is that major resistance level, and you broke above it. You pulled back to it just like an hour ago, and you held it. What do you have there as well? You have your 38.2 fib lining right up with it. You have your VWAP lining up there. So $2, you should have buy triggers, and they won't sell. They won't be sell triggers probably until you break like $1.75. They'll probably give it 25 cents. Because the upside is showing you, $4 to the 200-day moving average. We'll see. Doesn't mean it has to happen, but, these setups are nice, right? Do you see what these have in common? Like, even like, look here. Like, it took the last time LIDAR went off, it took it 1, 2, 3. It wasn't until like the 4th day where you got that parabolic top. I feel like LIDAR is still early. Let me go back to the chart, though, because it does look like it's been trying to consolidate for a little bit. Dude, where are we back at $2 now? Yeah. I will buy this if we go down there. I'll buy a small amount, and I'll see if I can't hold it. And I'll put a stop at like 273 or so. I'll have to look at the chart. I'd probably put a stop below. Yeah, see, look, 175. I'd probably put it at like, what was that, 167? I'll have to go look at it. Man, this thing could just start here for like, you know, in the like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and next week. Really start trying to do something. But again, I don't know the float. I know that it's Friday, and I'm already down money. So, AEYE Inc. That's it? It's only a 5 million float? So we could buy the company in one day. No shit. I thought LiDAR was a lot more than that. Oh, wow. That's cool. I didn't know that. Thanks for that, Basic. Do you see how that tail just came in there, whether it works or not? Do you know why that tail's coming in? It's for, you just have everything, prior day's high, that after hours high, along with 38.2, like with VWAP, like you have all those areas right there that are telling computers to be a buyer there, and to give it probably like 185, 175 maybe. I don't know. We'll see if we get down here. The type of trade that I would put on this, I would use this trade as a high risk, high reward, and you know, throw on a you know, like not go in with a full position size on it, and see if we could pull back and just slowly consolidate with like a bear, like a ascending wedge here, and start to curl at like 187, 185 area, and then see if, just to see if we could try to break out. And then I would put a stop around the area. But that's a lot. That's cooler. Like, I even like it now even more because of it's, you know, you saying that it's a 5.8 million float. Like, that's extremely low. I'm surprised it's that low for as long as it's been around. But that's that. I will say, if anybody's thinking about shorting it, you know, I wish you the best of luck. I personally don't think, the only thing you've been told to short, you know, because I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about this stock. You know, I can't tell somebody to short it. Yes, it could pull back to like $1.85, $1.75. It could go back down to 20 cents. You know what I mean? It will in time. I think personally, until, like, look at this 15-minute chart on the bottom left. Like, dude, what is going on with my shit, man? Like, that's a low volume pullback. I would just be cautious there around $2, $1.98, $2.
One consensus that has emerged is that he is one of the best minds in the space, and he can execute. Perplexity CEO Arvind Srivastava.
Now, why isn't the volume picking up to the sell side is why I would ask. Like, why aren't... I know, like you said, that it's thickly traded. Like, that's why. But, man, that tail up there is... I would watch out for that. That's a sign right there that, like, you know, I would look at this. Like, I would say, okay, there's your bull flag. And you pretty much, in a 3-minute chart, you got your breakout, pullback, and then you rally. Look at these tails up there. I want to watch this for the next couple of days. I'm going to write this down to keep my eye going into it on to next week. I will say as well, if you get GME and all these other names like DJT and stuff, if GME starts breaking out again, you could turn to this and look at this as a sympathy play. Because if you start getting a short squeeze over there, this might have its computer effect to LiDAR. Alright, I have it written down, so I shouldn't forget about it. Can I get $1.85?
It's interesting, D. You know, we talk about this quite a bit, but it's remarkable to compare the Google of today, where the CEO is consistently emphasizing the message of profitable growth and efficiency, as opposed to the era of the moonshot, right? Where you
Let's see. Let me see if I can get set an alert. I guess you could say $1.75.
Year to date, nearly doubling the S&P's return. Alphabet. Thank you, Dear Devosa. Coming up after the break, the setup for Walmart, Target, Depot, Lowe's, all headed our way next week.
Yeah, give me $1.75. There you go. Let's see if this thing starts pushing down now. That's when I would feel better to get a short, is when it shows you it's going to break down on you. That's a nice volume bar right there. Well, that was off the reversal, so some of that's buying. And now this is when I would say that it would be risky to buy, you know, because you'd be looking for $1.75. Oh, they're hopping on this thing like flies. They're selling the shit out of it.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire. Am I still on target to have enough for retirement?
Am I saving enough? Is the economy turning? Can I afford for college?
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier.
No, I want to move this. I want to move it up. There we go. I want to move it right there.
And treats RIAs like they treat their clients. And that's Trade PMR.
Well, GME, I can't pay up for it after I just got my ass handed to me on Netflix, but that's a nice trade. And that sucks, bro. I should have just took it at 56 cents and I didn't. It was at like 60 cents. I probably could have got it 60, 65. I could have been in these. But this was my top idea of today, was the short GME. Because I really felt like it filled the gap. The volume was crap. It was going to be a failed breakout. And once it got back above 19 and couldn't hold, that's when it was time, right? I also had volume, right, on my side. I had a few different things that were telling me to do something, right? Whether that means it works or it doesn't. If you do that over and over and over and over, right, you should be profitable in the long run and still be able to make good money for yourself. You're not going to be right all the time, but in order to be right, whether you, like, just because we instinctively think that, like, we think something's going to happen, like, I had a feeling that NVIDIA was to be shorted, but not up until, like, 910. It broke 910 and failed break, and it retested it. I should have been more patient. But if you just stick to saying, okay, I have all these things happening, the volume on my side, I have VWAP there with volume, with this support level that we broke on high volume, chances are that resistance level should become support now. at least 75 to 80% chance that that's going to hold as support. It doesn't mean that it will, but if I do that over and over, I will be right more times than I am wrong. It's not going to work every time, you know. Like this GME, I said, I think that yesterday's afternoon breakout was not that much in volume, and I think it's going to get people to look at it, suck people in it, watch for a bit of a consolidation above 19, and pull it back. Like, it's exactly what I said. I said look for the rally off of the bell, head straight to 19. If it breaks 19, look for a bit of a consolidation and a failed breakout, and it's literally exactly what happened. And that was my game plan, and to get short. But I was stuck in NVIDIA, and I could not watch it this morning. I was down fucking 50, I was down like 80% on that NVIDIA trade. So that really got me. And I hate that it's Friday, because I know this volume's going to dry up, and we've had such a big move this morning that the day is pretty much probably done for most traders. All right, and anybody hanging out trying to get some scraps like me, it's going to be tough picking. It's going to be tough picking. You know.
Frankly, between depot and Lowe's, we like Lowe's a little bit more. It's trading at a 3 to 4 turn discount. The depot, that's a little wider than normal. It's not valued on 2025. There's a lot more skepticism about the name.
I wonder if we can get a reversal. I don't think we can. See, like Tesla, like I wanted to see if we could get a reversal off of like the 20-day moving average and 165. And we were aiming for that level because it's been in a downtrend. It just could not hold the gap ups. It was holding nicely here at 170. And, you know, pre-market I said to look for that pullback into 170. And you're getting this immediate reversal, then it fails. It's like, where were those buyers at that were here at 170? Like, now you have VWAP there. Should we go for a long to test VWAP? You know, you're probably not going to make enough money to do that if you're buying calls. You may not get there in the manner you think, because you could still probably just like put in a double bottom and then, you know what I mean, kind of get up there like that, and then it's 1 o'clock by the time you test VWAP. But I don't know what I'm talking. I'm talking. I just really fucked today up. Like, today was good opportunity. We didn't have nothing all week. It was a slow week. I had to trade 4 or 5 times a day just to make any money. All in, all out on a trade, scalping, because the markets were just, in my opinion, not doing much. And then I fucked today up, man. I just totally trashed today. I lost way too much money today than I should have. And I was right. And I was right on the direction.
Shares at the low now, just off the low,
Is it?
$6.37 after the company issued the statement that it was informed
See, like,
it's been indicted on 2 violations of SAP,
so
2 for arranging about.
This is the other part. It's like the reason I just won't go short GME right now, you know, because we're at least, what is that, like a standard deviation? I'd say that's 1.5 standard deviation below VWAP. But I know to be safe, like I needed to be short on that test right there. On that test of the 90 MA prior high, that's where our volume was. We broke this level on an increase in volume there, or there, and there. And I needed it there. And like if I were to get short now, that would be stupid. I don't know. I had something. I was trying to talk until I remembered what I was going to say. I'm going to wait for a bounce. And I probably won't take the first bounce. There's no way of completely knowing if that first bounce is going to bring in another rejection back to the downside. But I would say if we could sit up at VWAP at lunchtime and sit up at yesterday's high at like $18.50, like $18, then we could, man, look at it. It might start rejecting again.
I think it's really
then we could get like maybe we get some downside in the afternoon. But I don't know, man. I think if what I have going through my mind right now is that if I would have taken this GME trade like right when I had it, instead of trying to be picky. See, this is the psychology of trading, right? I just went through NVIDIA, big drawdown. I got out of it. I had to sit through like a huge drawdown and wait for the, you know what I'm saying? Wait to get back, a lot of the money that I lost in the trade. It starts going in my direction, so I get out of it. So now I'm sitting with that as my first trade this morning. I go over to GME, and then I try to be too picky because I was wrong on my entry on NVIDIA. Right? So it's like I'm bringing the one trade into the other, and then it just starts, you put yourself on tilt. So it's really important to just like move on and forget about it, but understand what you did wrong. And I understand that I should have, with NVIDIA, I should have gotten out immediately when it did not break down. Because my objective with this was we were fading up here at 907, and I was thinking, okay, what if we don't get 9010 and 907 is like, because again, it's an area, right? Like instead of 910 being the actual, it was resistance here. But what if that is the run up into 910? And we start just fading and start to break down, like what I'm saying is like, you got to give it a little bit of room, right? Like it's not going to be to a dollar, like to a penny, I mean, but, my fear was, okay, was that our test? It's a $900 stock, like $3 on a $900 stock is probably like 0.3%, right? Man. So once I realized, like, hey, the volume, if I would have looked and realized, hey, bro, on the 1 minute, the volume's drying up, bro. The volume's drying up. You're probably not going to break VWAP. Because my thoughts were, okay, worse, if we roll over, I get short up here at 907. At worst, what if we put it, we get a double bottom. Even if we get a gap and go, chances are I should be able to get 900. If I get to 900, I got a nice piece of profit off the table from up here, right? That's a $7 move. And I take, half of that position off to see if we get the break, and we don't, okay, I can take the rest off, but that never happened because we got that huge bounce, and I should have just, right when we got that, I should have just said, fudge it, I'm out. But then we got the second one, and then up here, I'm like, damn, I was already down, like, the drawdown was bad. And it's just because I bought it too early in the day, And as time went on, it just got worse and worse and worse. And we got farther away. Because they expired today, so they're going to be really volatile. But I was able to I sat through all of it, all up there. And I didn't sell till we got down here. Back pretty much where I entered, and still down lost. Still lost more than I should have. Fucked up thing is we were right on the trade. Just wrong on the entry. Yo, these things were 30 cents up here. I was watching these things at 30 cents, and I'm like, oh my god. Like, I thought about buying more up there, then I'm like, yo, no, what are you doing? Like, are you fighting the trend now? Like, this thing is going to rally? So, it's just sometimes it is what it is. I'm just going to try not to put myself on tilt.
ZK indicating 25.75 to 26.25 IPO. Kilo.
I didn't expect the trade, particularly in certain names, to happen as quickly as it did, Ken. Are you surprised?
White House says Biden authorizes new $400 million military assistance for Ukraine. That's from Reuters now.
Another 400 million. What, did they already get rid of the 80 billion that they just got 2 weeks ago? They just got 80 billion 2 weeks ago. Now they need another 400 million. Yo, they are ripping through money, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? This dude is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with this motherfucker, bro? he really does think we can just do whatever we want. Yeah, for the most part we can. Until your people don't stand up for your actions. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy.
Now it's starting to ebb and flow a little bit. There's even more pressure on it at this point.
Shan, is it time to, as Tom Lee says, buy in May?
Well, I agree with Steve again here on a Friday, just feeling very benevolent, I guess.
12:39. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna keep LiDAR on my radar, even though it's a stock that's not that great. Yeah, guys, I really don't have much more other than this weekend's going to be rough for me going into the weekend because I was so ready to fucking have a great day today and I screwed it up. I fucking screwed it up.
Those are really pointing towards data from an inflation perspective to resume its inflationary trend, which again puts the rates argument back on the table for valuation.
Oh, which one? What's telling you that it's going down? I'm not saying you're wrong, but if you had an algorithm, why would it not tell you to be a buyer at $2 with the stop loss at like 175? Do you see like what I'm saying? Like whether we think it's going down, like just because we think so, like I'm just wondering what is saying to sell. Yeah, look, you're getting an increase in volume to the sell side now. Oh, no, that's GME. Like, what about the volume is saying that and levels accumulating with that and Fibonacci's and that are lining up with the levels that are saying that it's going down? I mean, the order flow is telling you that they're buyers. Well, if you go here with all these tails, like this candle here and this candle, more importantly, that candle there at 1050. You know, if you do go to the 1 minute, it did show you that that was a big seller up there. I will say that. That's what I say. Like, this is the only thing that would say that I would be worried about is that right there. That big fat sell volume there. And even these, like, can you go to like a 30-second candle? I think if you to go to a 30-second candle and split these up, it would show you that there's probably a lot of buyers in there. And where is it selling off to? Like, what's the target? That's all I'm asking. Where's the target to the downside? Where are we going? Like, I'm not yelling. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, what is it telling you? And not what it's telling you. What is it telling an algorithm? Like, what would, if you were to put in an algorithm to buy and sell at places, where would they be and why is what I'm asking. All right, I had a reason for GME, I had a reason for LiDAR, and I still think like you got to understand, like I'm still saying that this could take 2 to 3 days to play out. It may not, you know what I'm saying? But right now the triggers are buy triggers. You know, they definitely are. This is a massive level here that was resistance at $2. You broke it on an increase in buying. You pull back off of that. At yesterday's close, you have a 38.2 Fibonacci retracement right at that level also. You also have VWAP. So you're going to have VWAP buyers, 38.2 buyers, 50 buyers, like that's all I'm saying. Like, just because it doesn't work here doesn't mean that when you get all of these indicators lining up in the same area and you have the volume to back it up, more times than not, you stick to the buy side. Just because LiDAR doesn't work today, you will remain profitable on a longer period of time. Whether we think it's going down because it's Friday and there's no volume and everybody left and already made money and they're not coming back to risk more. Yeah, we know that, but a computer doesn't. You know, the computer is going to do the same thing every time, day after day, minute after minute, and then it'll accumulate over a, I don't know, a week, month, year, over 10 years. It will be up money just by doing that, whether or not LiDAR does go down or up. It remains to do the same thing over and over and over. It will have more winners than it does losers. That's an algorithm, and that's how they trade, right? The market maker or the person behind the algorithm can step in and say, yeah, we don't like it. We're going to turn this off because it's Friday. They've made money, and you're seeing the volume completely just crash. Like, there's that too, because there's people that are operating the algorithms, and any triggers here with LiDAR, they can be turned, not necessarily turned off. They can just tell them they could not trade it, or turn it to a sell trigger, or say, people, they're like, what, boss, what do you want to do? Do you want to just stop trading this? You know what I mean? Because the volume just left. Chances are it is going to go down, but that computer will pick these up and do that same thing. You know, it's got volume, this. 3, 4, 5 things all locating at the same exact level. It will more times than that. Like, well, I'm just saying, like, that's how algorithms are set up. They're set up to work that way, and then they're operated by a human on the back end of that. I get that, basic. I understand that. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, you're not understanding. Well, I feel like people aren't understanding what I'm saying. Again, just because it doesn't work today, over a period of 5, a year, a month, or I'll just say 5 years, algorithms will, again, you and I, and the person working at Citadel, at whatever institution, sees that it's Friday and the volume is dropping off. Okay? Just because it doesn't work on LiDAR today, when you have a stop loss of 25 cents, you're risking 25 cents to make $2. You consistently do that with volume, fib, everything that lines up at an area, and you continue to buy there and stop out for 25 cents. Over the long run, trading small caps, you will be a winner and you will make money. Again, I also did say too that this could take a few days and it may not work. It may not happen. Right? Just because it doesn't happen today and on LiDAR doesn't mean that it's not going to happen on AUR or RTY or XYU. You consistently do the same strategy when you have a break with volume. And again, it obviously was a winner today because people made money on it. It rallied and it showed by triggers all morning. They took their money and ran. Now you're getting the backside of that trade. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with you. LiDAR probably is going to sit here and consolidate. You're right. I'm not saying that it's not. But just because if I were to think, like if I were to say, I want my computer to buy every single time that I get a buy trigger right there, and I'm going to put my stop at 25 cents to 50 cents. Look, it just hit the stop, and what happened there? It's trying to bounce. If I set a computer to buy with the same setup over and over and over, because it doesn't work on LiDAR today, again, doesn't... Dude, what the f*** is going on with my shit, man? Because it doesn't... What I'm trying to say is that just because it doesn't work on LiDAR today doesn't stop me from doing it over and over again on another stock. If anybody is short, I want to know why you're short. Are you short just because you think it's going to go down? Do you think it's going to hold this level? If you don't think it's going to hold this level, why do you think, or why do you know that it's not going to hold $1.80? Why is it not going to? That's all I'm asking. As a long, again, I'm using LiDAR as an example. Right? It broke down. I would have stopped out. I would have just got stopped out. I lost 25 cents. I do this again on another stock. I do this again on another one, on another one, on another one. And guess what? I will be profitable and you'll make money time over time. And that's just how algorithms trade. And again, humans do step in. right? Exactly in a time like this where volume completely falls off the rails. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? Humans will step in. And it's no coincidence that that stop loss is getting your bounce now, because that's where people had it. And you want to have it just under those areas. But this thing is already pulled back. It's already retraced. I would say this. This is a short because you've already retraced what? You've retraced over 50% of the move. Right? So that tells you and me and any other computer that's watching this, sellers are in. They're selling. This isn't people taking profit or computers taking profit. This is them selling. We've retraced half of the move. That signifies not taking profit, but selling pressure instead of taking profit. Right? A 38.2 Fibonacci with VWAP and everything, with volume. I'm gonna tell you right now. You find me 10 setups like this, where you have an increase in volume, break into a new high with 38.2, with VWAP, with prior resistance that will become support 85, if not 90% of the time. This will become support, and you will get a bounce off of that level 8 times, if not 7 to 8 times out of 10 on that setup alone. Right? That's what I was trying to say with LiDAR. That's all I was saying. Yes, and you know what? If I had a 25-cent stop loss down there at $1.80, right, to make $2. Oh my God. All right? I had that stop loss because this is your initial morning high. You haven't tested it yet. So your stop loss should be like really you would have it under where I had it, but it's not going to work today. But 9 times out of 10, you repeat the process, you'll be profitable. Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure if you weren't understanding what I was saying. Sorry. I'm sorry for that. Oh, fuck. Sorry about that, buddy. I didn't know if you understood that. Like I was just saying, like I wasn't saying that it was going to work for LiDAR, but if I did it over and over and over, like I'm going, if I put myself there at the, with the buy triggers, like. And you know what? Let's if I pull up even on a 3-minute here, I wonder if you had it too here, because I'm bored and I've already got punched in the teeth today, so you can see here with that 23.6 fib, you had VWAP in the 9 EMA, 23 fib there. I don't know if there was any other major levels there or not earlier. Yeah, not really. Oh, look. See, look, I didn't see this. Look at the 15-minute chart. There's your support level on the 15-minute chart. Is at $1.77. Like, I'm not saying that I'm going to buy it, but it feels like LiDAR just has that shadiness in it, just because of the stock that it's been known to be. Wow, I did not know that. So this 15-minute, let me take this off. I'm gonna go to a 15-minute chart. And listen, I agree with you that this thing's gonna sell off. I don't think it would be a smart thing to buy this, especially after it's retraced so much of that up move. But I feel like I wouldn't be a buyer of this today and right this second, because I feel like all the traders have left. Now, if this is something you want to watch over the next couple of days, keep an eye on it. Because what could happen is you could have DJT or GME start to break out. People get short that. And short those other stocks that are highly shorted. You start getting a short covering on those names. Watch out for LiDAR to start. You'll have computers start to trigger. All right, risk off. Right? They're gonna cover their positions. So we do have a little bit of that. So it's again, it's all about your sentiment and stuff. But look at that. You're pulling right back to that $1.77, $1.75 level. I would watch this level here. And again, I'm not solely focused on LiDAR, but I will look at LiDAR, especially if GME continues. Like, I don't think it will, because I think GME's goal was to fill that gap up there, and it filled it. It literally just filled the gap and then reversed, and that was our plan this morning. So, but if it does, if for some reason people that got short start to, because look, here's the thing, it could feed upon itself. You could have people buying calls. You have an increase in selling pressure. If they can just hold this thing up here, you might have an afternoon that might get fun, and you might have some people that might get in trouble. But again, I feel like that's only going to last up until like 1890 or so. I really don't think you're going to get back above this level. But I can't be naive to think you get a lot of these you get this thing highly shorted again. You know, it could just start to feed upon itself.
McDonald's moving on that earlier news about the $5 meal.
I gotta go feed my cat real quick, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take her to the vet this afternoon. Are you okay, love? You okay? Dude, what? Yeah, like, look, everything, like, this has the same setup as LiDAR. Like, you have these nice rallies, and then it just... I wonder if NVIDIA, if we can get a bounce. I might try to trade NVIDIA again back up to 900. See, we rejected 905. This is a tough level here. Look, we have VWAP up here. Either I could take it as a short. This sucks, man. I could have made my month on this thing, and I just got in too early. I'll be right back. I'm going to go feed my cat real quick. I have NVIDIA up here. SPY. NVIDIA, Tesla, we'll throw up here. I don't know of anything else that's moving around. Looks like NVIDIA is trying to reject that initial morning low. It's like right there in the middle. That candle's right in the middle. You can see right there. The candle's literally right in the middle. It hasn't turned it quite into resistance, but it hasn't turned it into support neither. I would watch 1746 on GME. Those contracts are up. The puts, the $18 puts we were looking at are up 100%.
Shares of restaurant brand selling off here is 73.22. Quebec Sandy Romeo could be moving on that McDonald's news as well.
Oh,
QSR.
McDonald's, QSR, and then meal also. I was blabbering, so I didn't hear the news. Fuck. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go feed her real quick. I'm gonna go run to the store. No, I have the camera up there. I just haven't turned it on because it just takes up space and it just with it freezing and stuff. I figured people will be able to see charts and stuff. I can throw it up. I can throw it up Monday. But I still have it. It's just sitting on top of my monitor. Nothing's changed. Oh look, so GME just broke down. We'll see if we can reject this. I still wouldn't be comfortable shorting it because you know, shorting it here is what I mean, because you know VWAP is, can't see it here, but it's VWAP is still probably like up there at like 1825 or so, and you'd have to give it, you know what I mean, you'd have to like a bounce back to VWAP. You know, you're going to be down money, and that doesn't mean that you're wrong.
Let's do AT&T.
So
We already talked about Meta,
I would look for VWAP.
AT&T.
28%.
I would look for VWAP to get yeah, look, I was close. I was close. That's how you know you've been doing it for a while. I would look to see if we can try to get VWAP at like, I don't know. It's there at 1845 now. Look for like 1822. Like if this thing can, if you can start to like bounce and with like some energy, and then like pull VWAP down to it, and then try to take your entry right there, like $18 short off of VWAP. I don't know. I missed it. It is what it is. It's just I had an unfortunate morning. It's all good.
73.44. Victor Kilo Tango X-ray. Down about 8%.
I don't know of anything else. I'm looking on the scanners, but I don't know of anything else that's like really sticking out.
It's pretty attractive. Keep going higher.
ADM 4 days in a row, twice.
Yeah, look, it sold off, and right now it's just in a holding pattern. It sold off. The earnings were sort of punked, but that's not why you own it. It's not why I own it. I own it for the restatement of the earnings coming out, and they have said repeatedly, including on the earnings call, that the restatements can be minor. If you recall, there was some fraud there in a very small part of the business, nutrition business. So as soon as they get over that and release it, the stock should go back to 80.
Okay, Phillips 66, 4 days in a row, Bill.
I like refiners. If you're going to be investing in energy, you have to look at refiners. But the problem with this move here is it's really sort of, I'm wondering, is it a dead cat bounce off the low? There's been a lot of pressure, downside pressure in energy recently. Energy can typically top leading into Memorial Weekend or after Memorial Weekend. So I'm a little hesitant to say this is a rally, more just a...
to see that. And if this thing has a $5 million float, we can buy that company between just a few people. I would love to see this. Home, and it could get real busy at the end of the day, going into the close. Don't think it's going to happen, but if it does, because it's starting to rain here, so there might not be a lot of people that decided to call it quits and are like, shit, it's raining out. There's not really much to do. So the rain might help us out to bring some traders in here on the East Coast, up, you know, New Jersey, New York area, the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast, Tri-State. So we'll see. Things might get a little froggy. We'll see. Wait.
The U.S.
I am going to go run. I am going to go run to the store though, real quick. I am going to go have a smoke because I got kicked in the teeth. Yeah, that's true. I'll have to turn it on. You're right. So yeah, I gotta yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
That it's made recently, and I think those acquisitions are probably why it's been down recently, the cost associated with them. But that absolutely buttresses the pipeline going forward. The second thing that's held it back is this fear that Humira, which is now off patent, will get eaten away by generics. That's not happening all that fast. And frankly, as the company continues to grow away from Humira, Humira becomes less and less important. I think this is a good buying opportunity.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Bertha Coombs. Hi, Bertha.
How are you, Scott? The United Nations General Assembly backed a Palestinian bid to become a full UN member this morning, recommending to the UN Security Council to reconsider the matter favorably. The United States voted against the resolution, along with 8 other nations. A school board in Virginia has voted to restore the names of Confederate military leaders at 2 public schools. The Shenandoah County School Board voted 5-1 in favor of the measure, which reverses a 2020 decision in the wake of George Floyd's murder to strip those names of Confederate leaders from the schools. And the WNBA may be heading north. According to the CBC, Toronto has been awarded a franchise, with play expected to start there in 2026. Now, the league declined to confirm the story, but does tell CNBC that it continues productive conversations with potential owners in several markets. They want to see Caitlin Clark in Toronto, too.
Yeah, they sure do, Bertha. Thank you, Bertha Coombs. Up next, all that glitters is more than gold. A number of metals and mining plays surging this week. You have ownership. We'll trade them next.
Wait, when did this happen? When did... Yeah, he, look at that. What is that? That is... I don't think that's real. That looks like a... Wish I could see what it was. I'm about to go have one, maybe in his, in his, whatchamacallit. Hey, I mean, there's a piece of the goat. I smoke too. Jim Simmons. Renaissance, yeah. I think I follow.
Hey there, Scott. Yes, we've learned that McDonald's is prepping a $5 value meal. Chicken nuggets, fry, and soft drink. This idea failed 2 weeks ago.
You said I ain't got my fund on Twitter, gang. Yeah, I'm about to go do this too. Back when it used to snow, it don't snow no more.
Make money.
Shares of McDonald's are popping at this very moment. Let's get to Kate Rogers with a market flash as to what's behind all this, Kate.
Hey there, Scott. Yes, we've learned that McDonald's is prepping a $5 value meal to bring customers back in this competitive environment. A source familiar tells me that it will include either a McChicken or a McDouble with a 4-piece chicken nuggets, fry, and soft drink. This idea failed 2 weeks ago. McDonald's brought it back again. Deal details are currently being hammered out. As you can see, the stock is getting a nice pop here. Remember, of course, value remains key in this environment. McDonald's is really leaning into its core menu items that have done well with consumers, but this value meal at $5 with those 4 items would be substantially lower than ordering those all individually. Back over to you.
Appreciate that, Kay Rogers. Bill Baruch, stocks up 2%. What do you think about
Such
this?
a funny
It's
business.
not enough to get me excited about McDonald's again yet. And we did own this. We sold this name back in December for Domino's Pizza. That rotation worked out really well. The thing I do, like, I'm paying attention here is the digital marketing. Now, there was an announcement here that McDonald's is going to require its franchises to start putting into a digital marketing fund.
Tell you
If you look
guys
at
what I was
Domino's,
thinking about
Wingstop, those have had the best digital marketing and loyalty programs, and look at what the stocks have done. I mean, obviously, there's been some headwinds from the Middle East and headwinds as well from the expensiveness. Look what happened
And
to
that's
Starbucks
CNBC,
as well. Some
that
of these
noise.
names, McDonald's and Starbucks, need to start lowering costs a little bit too.
All right, let's hit some other things that are on the move. Metals. You notice the metals today? A bit of a melt up there, which is why we want to hit it. Gold, 23.85, highest level since April. Well,
Damn,
since
I think it's
last month.
220 already.
GLD, the GDX, new 52-week high today. Jeff DeGraff at Renaissance says the gold consolidation looks viable.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
I'm watching gold, of course. Yeah, I agree with it. Now, if you're trading commodities,
I want to hear
do trade
if they bring
commodities, I
up
run
the
a gold
dollar and the
metals
reversal
fund,
of the
you have
dollar.
to pay attention
It's a
to the
perfect
technicals.
opportunity.
And so yes, gold
I think
came
so.
off extremely sharply in April. It looked like it was capitulating a bit, but on the selling, there's been very low volume, and it's built out a nice bull flag and very constructive pattern. It's moved out above that. Now, there's fundamentals behind this too. The U.S. dollar, some favor from if the U.S. dollar should weaken, if the Fed were to start cutting rates, and on average, once the Fed does that first rate cut, gold averages within 30 days a 6% return. But let's also talk about central banks around the world. China, 18 straight months of gold buying, though this 18th month was a little bit slower. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they are buying gold hand over fist right now.
Copper, highest level since April 19th of 2022. It's up 3.24% this week. 5th positive week in 6. The copper miners are up more than 4% on the week. Highest level for silver in a few weeks. Shan, what do you think about this? Because your contrarian idea to start the year was commodities.
Yeah, and really that was on a combination of potential, escalating geopolitical risk, which I would say we have. As well as, a hedge to a stronger recovery in China, which we also got in the first quarter if you look at GDP. I think to think about metals in particular, if you look at copper, Scott, to your point, there are supply fragilities in that market, and yields continue in it takes a long time to build a new copper mine. So I think that there's sort of a longer term trade. But, if you look at gold, for instance, there are some dynamics that are shifting in the marketplace in terms of the demand for gold that also probably have some legs. And so I think if you're looking at a potential to access the commodity basket based on, inflationary factors and geopolitical risk alone, there's a nice tailwind there and a foundation for that trade.
Bill, Southern Copper is yours too, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's been an animal recently. Now, a lot of this had started with China cutting down the smelting. And really, the reason why they cut down the smelting about a month and a half ago was because the raw material, there was not enough supply of it. And so they couldn't make the high-grade copper that goes into this infrastructure spending. So there is a lack of supply and over-demand for copper right now. Southern Copper is one of the most pure plays in copper, one of the best-run mining companies in general. We really like that name a lot.
Weiss, do you think any of this metals movement is because there is newfound optimism around China and what some perceive as to be a legit recovery?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there are lots of variables that are going into this. That number one, we talked about the onshoring again. So the industrial metals, silver, et cetera, are going to play a part in that. Look, I could make a case for gold being an inflation hedge or being the opposite of that. So I don't know. If you look at a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year chart of gold, you've wasted a lot of money. You've missed a lot of opportunities if you kept it there. It's a store of value somewhat, more so than Bitcoin, which is not a store of value at all. But look, it's driven by momentum again. So we've seen the commodity move. Shannon did a great job calling it early. I just think these are always trades. They're not investments.
It's not a coincidence that the monster move happened yesterday. Yeah, jobless claims came a little higher than expected, but the trade balance data from China, big increase in imports and exports, that was, I think, the big driver there.
All right, up next, we're going to have the trade on target ahead of earnings. It's also a very big week for retail coming up. We have Mike Santoli on the other side of this break with his midday word. We are back right after this.
Com.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Dominic Chu. We have some breaking news. Jim Simons has died at the age of 86. This according to an announcement from the Simons Foundation. That's the nonprofit that he and his wife Marilyn Simons founded back in 1994. Simons was considered by many to be one of the founders, if not the founder, of modern quantitative investing, and that was mostly due to his work founding and running Renaissance Technologies. Renaissance was founded back in 1978, went on to become one of the most successful investing firms, hedge funds in history. Simons gained a reputation as a mathematical and markets guru. He turned his attention later on in life towards philanthropic work, which focused on things ranging from math and science education to autism research to the origins of the universe itself. Jim Simons is survived by his wife, Marilyn, 3 children, 5 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. James Harris Simons dead at 86. And Scott, just from a personal anecdote standpoint, as a former program trader who worked for a quant fund company, I can tell you just how much Jim Simons was an influence on all of Wall Street. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, I appreciate that from you, Dom. Thank you. That's Dom Chu. Our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, is with us as well. let's start there. Because we're not only talking about a legend, obviously, in quantitative investing, but this was a genius in mathematics, which was really his trade and his forte, and why we're talking about how successful he was as an investor.
Right, a brilliant mathematician who worked as a code breaker and everything else before he was a math professor, and then founded Rentec. And obviously the returns are phenomenal to the point where you almost can't believe over the course of 40 years you could accrue that. And you know, quantitative investing doesn't quite get at it in the way we think about quantitative investing now, where it's like, you know, value strategies and momentum and these automated fundamental-based things. It was mathematical. It was statistical arbitrage. It was trying different statistical relationships, seeing what works, what doesn't, retesting, iterating. He has a team of mathematicians and other science-trained programmers out on Long Island, where he's based. And I, by the way, recommend, my old friend Greg Zuckerman of the Wall Street Journal wrote the definitive book on him. It's called The Man Who Solved the Market, from a few years ago. And it's ironically titled, in a way, because Jim Simons wouldn't tell you he solved the market. He would tell you he almost doesn't know how the models work, whether he's being coy or not. That is what he would say.
But he so defined how things happen within the markets now, to the point where, you know, we talk about it almost as oh, well, the quants and the algos and all of this. We don't talk about any of that without a gentleman.
No, that's exactly
like
right.
Jim.
I mean, he started out in commodities, which were maybe a little more attuned to kind of a momentum type strategy, the way we would think of CTAs today, but then it really did evolve into, and we're talking about just tiny little statistical blips and variations, just hunting for microsecond inefficiencies in this market. That's part of what he would do, although there were multiple strategies.
Do you have any thoughts, Weiss? I mean, sadly, I don't think I ever had the chance to meet Mr. Simons. I'm not sure if you knew him at all.
I didn't know him, but we had looked at investing in Renaissance. And while the big fund was really for the partners and created immense wealth, he had a Renaissance fund also that was more for outside. The partners also had money with. And the numbers just blow you away. And you say, how can you keep doing this year after year after year? And the answer is because at times they had between 50 and 200 data scientists. So that was, nobody had that. Maybe Two Sigma, they have a lot. But the point is that there was this constant thirst for learning more and more, and he was always...
And by the way, there were big drawdowns over the years. There were blow-ups. They thought they weren't going to make it, and so you then have to come back from that and refine the process.
And he did. Yeah. And he retooled and refined, said, where'd we go wrong? Because the markets change. Yeah. They catch up to quant trading pretty quickly. It's an efficient market, so you constantly have to reinvent that.
All right. We'll get some of your market thoughts later on Closing Bell, okay? That's Mike Santoli, but thank you for being here for that. We're right back after this.
Next.
Let's do our call of the day. It's Target. Take a look at shares today because you get a bullish forecast today from JP Morgan. Company reports the same day as NVIDIA, so that's the 22nd. So we have a little bit of time to wait there. But they say the price target's 185. Believe the stock is biased higher given the degree of the potential beat that they anticipate, and they're also favor to this in the long term. You own this, Bill?
I do. Yeah, it had it really, it came out of its tough sell-off late last year, and it's been moving very well ever since. Now, they had the inventory problem, the glut. They worked through that, and I think when you sort of deep internals of a company that you're able to move positively from and turn in a positive direction from a management side of it, it gets these tailwinds, and I think everybody's starting to wake up to it.
Okay. It's a big week ahead, too, for retail, Weiss. As you suggested at the beginning, we have, differing views of where the consumer truly is. The sentiment number today was terrible.
Yeah.
It's Walmart, it's Depot, Under Armour, Goose, and other names, too, ahead. How should we think about these?
Yeah, and look, sentiment numbers are lagging numbers generally, and the importance of that, of course, is that in the market, the quarter that ended, last month for retail, because they were on an off year, falls in place with consumer sentiment. So Target, Walmart, that's the important consumer, and that helps drive the economy.
You like any consumer names at all? Do you own any?
I consider frankly Netflix,
yeah,
exactly, a consumer name. And there's other consumer, Amazon's a consumer name. So I do play the consumer that way with a technology backing. Look, Dick's Sporting Goods, that's been a great story. Again, it's a leader in the category, and I think they'll be able to withstand any consumer pressure because it's for kids, and you spend on your pets and you spend on your kids. So those are the things you always hold dear. So I keep looking at that, and frankly, if they sold off, I think I sold the stock. I know I sold it way lower and regret it. I think Jim told me to sell it, but so I'm blaming you. But I'm going. That's not true, actually, but it could be. So I'm waiting for this to come down.
What's your pick?
Well, Casey's.
Tractor Supply?
No, Casey's is this convenience store, which has actually been a darling. And look, I do agree that there's this question hanging out there about what is the state of the consumer. I think we had a good tell a minute ago when Dom was talking about McDonald's and this, well, I think it was Dom, and the value pricing. Like, that's an indication that inflation is coming down. You can look at things like used car. That's going to help the consumer. By the way, also like Weiss, I hate it when those words come out of my mouth, I have a lot of stocks that are not considered traditional retail, but depend on the consumer consuming. Think about General Motors.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, think about Delta Airlines. Think about Wynn Resorts.
Final trades are next. You're going to tell me then Cliffs, too. Final trades are next.
Thanks for cutting that off.
GMEPLTR.com.
All right, we're back. We have finals coming up, but we do want to get another check of Zeekr. That is the Chinese EV company IPO here at the New York Stock Exchange today, and it is up just about 30%. Watch out for the rest of the day. Price 21, open 26, now at 27.30. All right, 3 o'clock Eastern time, closing bell. Got a good one. Jeremy Siegel of the Wharton School joining us. Bryn Talkington, Kevin Gordon, Eric Jackson, Ed Yardeni. So we got a full deck as we take you through this final stretch today. Let's do final trades. Shannon, what do you got?
Utilities. I didn't have AI driving utility demand on my bingo card for the last couple of years, but we see it. We also have electrification driving that.
Okay, thank you. Farmer Jim.
Applied Materials, AMAT. You get the best of both worlds. This is technology and, as I said earlier today, industrials as well.
Bill Baruch.
Shout out to the serial underperformers, GDX. It could be their time to shine. They are looking to close the week out at 52, not only 52, but 2-year highs. It's looking good here for the metals.
We got Weiss.
Taiwan Semi. Look, the stock was here before.
Why'd you look at me like that?
Well, because you treated me uncharacteristically well.
Said, what do you got, Weiss?
I understand that. Look, Taiwan Semi, they reported numbers say 50% up year over year, quarter to quarter up 29%. Jim's enjoying me. Thank you, Jim, for the
should have made it
accolades.
city.
All right, you could stop now because we're done. I'll see you on closing bell. The exchange is now.
We'll see you later, Scott. Hi, everybody.
everybody. Welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead. Is the IPO reopening real? Check out what's happening with shares of Zeekr. We'll show you in a moment. Is Google's AI strategy, by the way, big week for them next week, but is it all hinging on just one man? We'll find out more about him. And speaking of AI, we've been waiting on something big from Apple, and they crushed it, but not necessarily how they thought they would. We're going to talk about all of that in a moment with Slow Ventures' Sam Lessin. Plus, the Dow on track for, get this, 8 straight days of gains, just as we thought April was a down market. And our market guest says those gains can keep going as long as one thing happens. I'll give you a hint. It's about bond yields. He'll tell us what it is and what he's buying. And in choppy waters, that's how the CEO behind this name describes the consumer. We saw that sentiment report this morning. Big disappointment. He also says his company is well positioned to weather it. The stock is up 17% just this week. He joins us ahead. Before all that, though, let's start with more on these markets. Dom Chu has the numbers, Dom.
It's positive, generally speaking, but we've lost some momentum here in this midday session so far. If you take a look at the Dow Industrials, Kelly mentioned on pace now for 8 straight days worth of gains, so not bad at all. But we're only up about 110 points right now, 0.25% for the Dow, 39,498. The S&P 500 is still above that 5,200 mark, 5,218 the last trade. It's up about 5 points, 0.1% gains. But at one point today, we were up roughly 25 points in the S&P and actually about down 5 at the lows. So again, it's kind of a little bit more stuck in a range right now, a very tight one. We'll see if the S&P can break out of it. The NASDAQ composite actually losing ground, 0.1% to the downside, down 18 points for the composite index, 16,328. One place we are seeing some notable moves, at least early on in the session before we lost a little bit of momentum, is what's happening right now over the course of the last year with many of the defense contractors. Near term, we saw some weakness there because people said maybe things had gone too far, too fast. Well, check out names like General Dynamics today, Raytheon Technologies today, and even the ETF that tracks the broader defense industry, the ticker there, ITA. The reason why I'm highlighting each of these three is because each of these three at one point today hit some kind of a record high at some point. So General Dynamics, RTX, the defense trade overall, still now setting new records amid the heightened geopolitical risk. So we'll keep an eye on those trades. And then the stock of the day has to be Novavax. It is now up, 98 points, but it more than doubled at one point earlier today. The vaccine maker has struck a multi-billion-dollar deal that could last years to basically license its vaccine technology. This licensing agreement with Sanofi is what's driving the upside there. The two companies are also going to co-develop some vaccine products treating things like coronavirus and the flu. Novavax shares, which many have said, Kelly, since the COVID pandemic back in 2019 and 2020, has been an underperformer versus other vaccine makers, now getting a bit of a pop. But again, as you can see, we're only back to some of the highs that we saw earlier this year. Novavax, the big stock up. I'll send things back over to you.
Yeah, it's still not every day you see a 100% move, Dom. Thank you very much, Dom Chu. Meanwhile, the Chinese EV maker Zeekr popping on its debut on the New York Stock Exchange. Shares were priced at 21 last night. They opened at 26, and they're above that now, trading around 27. The company offering around 21 million shares. They've got several luxury vehicle models in their lineup and could potentially be a rival to Tesla. They say in some parts of China they're closing the gap. And it's just the latest name to IPO following Reddit, Astera Labs, and others recently. Is this all of this a sign that the IPO reopening is real? Let's ask Sam Lessin. He's general partner at Slow Ventures. Sam, it's great to see you again. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
What's the buzz, do you think, about these IPOs lately and the significance? I mean, listen, is it company specific, or is there a broader sense that maybe, the liquid is flowing again?
I say liquid is flowing might be strong, but I think there's a sense that, if you want to go out, you can. It's not like an incredibly exciting moment to go out. I don't think you're going to see the biggest names hankering to get out there immediately. But it's clearly, it could be worse, right? Which is clearly things can go out and they don't go to zero. And that's better than nothing.
Who do you think would be kind of some of the bigger sidelined names to watch? And how long can people just hang out and stay private? I mean, at some point, there is that pressure to get going.
Well, I mean, obviously the biggest names are people like the Stripes of the world, right? Which are the companies that have been waiting forever to IPO. They're strong companies. The question, again, is the same old story, though, which is I think these companies can hang out private almost indefinitely the way the markets are currently configured. There's plenty of private capital. People like them. And, I'd say the private investors will continue to hoard their best companies and then take any company that is kind of potentially great but not there and say, why bother with the public markets? On the flip side, for people who really need to raise the capital, They want to go out for whatever reason. I think we went from a you literally can't to you can, but it's not going to be exciting. And look, that is not zero, right? That's not the end of the world.
No, and I think it's impressive. I mean, look at a name like ARM Holdings that came out, and there were so many headlines about what a dud that open was. And the stock is now, I mean, every time I see it over $100, I do a double take, 'cause I'm just not used to it being at that level. Even Instacart is now at least doing better than it was. Like you said, it was initially trashed. Reddit, Uber. I mean, there's a lot of names out there to inspire a little bit more confidence that past just day one performance.
100%. And I think that is this. I mean, my favorite example is exactly what you said, which is Instacart, right? And again, I still am not convinced that's a super strong company to own in the long term. But it's hard to deny the fact that had you bought it at the IPO, you're fine. You maybe not extremely happy, but you're fine. And I think that kind of will over time give confidence to a lot of companies that for whatever reason do want to be public versus private, that it is an available path, if not a deeply compelling one where people are scrambling to get out.
Can I suggest something slightly unfair? When we often see these big waves of innovation and startups and IPOs, the excitement is around the dawn of new technologies that promise to be profitable for quite some time. The names we've seen coming to market lately are almost more afterthoughts, or they're kind of one-off situations. So I'm wondering when we're going to kind of get that wave of innovation, and it obviously has to be around AI, but you and others have talked about this. There's not a lot of small startups that are an obvious way of playing that revolution.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that you are 100% right about that. My story for 18 plus months now, since people have started getting AI, is it's really important. It's going to be great for the big guys. You're not going to see a bunch of successful startups from zero come out of it. I don't think you'll see a wave of AI IPOs anytime in the foreseeable future that's super compelling. And I do think that leaves the technology space broadly in this space where there isn't a big narrative. There are individual companies that find something great, do something great, not obvious. There are lots of great companies to build, but there isn't a big theme that is going to propel the pipeline of startup to private capital to public companies anytime soon.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. On that note, actually, next week's going to be a very big week for AI. We have word that OpenAI is set to launch their own search competitor to Google on Monday. And get this, that's just one day before the tech giants' developers conference is set to kick off. Google is expected to unveil a slew of AI products at its own event. And there's one man in particular leading the AI charge at Google. That brings us to today's Tech Check. Deirdre Bosa joins us with more. Deirdre.
Hey, Kelly. So that man is Demis Hassabis. Get used to his name because he is playing a critical part in regaining Google's AI edge. Hassabis is still under the radar to Wall Street, but he is extremely well known and celebrated in academic and technical circles. Next week, he is set to take the stage at Google I/O for the very first time, along with CEO Sundar Pichai. Sort of the combination of moves behind the scenes over the last few months, where Google has been consolidating its AI efforts around him. Now, the big question is, can a brilliant researcher also commercialize and monetize AI products? I spoke to a number of people that know or have worked with Hassabis, including Hassabis himself. Everyone agreed he can execute. Perplexity CEO Arvind Srinivas tells me that he's undoubtedly the right person to lead Google's AI efforts. Geoffrey Hinton, known as the godfather of AI, he tells me that he's as competitive as an Olympic athlete going for gold. A source that didn't want to be named says that a researcher at OpenAI recently expressed shock at how fast Google is now moving, with Hassabis getting more control. Now, Hassabis himself tells me that he is leveraging his past successes. There are many of them, from Chessmaster to a number of technical breakthroughs in AI, to bring AI to every product, every corner of Google. It won't be easy, though. Of course, search is still Google's golden goose, and the innovator's dilemma, disrupt or be disrupted, that's still very much weighing on the company. Be sure to check out our accompanying digital piece for more on this dynamic, Hassabis' background, and what is at stake. That's at cnbc.com/TechCheckWeekly.
Yeah, no, Deirdre, thank you. Stick around for a moment. Sam, no pressure on him.
Look, in the end of the day, Google has incredible AI chops and AI advantage. In some ways, the question of what happens to Google on AI is 100% a question of, can Google get out of its own way more than anything else? So if the narrative becomes that you have a new leader and you kind of have the cult leader that can coalesce power and he can internally make that happen, that's great. the history of individual leaders getting hyped up and being able to revolutionize everything internally is scant. That's not usually how it works. But I think the real story here is that Google's putting out a story and pushing a line that they are going to consolidate, they are going to drive. And look, they do have, internally, their tech is better than anyone's. And so this is theirs to lose.
Sam, what do you think about the OpenAI search engine we're apparently going to find more out about on Monday?
I mean, it's a great headline to put out. In the end of the day, it's that what is the story that OpenAI wants to tell? They want to tell the story that they're in it, that they weren't just kind of an early mover, but they're going to be able to parry and have impact as the much bigger companies come with much more capital. And we'll see. I mean, again, it's a pretty obvious headline for them to put out. I think that the idea that you put up a page and that somehow revolutionizes the world of search is a little bit antiquated. So we'll see how it plays out.
Deirdre, how does this compare with OpenAI's existing offerings?
I was going to say exactly that. What is it going to look like? Is it going to look like Perplexity, which kind of looks like ChatGPT, which kind of looks like Gemini? I mean, we've seen the rise of these browser pages and now apps that are kind of like search engines, but they're chatbots, right? So I don't know how different it's going to look. And as Sam says, it certainly all does come down to the technology. For users, it's a little different, right? They want somewhere to search. They don't need something perhaps as sophisticated, but certainly the race is on at the most advanced level. Who can produce the most advanced foundational models? Google has it. And the question is whether they can translate that to the consumer side. And, talking to Demis Hassabis, he's really focused on that. He created a hit video game in the 90s. He would say that he knows how to execute. He knows how to sell products. And that's sort of what's at stake for Google next week. They have to show that all of those technological advancements and competitiveness can translate to their massive distribution of products that has billions of users.
And Sam, Deirdre's been pointing out that Google already has this kind of SGE thing going, which maybe you've experienced it too. You Google something, it then kind of prompts you to hit those little drop down arrows, and it's kind of an iterative conversation. Do you think, I found it somewhat helpful to use actually, because it also asks me things I might not be thinking, and maybe I only have a pinky to tap with. Anyway, do you think that can be enough for them to fend off a little bit of this competition to the likes of OpenAI?
I mean, 100%. In the end of the day, again, the other story that's going on Google is, the kind of the disclosures of how much they pay Apple, what the distribution is worth. That's the game, right? And this idea that it's purely a technical thing, I think, is a story that it's a nice story. I don't think it's actually true. I think a lot of this is going to come down to good old business tactics. Who can get the right things in the right flow to get the distribution and get that kind of conversation going? And again, with that, coupled with the fact that Google and a bunch of the other big companies they have incredible tech. My kind of obviously bets are placed here.
And Deirdre, I guess the last thing that I think about, again, from a user experience point of view, is the most powerful thing OpenAI or any of its competitors might do is ultimately to sell themselves or be integrated into something like Siri, so I can just simply voice command instead of having to go and open an app or open their, somewhat complicated page.
Yeah, it goes back to that distribution page or piece of the story, right? So many people have iPhones. They have Siri at their disposal. And that really speaks to another upcoming event in the tech world that's going to be incredibly important, and that is Apple's WWDC. Ahead of that, there's been rumors that it could be partnering with Google and Gemini or OpenAI and ChatGPT. How is it going to leverage its AI? But I think that's where we are in this arms race right now. We've seen the nuts and bolts of it. We've seen the different LLMs, foundational models. The next phase of this is the applications. Who's going to be able to make this part of our daily habits?
All right, Deirdre, thank you for now. We appreciate it. Deirdre Bosa. And before we go, have to talk about Apple now apologizing for a new iPad Pro commercial depicting the crushing of books, movie characters, musical instruments, and other creative tools and objects. The idea behind it is, well, you just get the iPad to do that work, but it looks a little creepy. Creators didn't like it, and Apple has now apologized, saying, quote, creativity is in our DNA at Apple, and it's incredibly important to us to design products that empower creatives all over the world. They continue, our goal is always to celebrate the myriad of ways users express themselves and bring their ideas to life through iPad. We missed the mark with this video, and we're sorry. Sam, never a good look to apologize, but I think they had no choice in this case. What does all of this really say to you?
Look, I think if Apple were a normal company, you'd say this is the most successful campaign they've run in a long time, because you talk about getting people talking and everyone knows there's a thin iPad. Now, Apple, I think clearly this was, for me, an interesting story, where the reason the tech world reacts to this is the fact that they're so tone deaf at the senior level to have released it now, a commercial like this, really, I think the real story is, one, it's funny, and two, my God, is Tim really that out of touch with the broader narrative of what's going on and the kind of the challenges around Apple's brand?
Right.
So I think that's the real question, and that's why this got, is so salient. Is, again, there's nothing really that wrong about the ad, but it hit a nerve really when Tim tweeted it, of just tone deafness to how the brand is perceived beyond Apple versus Apple's internal insular community of love.
No, I agree. And what would you say the sort of fallout from this might be? I mean, again, to me, it just says, listen, this company doesn't realize the extent to which society is potentially going to flip and turn on it. We've seen it happen before. It could easily happen this time around. The problem is people love their iPhones and their devices so much that they just can't figure out, they want to hate what it's done to children and teens, but they just can't figure out how to blame Apple for that.
Apple has done an unbelievably good job now for a long period of time of somehow it's like a Teflon company.
Yeah.
Everything is everyone else's problems but theirs. Privacy, that's a Facebook thing, etc.
Exactly.
Don't mind the fact that we're going to turn around and sell our own ads. So they've done an incredible job of that, and I do think that internally there's kind of an Apple can do no wrong mentality. We're good for the world. I don't think this has any immediate fallout. I think it actually is more just a signal of tone deafness, and we'll see how that ends up playing out from a regulatory perspective in the coming years.
Yeah, we're going to see it before Congress at some point, being repeated and saying, so on and so forth. Sam, appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. Sam Lessin joining us from Slow Ventures. Coming up, the payment trade under pressure, including Marqeta, down 4%. The company had mixed results, but the CEO says there's tremendous interest for one service in particular. He joins us live next with those details. Plus, from experiences to groceries, J&J Snack Foods has its products all across the consumer spectrum, and that gives them some unique insight into the health of the consumer right now. I mentioned those bad sentiment numbers this morning. With the stock up 17% this week, we'll talk to the CEO about what he thinks is really going on here. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Humanly possible.
Welcome back. Take a look at shares of J&J Snack Foods. Just had their best day since 1998 on Tuesday, following strong results. The shares are up more than 17% this week. The Dippin' Dots and Icy owner beat on the top and bottom lines, but the CEO still noting some inflationary pressures and a fickle consumer everywhere from convenience stores to theme parks. Joining me now is J&J Snack Foods President and CEO Dan Fashner. Dan, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Good to see you again.
You guys are everywhere. I read the Wall Street Journal A-head about snacking at the board meetings. I loved it.
Hey, how much better can you have a board meeting if you give them snacks, right?
Listen,
So
I promise
that's
not.
the best way to make sure that board meeting goes well.
I won't derail this with a whole side rant about processed foods. I will simply take it at face value that it's good that we have snacks and that your company provides them. And maybe you can talk a little bit about the good week that you're having, because a 17% pop, biggest day on earnings, biggest day since 1998. You know, why do you think that investors, what did they misunderstand prior to that release?
Well, I think we're really fortunate. You know, we have some great products and great brands that create an experience for people. And so our products, even in this choppy environment, I call it fickle, choppy, even in this environment, our products offer an experience that people really enjoy. And so where a lot of people are cutting back at the grocery store and different items that they may buy each and every day, they may still experience an icy on the way home, right? Or experience a Dippin' Dot, and it brings back a lot of fond memories for them, and it allows them to give the kids a treat or a reward, or even treat themselves.
We had a consumer sentiment number this morning that was pretty disappointing, and maybe it's due to some measurement changes, what have you, but does that jive with you? I mean, can your company both be doing well? You had some new partnerships, some new products, and can it also still be the case that the consumer's in a little bit of a tough spot right now?
It is, and you know, we'd be misleading you if that doesn't worry us too. I read that this morning as well, and I do think the environment is choppy, right? It's the best word that I can come up with it, and I think consumers are fickle, and I think they watch the media, and the media influences them in a lot of ways, and so I do think you can do well even in that kind of environment. Though we released a couple new products that we're really proud of that are doing tremendously well. And I also think that people, again, as I said before, want to find that reward or that happy moment in their life, and our products offer those kinds of moments.
Do you experience anything of what I think it was Dine Brands talking about this week? They said the calendar turned to January and the consumer started to have a savings mentality. Then yesterday we also hear that maybe people are saving their tax refunds or extra cash right now instead of spending it. You think there's been a shift there?
Well, I think it's a really wise comment that they made, because we have seen that for almost a year now. We've had months that are almost unexplainable soft, right? And then the next month, the consumer comes right back and is willing to buy again. And so we have seen that ups and downs and puts and takes in the environment, and are cautiously watching that. I have some really good people here at J&J Snack Foods that watch those kinds of pressures closely.
No, it's exactly. Look, your own, like you said, you guys had a tough holiday quarter kind of out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden this big beat and then this big move today. What would you say, you know, as we kind of sit here debating what the Fed should do in this environment? Do they need to tackle inflation? We keep rates where they are or hike them? Do they need to worry about, you know, supporting the consumer, maybe taking rates down? I'm just curious, as a business leader, what would best benefit your company?
I do. I think there's a few things that are really impacting the environment right now. I think higher interest rates are impacting it. You saw that this morning. I think inflation is impacting it. And I think that as a world, what we could be doing better than what we're doing today probably is creating a more calmer environment where we're not as worried about everything that comes up each and every day, and try to be a little bit more calm about how we report things out.
Yeah, the kumbaya consumer is what we need.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. Yeah.
So then final question, Disney talked about maybe some theme park weakness going forward, but Six Flags wasn't experiencing that. That's obviously a company you do business with. We're trying to figure out what portion is maybe experience still strong versus more of the at-home or on-the-go snacking. Where are the pockets of strength and weakness you see?
Yeah, we have some really good, in this past quarter, we saw growth in almost all channels, right? So it was a really nice quarter for us. I guess if I had a worry as we come up into this next quarter, I worry about the theater business as that strike impacted some of the new releases and they got pushed back into late 24 and early 25. I worry about that piece of it. I think the amusement park is expecting a pretty good year overall. And I read this week where they expect traffic to be up, and we're seeing that. And so the great thing about J&J Snack Foods is we have such a broad diversification of the places that we sell to. When one is up, one is down, we're able to leverage that off. And if we're doing our jobs and getting new good products out in the field and energizing innovation, we'll be able to withstand those things.
I don't mean to overlook, dog company. You got snacks for ice cream for dogs as well, the Dogsters. Yeah, we'll talk about that another. Yeah.
And it's growing at a phenomenal rate, right place at the right time. Yeah.
I need to get some for my sister. Dan, thanks for your time today. Good to see you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be on.
Dan Fashner with J&J Snack Foods. My next guest also has a unique vantage point into the health of the consumer. It's the payment processing platform Marqeta. They also reported this week. Revenue was slightly better than expected with a 7-cent loss per share. It was about in line with forecasts. The company counts the likes of Block, Klarna, Affirm, and Bill.com as clients. Shares a bit lower today as payment stocks remain under pressure after those disappointing Shopify results earlier this week. Let's talk to the CEO about that in an exclusive interview. Simon Khalaf is CEO of Marqeta. Simon, it's great to see you. Welcome.
Kelly, thanks for having me and having Marqeta on.
Do you think we're sort of fairly lumping all of these stocks together? I mean, is there some overarching kind of thing going on in your sector or no?
I think we're kind of swimming in a sea of red, as you've shown on your screen. And I'd say it is the tale of one city versus the tale of two cities. We ourselves have beaten every guidance we've put together, and the majority of our customers have done that. But if there is one entity in the sector that has not outperformed, the whole sector is pressured down. But as far as we're concerned, we have a lot of customers that are doing well, and they're shorting up the average U.S. consumer. So I think we're looking good.
So the customers are actually doing well. Tell us more about that.
Yes, I mean, I did hear your previous speaker about the lumpiness in the economy. We actually are not feeling it because a majority of our customers are actually helping the average consumer, and more specifically, buy now, pay later, and accelerated wage access. So the buy now, pay later companies that are powered by Marqeta are growing 36%. And now they are accounting for about 7% of the e-commerce market. And their growth did not come at the expense of increased defaults. So they're helping consumers kind of weather the perceptive storm, and they're doing well. The same thing with accelerated wage access. You've got 70% of the population that is living paycheck to paycheck. And if you accelerate the paycheck, they're not getting into the credit card debt, which is at 22%. And on top of that, you have 3.5% inflation. So I think our customers are helping, and that's driving the growth. So we're not seeing the softness that is in the market.
That's really interesting. The only counter I'd have to that is our customers in the buy now, pay later and accelerated wage access, in other words, getting your paycheck right away, not waiting those extra few days. Is their success right now, the fact that they're doing well precisely because the consumer's under pressure, itself some kind of warning sign?
I don't believe so. I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at the numbers, they're starting to become big. So let's say people estimate the buy now, pay later market to be $100 billion this year. And out of which about 50% is interest-free. So somebody's injecting a $50 billion loan to consumers without charging them interest, and the defaults are not growing. So I think it is opening up the credit box so the average American consumer can participate in this economy, and no matter what they hear from the media. I mean, we've been talking about a recession and inflation for 2 years. We've been scaring everybody for 2 years. But the good news here is the consumer appears to be resilient, and it's kind of like they turned their television station off and went spending but they're not piling up the debt because most of the buy now pay later loans are short-term loans, so they're in and out in 60 days. So I think that that trend is healthy.
And would you know if they're, so the main concern with buy now, pay later the last couple of years is it just kind of allows people to take on credit risk, and it's hiding future defaults, or we're not going to really see the full effects of defaults until the consumer really comes under pressure and then it explodes. I mean, I don't know if you'd have any window now into whether that's happening or what would happen to your company if at some point it did.
Yeah, good question. There's a lot of articles that are coming out about the phantom debt or what BNPL is doing in like to pile additional debt on the U.S. consumers. So, well, here's the good news. They have options. A revolver or a credit card is 22% interest rate, and BNPL is free. So the credit card revolves, and you're paying interest on interest, while in BNPL, you're in and out in 60 days. So no, absolutely not. We're not seeing any trend that buy now, pay later is actually sending the consumer into more debt because they're done in 60 days. Now they can try again, but the risk is significantly lower because they're not piling on debt. They actually, when they finish the last payment, and that's a moment of jubilation, then they start a new debt and they pay it again. So it's not compounding like the other debt that's available in the market.
And at the same time that consumers might be looking for innovation beyond the credit card, are businesses turning more towards using credit cards in lieu of being able to get their traditional access to credit?
There are actually a lot of merchants are coming to us and they want to offer the point of sale lending that BNPL has offered, and they want to white label it because they do realize it's better on the consumer because and also it's less risk on them. So we're going to see a lot more of the large merchants offer BNPL on their own or in partnership with our customers or with ourselves directly. And it allows them effectively to fund that interest that the consumers are not actually incurring by giving them kind of like a free 60-day loan to purchase their own goods versus a bank giving the consumer a loan to buy any good.
Right.
So I think merchants are trying to tap into the wallet of a consumer, and they're telling them, I'd like a bigger share of your wallet. And I think we're going to see that trend materialize over the next 2 years.
You know, the advocates and the bulls on these stocks say that it is just a better mousetrap than the existing system, and he's in a nice position for that. Simon, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Simon Khalaf is the CEO of Marqeta. Before we take a break, let's get a quick check on stocks. The Dow's up about 0.25% right now. The S&P is only marginally higher. But remember, the Dow's trying to put together an 8-day win streak right now. NASDAQ has turned lower. Look at the 10-year as well as it creeps up towards 450. Strategist Jason Trennert tells us as long as it stays below 5%, he'll stay bullish on stocks. He joins us next to make his case.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I just got to get this stuff set up. I was going to see if we get some volume here on GME, then I'll probably get out of here if we don't. Yeah, that's that. I think I might have...
California. My husband Barney and I have been married for 32 years. I think the most important thing in life is to stay healthy. I noticed I was having some memory lapses. I discovered Prevagen. Since I've been on Prevagen, I've noticed more clarity, more sharpness. The recall mechanism is a lot more concise. I've been taking Prevagen for almost 10 years. It's wonderful.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Welcome back to the Exchange, everyone. I'm Tyler Matheson with your CNBC News Update. While testimony has wrapped for the day at Donald Trump's so-called hush money trial, the judge in the case just told prosecutors to advise Michael Cohen not to speak about...
Sorry, I just had to get that. Let me get my stuff. I just want to do that just in case I
The U.S. announced a $98 million fund to help prevent the spread of bird flu in dairy cows. For the next 4 months, the USDA program
What is this?
will pay up to $28,000 per farm to help farms finance protective measures to prevent the spread of the bird flu in...
Without a prescription.
Oh. Oh wow. Well, I mean, I know the lungs and stuff.
Welcome back to the Exchange, everyone. I'm Tyler Matheson with your CNBC News Update. While testimony has wrapped for the day at Donald Trump's so-called hush money trial, the judge in the case just told prosecutors to advise Michael Cohen not to speak about the case prior to his testimony. He is expected to take the stand Monday. The U.S. announced a $98 million fund to help prevent the spread of bird flu in dairy cows. For the next 4 months, the USDA program will pay up to $28,000 per farm to help farms finance protective measures to prevent the spread of the bird flu in
falls
cattle.
off on the end of a
That
Friday.
has spread across 9 states since March. And Fatburger's parent company.
Oh shit! Why'd I turn it off? Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta. My stuff died. Let me get my stuff back and going, and we'll see if we can get something going here. If there's anything to take today, try to.
For allegedly taking money in the form of quote shareholder loans that Chairman Andy Wiederhorn failed to report as income. The lawyer for the company calls the charges unprecedented and unjust. So says the Fatburger folks.
Yikes.
Kelly, back to you.
Tyler, see you soon. Thank you very much. Coming up, Starbucks slashed their guidance on weak earnings and sluggish sales, but could a new drink aimed at Gen Z and their social media habits help to right the ship? We'll discuss that when the exchange returns.
Yeah, I'm gonna be frustrated Tuesday, that's for sure. Or Monday. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough opening back up my account. Just to know that I, you know, yeah, you never know if you can, you know, if you'll go all the way back, right? NVIDIA, I had to do what I had to do, and get out when I did because it gave me a lot of it back, right? And it was damn near 100% move from where the contracts were. I just had to accept that, you know, I was wrong. I should have been a little bit more patient, and I should have waited. And I specifically, like, I don't know. Maybe I should have paid attention more to the delta and everything, and would have known, like, hey, man, you know, you're going to be down a lot. You know, it ain't going to take much time at all either. One move and you'll be down 30-40%. And I knew that going in, like, you know, as far as high risk, high reward, but I'll be damned, bro. I should have waited, but what are you gonna do? Here's what I would be watching for, which the last Friday we did not get it, which led to me the volume not increasing at like 1:30 into 2, and then from 2 to 2:15, from 2:15 to 2:30. you should start to see volume increase, and you might not get it. You might, because it's raining out here in the you know, I mean, it's just speaking of, like, I don't know if it's raining in New York, but that could be a cause that more people are inside. I don't know. We didn't have much volume at all this whole week, so I wouldn't expect more volume to come in. And look, it's not. The volume's getting lower, and we should, here at, it's almost 2 o'clock, we should start to see an increase in volume, and I don't think we're getting it. So the only thing that I would look at, if anybody's still looking to try and put on a trade, I would look at, like, your small cap, something that's not going to follow the market so much, or find something that has relative strength or relative weakness. GameStop, right? GameStop would be one of them. And see if you can get an increase in volume. I would not. Man, this sucks, bro. See, these, you only have 2 hours left, and right here, after I got out of NVIDIA and started watching, you know, went over to GameStop, these were 50 cents here. So I still feel like this trade's over with. I would like to try and get, we did test it this morning, $17, $16.96. I don't know. I think it's probably best to pack it up and wait for next week and try not to make any more stupid mistakes. You know, I really am going to shoot for a good week next week. I mean, yo, today we were literally over on everything. Everything we called out happened except Microsoft, which I haven't checked yet. Microsoft was really the only one that I was kind of bullish on that I could see, and it's still just flat, which is a good sign, right? Which is what you want to see. There's some nice volume there. It's holding up nice. You might be able to get a little stretch to the top, you know, high a day up here. But I liked Microsoft because if this thing gets going, if you can break through this level here, if you can break through the 50-day, you really don't have anything stopping you from getting back up to 425, like to all-time highs. You don't have much stopping you. You have one little minor level here at like 417.75, this gray box. And it's a nice little, I don't know what you would call this, actually. I was going to say a double bottom, but that's the weirdest. This is the weirdest, like, earnings day candle that I've ever seen. You gap down, you closed, you sold off, you closed green, and then you come in with a gap up just to take it right back down. That's probably, I have never seen this type of trade. Well, I guess you could consider that a double top, but with one candle, it looks a little weird, that's all. So, Microsoft is one that I'm not really sold on the bullishness of it, you know, if you just take a look at the volume, but I would say that is the one that if it is able to hold the 50-day and if you start seeing a little rally towards the end of the day, you know, maybe this does have a little bit of upside in the next coming days. I would be more comfortable trading banks like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs to the upside. They've been really strong. They're finally pulling back a little bit here. Meta's had been a heater this week. So these are the few that I see as far as being, you know, to the upside. And Meta's pretty much at its level. So other than that, I really don't see anything. Like, look, Meta's volume, we're coming into 2 o'clock and the volume's still decreasing. That's pretty much a sign that volume's done and traders are done and they're waiting for next week. And there was a lot of money made today. I lost a lot of money, so somebody made a lot of money. You know, I lost a lot of money today, more than I am like, it's not that I'm comfortable, like I'm okay. I'm not, you know, I should not have lost that much, but it's due to my own fault. I was really confident in GameStop and NVIDIA. Like, these two trades and Apple to the downside, 182 on Apple, and you got it. Look, right? We did such a fucking good job on these, on the analysis this morning. What's Moderna doing? NVAX, Novavax, down. Google, AMD, Man, that's a wild one. That's a wild one there. What a ride. I feel bad for anybody that did not get out of that trade to the long side. And we were short semis, at least NVIDIA. We did say along the 50 to 56, but... And look, even NVIDIA, look at the volume still decreasing. Let's go look at GLD. See how she's doing. Coinbase. Damn, Coinbase still getting smacked. Let's go. I'm going to go to the charts on this one. So I might do a video this week. If I I'm deciding whether to mix it with the losing trade today and how to avoid today's losing trade with NVIDIA and tie that in with the watch list. It just, man, this one hurt, man. I waited all week. I worked hard all week to just get some base hits and accumulate a bunch of base hits. And the fucking analysis, excuse my language, but the analysis was just spot on. Oh, I did not look at Starbucks today. I didn't. I did trade Starbucks to the upside Wednesday. Wednesday, I did take a long on Starbucks. Yeah, I figured it's going to consolidate here. And this was yesterday. I drew this out pre-market. That was the target, 75. I don't know if there's any more. So this is what I've been watching, really. Amazon. I haven't been watching Amazon. I feel like there's something going on with Amazon and it's just shady. It just breaks out, then it fails. Breaks out, fails. Breaks out, fails. But it just has sustained this long-term uptrend. This could be a nice... You could get a nice little bounce here. If you guys look at this, like it goes down, up, down, up, down. Like, you can look at this, like, V shape. And then, I don't know if it's going to bounce back to, like, 185 and get some support there and rally to make a new high, but... I couldn't even swing trade this. So if I had to swing trade something, I would look at like the banks, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan in particular. Like Amazon's not giving you any follow through, it looks like, in my opinion. I think the only follow through that I've seen really is in the banking sector. You had some nice follow through on IWM yesterday. Oh, look at that, and then it reversed all of it. And that's okay because we wanted a 204 long, but it looks like it's going to turn that back now into resistance, unfortunately. So, listen, these type of days are going to happen. We just have to learn from them. You know, that's all it is. Sometimes we have to be patient. Sometimes, so the thing that, again, one more time, the thing that gets me is I literally put a star and wrote to the right-hand side of my notebook, watch 910. Like, bro, watch it. I'm telling myself, wait, 910 is the level. If it cannot hold that, you know, because what happens is that this messed me up for GME too. I could have waited, put this trade on, and then took my profits, went right over to GME, and just had a banger of a day. But instead, I had to sit through this thing and just, it is what it is. I know I'm not going to do it again. I just entered early, 210, or, 910, right? You break above it on an increase in volume, it pulls back, and it does not even hold it. Doesn't even try to, it just cracks it. And it bounces in it, bang, resistance. All right, so what's it saying at that point? At this point right here, it's saying, okay, we've just turned 910 into resistance. Let's solidify this. Because we still have, to the left of us, the initial morning high. Right here at 906. Okay, what's there too? VWAP. Let's go test VWAP. And then if we hold VWAP, where would be the next location? 910. Like, which one is going to give? So it pulls right back to VWAP and then rips. Those buyers are still there. And then look what you got. Look at that low volume bounce off VWAP on the 1 minute. And it got even lower on that candle. They stepped away. Didn't get an increase there, but you still just got a double top right there at 9 what? Pretty much 910. So it is what it is. That's the lesson there. Just if you see something, be patient. Trading, you're not going to make trading perfect. And that is the case with dailies. You got to understand that you might want to be, you're better off going and getting yourself time. Right? If you trade options, you're better off maybe going 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. That way the delta isn't making you, you know, think too much and start coming up with like, I know how it is as a trader. You can start your as a human, you'll start to come up with different things. Oh, what if it does this? What if this happens? What if this? What? Instead of just sitting there being able to watch it. And I did listen. And when the thing is I just entered wrong. That's it. And I was willing to give it some time. You know, if we would have ended up closing up, we would have broke 915. I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm out because I'm buying at 907 in front of 910, giving it that little room, and I'm seeing that it turned that into resistance. And then once I got out right here when it got back into this box, I had to get out because if you guys notice, look here inside the box, look at that. That was this high right here, so I had to take it right here, bang, just in case it held that 904, 903 area as support. So I'm like, fuck it. There, you got like you were down. Those contracts were like, guys, they were 30 cents here, 30 to 40 cents. You could have taken them all the way up to $1.30, $1.50. I seen them at like $1.30, $1.27, from like 35 to 45 cents. Oh man, but we were. It just hurts because we were on these. We were on these shorts today. Pretty much everything we looked at. We gave Tesla 165, but said, hey, if it does end up trying to hold, look for maybe a pushback to 175 if we get volume, and it didn't happen. You did get that V-shaped recovery, but just like NVIDIA, they stepped away. They said, nope, I'm outie 5,000, bro. Like Step Brothers. So the only thing I would be looking to watch is GME. And the only reason I did not make money on this is because I was in NVIDIA trying to get out. But this was my top idea of the day. This is a trade that I was really confident in because I could see what GME was doing. It went up, it filled the gap, and the pushes from yesterday afternoon and stuff were so low. There was like I said, if we get and I said verbatim off the bell, look for a push into 19 and a break of 19 and watch it consolidate. If it can consolidate, we have to look at the volume and make sure that that volume is bigger than the day before, and not just then, but here too on the day that it broke out. Right? What was that? Sometime this day right here. And it wasn't. And that was key. Right here. Because, and I drew a box this morning of the volume that I think it was what, on a 5-minute chart, 4.5 million shares, we said, right? Yeah, we said 4.5 million shares. You didn't even do 2 on a 5-minute chart. So, I'm pretty sure, right? Or was it a 15-minute chart? I know we said it. Yeah, look, 15-minute. That's what it was, 15-minute chart. And we said we need at least 4.5 million, and we never got there. So it's all good. It happens as traders. You know, some people have to get ready for it, especially if people want to leave their jobs and do stuff like this. Like, you got to know that you got to be able to make a lot of, like, you need to be able to, like, trade a move and be able to say, all right, I've made my 10 grand, 4 grand, 3 grand, 2 grand, like, for them to get your stuff paid for the month. And it's not, you know, you got to involve taxes, and it's a lot, guys. It's a lot. And then it gets really stressful at times like this, like some real stuff. I use my own money. Like, if I fuck up, I'm back to doing whatever it is I got to do. So I gotta really hone in. It just, I don't know. That's all I really got. It really hits hard when the analysis was spot on, and I was just executed just a little too early. You know, I just executed a little too early, and then that on top of that, messes me up for trading that short on GME because I'm stuck and locked in and watching NVIDIA because I just, messed myself up. But I will say this. We only live once, guys. We only live once. Does that, they don't say that to be like reckless, but I don't know. That's all. That's all I have to say. You know what I mean? Sometimes things happen for a reason. We don't know what's going to happen because we don't have the price in front. Like, we can't predict the future. But if we can use probabilities and try to analyze and use everything that we have at our disposal to make the best decision, over time, it should play on our side. But LiDAR, I just threw this up here just because I'm not necessarily I'm not on tilt, but I just was watching it just in case. So what I brought up earlier was GME, DJT, watch Carvana. If you get like AMC's breaking down. So if for some reason you start to see, like, look, it feels like GME's about to make this resistance and start pulling back down lower. Let's see if that happens. Let's see if you start to see some candles and some size step in here to try to bring this thing back down. If this starts to somehow regain like $18 and you start to see this thing try to like push itself up higher, right, towards the end of the day, watch for buy triggers on like other names that broke out today. I don't know many of them, but like I'm just saying, like LiDAR, you could look at like DJT, whatever names that are small cap, have a short squeeze. You could, depending on like, if it's gotta have some volume with it, right? Which makes institution people start to like manage risk, right, to the downside. So if this thing does show its face again and start feeding upon itself, you could look at other names to start squeezing and the scanners start to go off. I don't know if you're going to get it. I don't know. It's raining outside, so there might... it's not really raining anymore, but volume's really low. Just be careful. I wouldn't push anything. What's up, Matt? How's it? How are you doing today, buddy? I hope you had a great day. Or a good day, you know. Oh, shoot. Alright, so what do we have here? So, next week's going to be a big week, too. So, if you don't see something that is, like, worth taking, just wait for next week. Because there should be a lot of opportunity next week. DKNG, let's go look at some energy and let's look and see what natural gas is doing. And I remember, I watched the thing last night and I got reminded of the natural gas thing that was in. It's like the Gazprom or something like that. Have you guys heard of that? It's like one of the biggest. It was like one of the biggest things. Russia gas. Mutual Energy Corporation headquarters. So I guess this is I can't Gazprom. Is Gazprom the largest company in Russia? Okay, so remember, look, it's the world's largest natural gas company. Remember I was telling you guys about this like 2 weeks ago. All right? There was news, and why natural gas, in my opinion, broke out last Friday is because of that. That Gazprom caught on fire, or it was hit with... I don't know if there was drones, if you can send drones into it, but they've been sending drones into their oil refineries and stuff like that, and they've started to build cages around them because they're flying drones into them and trying to blow them up. So Gazprom caught on fire, and that's when you've seen this big up day between that Thursday and Friday on natural gas. So I did mention this to just keep an eye on this And this was a nice consolidation, and it looks like it's trying to break out, but it should have held this level. You know, maybe you look at like 16 or so. I've never really traded this. I'm not telling anyone to trade it, but you know, you could have some news on your side for a nice breakout on this, even though it's already started. It could just continue. Like, this is a nice little double top here, and maybe it tries to hold here. This might be something to look at. Yeah, it looks like it's going to try and turn that into resistance, huh? Because it broke down there. But we'll see. This is, it's on my radar. So if we go to Gazprom Fire, updates oil facility hit 1,200 kilometers inside Russia. Oh, and yesterday, right? Fire sale amid record losses. So 11 hours ago, fierce fire at oil refinery in Russia after a drone strike. So you guys can see here. Hopefully this isn't loud where it blows our ears off.
Children's AstroPro outage.
Oh, it's going to play the thing because of... Alright, so this is what it was. We don't need the sound. No, I could have swore it was like a tall building. I don't know. Anyway. Gazprom. Keep an eye on it. You're starting to see natural gas break out. They've been going tit for tat, guys. So, yeah. If anybody has questions or anything, if anybody wants, we can go over the markets and see what type of day we're having. Let's see. So semiconductors are still up. They're still green. I think they're red on the day, but as far as yesterday's close, they're I think they're red on the day. I think. No. Yeah, right here. Let's go to NVIDIA. So GameStop is all right. So LiDAR is back up, and I drew this morning. Okay, this is kind of what I wanted to see, if we could like consolidate and then maybe try to get a little push at the end of the day. It wouldn't surprise me if it did and it just fails up here at this area, but it's kind of what I wanted to look for. Like, there was just a lot going on with this setup at LiDAR that was just like, bro, just the level, Fibonacci lining up with it. You had volume, you had the 200-day above you with a gap fill. Like, everything was screaming $4 on LiDAR. It may not happen today. I mean, obviously it may not happen today, but maybe something to watch Monday, Tuesday, and into Wednesday if it just kind of like consolidates. We'll see. The chances of it are low, but again, I'm just looking at it because of the setup. Because of how clean that setup is, I do want to watch it. Even though the sentiment is, to the downside. I think you'll need like GameStop though, and like some of these other names that are squeezing to start going higher, to start getting, those buy triggers going to reduce risk on the short side. Yeah, so NVIDIA, on the day, NVIDIA, from the opening price today, NVIDIA and semiconductors are red again. So we also identified that with the SPY and the Qs, right? The overall markets closed green yesterday. AMD, NVIDIA, they closed red yesterday. So it was like, okay, there's a start to like some negative, some bearish divergence. Markets are closing green. They're closing red. What's going on? Maybe some selling in front of earnings for NVIDIA. I don't know when their earnings is. I know it's in another week or so, right? Yeah, it's not really until the end of the month. Let's see. Yeah, 22. So I guess that would be, yeah, we still got 10 days. So Maybe not next week, but the week after that. It might be next week. Maybe next Friday or Thursday or something, or the next Monday or Tuesday, whatever the math works out to be. All right, so that's the Qs.
Watching shares of Apple, ticker AAPL, seeing report that the company will revamp Siri to catch up with its chatbot competitors.
Oh, bro, that ain't gonna do nothing. Short it. I don't know if you guys caught that or not. I'm not sure if you guys caught that or not, but where's the daily chart? Okay, we're on Apple right now, right? Yes. Damn, man, there were so many good setups today. Fuck. Man. 50-day, 100. I still think Apple's... I don't know. It's holding this level really good, but I think you get... I still think it's shortable. I do. I would look to take it back down to the 200-day. I wish I could trade it, but I don't think there's enough time.
Inflation seems to be moving in maybe not the right direction, maybe it's moving a little bit higher. But on the stagflation question, we had quite a conversation about it last week during the Fed meeting, and most people felt that we were nowhere near a stagflationary moment because...
All right, so yeah, you could get a pop into like 183.25. See if you do get a pop into that area.
And number two, so was inflation. It was a lot higher than it is today.
I'm going to be here just scanning around. If anybody needs anything, hit me up in the chat. All that fun stuff. If you guys need anything, just let me know.
You know,
I'm here.
Further correction that we might expect over the course of the second quarter.
I'll be here for a little bit. I just want to see if the volume doesn't start to pick up, then I might head out. I'll let you guys know.
But on the stagflation question, we had quite a conversation about it last week during the Fed meeting, and most people felt that we were nowhere near a stagflationary moment because when you look back to when there really was stagflation, number one, unemployment was a lot higher than it is today, and number two, so was inflation. It was a lot higher than it is today. So are we talking about the stagflation that we knew a few decades ago, or are we talking about another more benign form of it potentially? I don't know.
Excellent point. We're not looking at a revisiting of the stagflation we saw in the late 70s and early 80s. What I'm referring to, Tyler, is directional. You look at GDP, gross domestic product, over the last 3 quarters. We were at 4.9% in the third quarter of last year. 3.4 in the fourth quarter, and more recently 1.6% in the first quarter of this year. So the economy's slowing.
I think that's right around where
yet
we closed.
Inflation,
that's
measured
what I
by
think
the CPI, nominal CPI, has actually gone up over the course of the last 3 months. We're seeing the base effects of benign contributions to that inflation rolling off. We're replacing that with higher levels of inflation, with energy, electricity, food, housing, wages. And that suggests that directionally, we could be looking at slower economic growth and higher levels of inflation. But by no means are we looking at late 70s, early 80s levels of stagflation.
Okay, fair, great answer. Let me just say, okay, given that hypothesis, what sectors of the market should I be looking at, and where might a pullback take the biggest bite?
Well, the reality is that the stock market's up 10% in the first quarter of this year, up 28% since the end of October through the end of March, largely driven by, AI FOMO with the Mag 7. So let's say we were to get hypothetically a 10% correction from these levels over the next, quarter or two. I would argue that it's the Mag 7 stocks that have done really, really well. A 10% correction, maybe those stocks will be down 20%. And the other stocks, domestic large cap value, small cap growth, international stocks, which have not participated to the same degree, maybe those stocks will be down, marginally to 5%. So I think we've got to just be a little nimble and play a little defense here until we've got a better sense of what the trends are on both economic growth and inflation.
All right, a few dink shots, not slams. That's what we'll go for, Phil. Phil Orlando.
Was
Thank
that
you.
a pickleball reference?
That was a pickleball reference.
Wow.
Yes.
We've got the latest numbers from the Treasury Department on how much the government is spending and on what. A main focus right now with rates. Megan Casella has those details. Megan?
Hey, Kelly. So new Treasury data shows us the U.S. government is spending $102 billion on interest costs last month. That sets a record for the month of April. And that's a 35% increase from the same month a year ago as the deficit grows and interest rates remain elevated. Now, fiscal year to date, interest payments are up a similar 36%. And for 5 straight months now, they've been rising faster than any other line item in the Treasury's budget. Other increases last month, Social Security spending was up 11% from last year because of the higher cost of living adjustment. Spending at the Department of Health and Human Services was up 64% over the year, mostly due to higher costs for Medicare and Medicaid. So across this report, really, you can see the impact showing up of high inflation and high interest rates on the government's budget. Now, overall, April was a surplus month because of tax season. So for the fiscal year so far, Treasury is running an $855 billion deficit. That's 8% smaller from this time a year ago. Kelly?
Very tough situation. Megan, thank you. We appreciate it. Coming up, access to the Fed. We will hear from 2 presidents, Neil Kashkari and Austin Goolsbee. Looking forward to it. Further ahead, consumer discretion advised. Disney, Whole Foods, McDonald's all seeing signs of weakness, while Uber and Shopify are seeing resilience. Should investors proceed with caution, and where? We'll discuss when Power Lunch returns.
Watch for that Monday, guys. 10 a.m. Pacific time on Monday, May 13th, to demo ChatGPT and GPT-4 updates. We'll have to watch it. I'll have it on the stream. They have no mirrors on them. There's no mirrors, bro. How are you supposed to look and see what's behind you and shit?
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The Dow is set to close the week with a 2% gain and an 8-day winning streak. We'll see if it holds up this afternoon. But the fate of the rally really could hinge on what the Fed does and when. For some key insight on that, we go now to our Steve Leisman with not one, but two Fed presidents. Steve?
Kelly, thanks. We have an extraordinary two guests here. We have Neil Cuskar from the Minneapolis Fed and Austin Goolsbee from Chicago Fed. And what you may not know is that they sit together at the FOMC meeting, although apparently it's reversed.
Yes, we're like the two guys on the Muppet Show,
Okay,
up in the balcony.
Gentlemen, I did a little research before we started. The Vikings over the Bears, 65, 57, and 2. However, and the Vikings have a real bit home advantage, 38-24 over the Bears. However, the Bulls have an advantage over the Timberwolves, 39-28. So we'll see how we score this at the end, okay?
Okay.
Neil, we're going to start off with you. You wrote a piece on Tuesday talking about this idea, using the 10-year tips as the measure of how restrictive the Fed is. So give us a very quick explanation of why that's a good measure, but more importantly, how restrictive is the Fed right now?
Well, in a sense, we have 6 policy tools: the federal funds rate, the expected path of the federal funds rate, the balance sheet, expected path of the balance sheet, actually 4, excuse me. And how do you put all that together and say how restrictive is policy? The thing I like about the 10-year tips, it incorporates all of those factors and the outlook for inflation over the next 10 years. And we know investors base their investment decisions on longer-term interest rates, not on overnight interest rates. So for me, if I had to pick one measure on how restrictive policy is, it's the 10-year tips relative to where we were before the crisis or some version of
And that's
neutral.
come down a little bit. It's 2.1. Is that good enough for you?
Well, we've
All right, folks, I figure I'd try something new every single morning after my usual routine in terms of working out and trying to get my day started. I do these quick videos, these quick hits, just with some random thoughts about markets, some of the things I see people comment on, to bring context, because I think context is king. And I think that there's a lot of misconceptions around the way that I think and the way that I talk about things. So let's try to clear a couple of things up, and I'll try and do this daily. Please do me a favor, since I'm experimenting with this, just comment below if there's any particular topics you want me to hit in any particular morning. Let me know. I'm happy to do a quick video on it. Okay, I want to talk about utilities here. Why utilities? Utilities are boring, right? Who cares about the utilities sector of the stock market? Everybody wants tech, everybody wants energy, or maybe doesn't want energy, which is why energy starts to work again. Why are utilities, in my view, the most important sector of the stock market to pay attention to? Because factually it is. Now, this relates very much to the 2014 Dow Award paper titled An Intermarket Approach to Beta Rotation. This paper, which I authored back in 2014, won the Dow Award from the Chartered Market Technicians Association. And the finding of the paper is very simple. You go back to 1926, when the utility sector, the most boring sector of the stock market, is outperforming the broader stock market on a very short-term basis. Generally, with a lag, stock market volatility tends to rise afterwards. Not my opinion, fact. Utilities tend to be up more or down less when they have these short bursts of relative strength against the broader S&P 500, against the broader market. In the case of the paper, it's looking at the rolling 4-week period. When you actually test it, it works from 3 to 6 weeks. Beyond that, not much predictive power. But you're more than welcome to take a look at the paper. If you don't believe me, it's available at ssrn.com. It's purely factual, not my opinion. Most VIX spikes are preceded by the utility sector outperforming in advance as a leading indicator. Now, why is that? Because utilities are the most defensive sector of the stock market. Their movement tells you a lot about, in quote, smart money positioning in advance of higher volatility, because it's the lowest beta and relatively safest sector of the stock market, meaning in a major decline for equities, the utility sector is probably going to be down a lot less versus technology, for example, or pretty much any other cyclical part of the equity landscape. So take a look at that paper, but I want to talk about that in terms of what's happening here, because I put a post out while working out saying that I think we have a 2-week window here, okay? And it's not me fear-mongering. I'm going to keep stressing this point. I'm the first one to say path matters more than prediction. I'm the first one to say there's no gurus, only cycles. I'm the first one to say this cycle has been brutal for treasuries as the risk-off expression, which in all of the research papers, using all of the data, shows historically has proven to be the best way to play defense, okay, except in this last 3 years, which I'll maybe touch on for another video. But let's talk about utilities here in the context of this kind of 2-week window where I think risk could be relatively elevated.
So I'm going to share another screen here, and if you give me just a second, you'll see it. But let's take a look at, if you go with me on this idea that utilities historically are a leading indicator of volatility and that they precede major crashes, corrections, bear markets in terms of their outperformance on average. You look at the utility sector relative to the S&P 500. Okay, this is XLU, the Utilities Select Sector Spider ETF, divided by the S&P 500. I'm looking at my other screen as we're chatting. Rising trend here means utilities are up more or down less relative to the broader stock market. Falling ratio means utilities are underperforming, down more, up less. Okay, so outperforming the S&P, underperforming the S&P. Now, the key thing about utilities is that they lead in terms of the relative strength, but it's also interesting that you can tell when there's likely to be a major inflection point for broader markets. And I'm going to use the most recent example being 2022. Okay, if you notice, 2021 into 2022. If you notice in 2021, notice on the chart here, and this is from TradingView, that utilities relative to the S&P 500 bottomed early November 2021. When did the bear market for large caps start? November 2021. You started seeing outperformance in advance of that nasty 2022 bear market, okay, where utilities were leading, outperforming, that ratio was turning higher, telling you, be careful, be defensive, right? Volatility is likely to keep on rising. This is a risk-off environment, a risk-off condition. Now, notice this bar here on the weekly. Utilities relative to the S&P suddenly collapsed at the very end of September 2022. It is not a coincidence that on October 2nd, 2022, I said the end of the world is at hand. That's why stocks are about to have a melt-up. It's funny how people don't seem to remember that I was one of the few guys out there screaming that there was a melt-up coming, and the bottom was October 2022. This is fact. I'm not a perma-bear. I got all kinds of vitriol back then, and I was right in identifying the conditions. Utilities broke down very aggressively as the broader market was still dropping. Now, typically when that happens, after a prolonged period of strength, that's an inflection point, meaning you're towards a bottom for equities. And it turned out that was the case. Now, there was a momentary blip here, November, December, where utilities started showing strength again, which again is why I said in December 2nd of 2022, momentarily I thought there was a risk of an imminent crash. Markets did not crash in December 2022, but it was still the fifth worst December in history, and utilities got ahead of it. Okay, then they started weakening aggressively. And I went back to melt up January 9th because you could see utilities were underperforming. By the way, there were other indicators at the same time giving the same message. Okay. Now, all throughout last year, utilities kept on weakening. Now, this should make sense because technology was the only sector that was working and driving the market cap weighted averages while small caps are still going sideways. I'll hit on that for another video. Notice where we are now. We opened the year up with some severe weakness in utilities against the S&P. Okay, with this collapse here in mid-January. And then utilities relative to the S&P started bottoming and now is strengthening. Actually, last week was a pretty big one. And as much as everyone's claiming that now we're going to rebound, that was it, that the risks are done, we're going to resume the move higher, notice that utilities, at least as of right now, are still showing strength.
Oh, we're
still
going down.
Outperforming and
Look at
holding
that drop
into
again,
the
guys.
rebound.
I'm grabbing
This
some
looks like a
puts
bottom
today,
to me, folks.
boy.
Now,
it's not
this
ironic.
does not mean that stocks will keep on.
It's not ironic that the market, overall market's pulling back. I'm telling y'all, man. This is the this chart. Shit. Yeah, I gotta get it. Let's get it while it's cheap. I'm gonna look out for next week. I know I had a messed up day, dog, but give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. What we got? 517. Let's go. I'm doing it now, gang. I'm not even thinking about it too hard. I'm gonna go out until next week. What are we about to get some news before I get into some puts, gang? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's look at some next Friday puts. Next Friday puts. Next Friday puts. Puts. Looking at 512 puts. Puts. 512 puts. 512 puts. Sorry, I'm talking. I am tired like a mug. Okay, let me bring this up. 15. Let's do like 25. 25. Timing has to be correct. So, should I do it now? Or is this a bad decision? Am I making a bad decision? Let's find out. Am I making a bad decision here? So wait, hold on. So the Qs, if anything, would go down first, right? That's what I should be short, not just the SPY. Not necessarily just the SPY. I feel like. Because then the SPY has energy and stuff. Not just the SPY, not just the SPY. Not just the SPY. Sorry. I know, I'm crazy. Damn. Yeah, I'm going to go with the SPY. Or... even though... damn. They just ripping triggers off, bro. That's crazy, B. That's crazy, B. For 36. Damn. It's so far out of the money.
Sound familiar? It should. That electric vehicle IPO? Zillow was there. That Hawaiian clean energy deal. We were there too. Anywhere you need a...
I don't think now's the time to do it. Wait. Yes, if we can just get a bounce. 4, 2. This is a perfect time. I gave this out last week or yesterday, I think it was. Ah, shit. We need a little bounce. We need a little bounce out of the 15 and 5 minute. Get a little bounce here out of 5 minute, 15 minute chart. That'll help the hourly side of things out. Shit, it's going down. Going down, baby. No street in the rain's going. Ready to let it go. Alright. I'm doing it. God, I'm doing it. The volume is trash, bro. I don't know if I should wait till the end of the day.
20 seconds a week to lose 20% of your weight in a year with diet and exercise. That's
17. Let's just go. I'm doing the SPY. I'm doing the SPY. DIA. SPY. 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, no, thank you. I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget. Bad, Mr. Sparks. Allowance, birthday money, investments. Quicken tracks all my income and...
Alright, when is CPI and stuff? They're going to make this really difficult. Let's go through the data real quick. Because I'm getting short. I promise. I'm getting short. Alright. If I can trust this, May 8th. See how it says May 8th? Like, I tried so hard the other day to try to get this information sooner. And it's not ironic. Today we get the information that comes out Wednesday and the markets sell off today. And everything we looked at this morning, we were feeling the short side. So this is draining liquidity. I firmly believe that this was our rally and this could be our take back. Economic calendar. All right, Monday we have nothing but a bunch of Fed members, so market may not do much Monday going into the end of the day today. What is this? Tuesday, May 14th. Tuesday, PPI. PP in the eye. Wednesday, manufacturing sales, core inflation rate. Man, Wednesday. You know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm going for Friday, bro. Let's see if we can get a pop here on a 5 minute, 15 minute. But here's the thing. We're battling rate hikes, possibly pulling back. Holding SPY 518 put, looking for the lower low. Yes. Listen, AKP and WC. I'm with you, actually. I don't think we'll get it today because look at the volume, right? The volume is not picking up and it's 2 o'clock and it's Friday, 2:30. We should start to see, we should start to see this. But I'm going to get it for next week. All right, we should start to see this, right? You should see this curl and start to do something like that. It's Friday. We're not getting it. Like you see here, high, low, high, high, low, high, high, low, low. I don't like that. All right. But yeah, I'm just kidding. Listen, I'm goofy. I'm fucking tired right now. I'm out of my mind. I had some coffee. I had a cigarette for the guy that died that smoked cigarettes. It's not why I'm retarded right now, but excuse my language. I don't mean that in all due respect, because I know how some people don't like that word. I'm going for it, guys, and I'm just gonna go out the money. High risk, high reward. Give it to me. I want it. All right. I'll probably take a Friday. 61,000 for these Johns. I'd do a 510. I might do a 510. I'm gonna do a 510 for next week. I'm doing a 510 for next week. It's on. It's on and popping. That's it. Doing a 5. Can we even get there? Damn, that's far away, bro. Holy shit. These things might get cut in half by the end of the week. By Monday. They'll probably be cutting it. I don't like buying options going into the weekend on the end of the day on Friday. I don't. Bro, that's so far out of the money. What is the percentage of this move? It's 2%. It's a 2% move. Fuck it. Live by the contracts, die by the contracts, gang. I'm in it. I only bought a couple, so relax. Alright? Relax. I just bought a couple. Alright? I just grabbed a couple. Alright? 510 next week. It's a 2% move. I'm pretty certain. From VWAP at least. This bounce at VWAP. The 50-day 10. So yeah, it's a 2% move. I'm paying 50 cents for a 2% move from where we're at now. That's including CPI, all these other data sets we get. We just have to be cautious that the Fed is pretty much saying, guys, all right, we got our initial jobless claims number. We need to, we're starting to get the understanding that we're on the back end of rate hikes and they're probably going to start cutting soon. That's the only thing I don't like about this. All right, that's the only thing. It's cheap. It's far out of the money. I got a little time. I could probably, I don't know, but I can make this back on one trade. The thing is that I'm down, so I'm like pushing my luck here. All right, I'm pushing my luck. We're already up.
Time for growth. Funding from Biz2 Credit makes it possible. Our easy and convenient process makes it simple to take the next step on your journey. Biz2 Credit.
We're already up.
Funding, what's next?
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
This level holds too, man. It's not a good look. We need to break this. We need to break yesterday's close. Really low volume. They might screw us. So how could I hedge this? Could I do like a UVXY put on top of this for the from now till like Wednesday? How can we play this that no matter what we can pull money out the markets? I don't need to hedge it. I'm not doing that. I'm just putting it on. It is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. You okay, Turkey? All right, guys. I'm gonna go grab. I'm going to go grab my cat some food real quick, and I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm coming, Turkey. Hold on.
stand tall.
Certainly the consumer who's at the lower deciles of income it appears to be making more choices around how they spend their money. We're not seeing a lot of that right now. We tend to play a little bit higher income, and as a result, we don't see a lot of trade down at this point.
We've definitely seen segments where customers have moved from some items, trading down to others, or moving from one category to another.
When we look at consumers, are they trading down, for example, on Uber Eats? Are they eating at less expensive restaurants? We see no evidence of that. Frequency is up. Our both retention is up in mobility and delivery as well. So we're not seeing the kinds of signs of weakness that that other folks are talking about.
First of all, the consumer remains resilient. I mean, you're seeing that. I mean,
Look at
Shopify
LiDAR. I
is a
told
great
y'all.
proxy for that.
Look at LiDAR going out. Holy shit. Told y'all. God damn it, I should have fucking bought it.
We're seeing a much more cautious, low-income
There goes LiDAR.
consumer.
I knew it, man.
They're feeling more of
I
the
knew it.
pressure of the cost of living, which has been high and
I'm like,
increased for them.
everyone thinks it's not going to go. It's
about
halted.
gasoline prices
LiDAR's halted.
than they do about stock prices, and they are getting hurt.
Always so pithy. There's the read on the consumer from several executives of major companies on CNBC this week. Signs of cracking, but also some signs of resilience. Let's get to Kate Rogers with more on the state of the consumer right now. Kate?
Hey, Kelly, we're seeing a lot more restraint right now in how consumers spend their time and money, particularly in the restaurant
I
sector.
could not believe
This
this
earnings
mother
cycle, there's
sucker
been a
got
big
halted,
emphasis
bro.
on
And I
value
literally
brands
just
from
walked away
McDonald's
and fed my
Wendy's
cat.
and Dave & Buster's, all noting
Fuck.
that low-income consumers are starting to spend less. In fact, we just learned
So,
from two sources
this
familiar that
isn't a
McDonald's
good
is
look
actually
that
working
you
on
just
plans
broke it
for a
on low
$5
volume.
value
We'll start.
meal that
We'll
will
keep it on
potentially
watch.
include a McChicken or a McDouble with a 4-piece nugget, fry, and soft
I was
drink. So
I was
4
looking
items
for this to
$5.
break out like in a couple days, like just like watching it from now until next week. I had a good feeling about this, man. This was a really nice setup, and the market cap was what, like 5 million? Like, bro, 10 of us could buy this company. We could just buy this company outright if the float's still only 5.8 million. That's a low float. Like I'm telling you guys, $4 is the target. $4. That's your previous high or previous resistance level up there. You get that 200-day to move in there too. Like that's screaming $4. LiDAR. Damn, bro. That's a rough one. Jesus Christ.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand, so they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan, and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Out here, we get it. It's more than
I don't like this. I don't like that the volume isn't increasing, but it could.
We love helping you do what you love.
The global animal health market size was valued.
It's increasing on a 15-minute. That's no, it ain't. It ain't. It's weak. But still, I still think you could get this. This is setting up perfect for another pullback to like 245, 240, and then you look for like a Monday, Tuesday rally and like get this thing into $4. I think that's what's going on here. This thing is like completely setting up for that. Like a 2-3 day setup, boom, and you get that parabolic move. Yeah, so I still feel that way. I still feel like this is a really nice setup, and it's got potential. It really does. And what I would expect is like even just if it pulls back or whatever. I don't like that it just rips so much like that. It kind of ruins it. But then we get our pullback. It's like Monday, Tuesday, right? Pull it back, start to little consolidate, kind of shake some people out Monday, going into Tuesday, then the end of Monday going in, like Monday afternoon into Monday after hours, you get this breakout possibly. But again, I'm only looking for $4 here. I'm looking to get to $4. So I just my opinion. I figured it could take a couple days to get this, and there she goes. She's going. She going. She going. Shit. Fucking losing money on my SPY. I knew I was going. I needed to get the entry correct, and I didn't. Look, SPY's going to hold this level. Fucking litter.
Which are slightly lower today, but they're still up 7% just since the start of the month. Although the company is now apologizing for that controversial iPad ad. We'll get to that, but first let's start with something which could potentially be even more troubling.
Let's see. QQQ.
Yeah, unions are back. Apple Store employees in Short Hills, New Jersey. Tomorrow they're going to vote.
Let's go. Come on.
The third retail location to unionize. Now it's been a while since we've seen such a vote. It appeared to be momentum around Apple Store unionization efforts about 2 years ago, but a store hasn't voted to unionize since one in Oklahoma City did back in October of 22. But plenty of labor organizations.
Why do people want to unionize? I don't understand. I mean, I understand like unions are there, like a union really helps protect you to have a job, but it doesn't mean you're going to make more money. You know, it doesn't mean you're going to make good money. If you want some, like if you're a person that really wants to make like let's say you have a target, and I'm not saying that this is like it's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money at all. If you want to make like 10 million, say, man, I want to get like 2-3 years, let me make $1 million, but in like 5 to 10 year mark on that 7/8 going into 10 years, I want to make 10 million. That'll average out to about $1 million a year. You're gonna have to probably do it yourself, right? Whether that's starting a business, a company, you know, just doing many different things. You're gonna have to do it yourself because you gotta remember, man. Someone else is if you don't own the company, someone else does, and that's why they started that company, is because they want to make good money, right? They have a status or they have a tier that they want to be at because they like nice things. So they just, you know, they want to have a boat and they want to have a nice, you know, like whatever, right? You just got to go do it yourself. That's all, right? And I think people kind of forget that. And I don't think people think it's possible. I just think, like, people, like, just don't even think to go try to go do it. I really don't. I never did. I said, why don't I just figure out a plan to go make a few $1,000,000? Let me just try. I never thought about it, right? I never thought like that. But, you know, now I do. And there was a time when I didn't, and then there was a time when I did. So, yeah, that's that. I don't know. I'm just talking to talk because litter is going.
And that's New York Times just reported that Siri is going to get a kind of supercharged version coming pretty soon here. This is what we've been
Good old litter.
of WWDC, the June 10th event. We're finally going to hear these AI plans, long anticipated new piece by Apple.
Let's see here.
Siri is what they're reporting right now in order to better compete with what we've seen from ChatGPT, what we've seen from all these other companies.
I feel like this is their
way overdue. Let's be honest.
You know, Siri, no offense, but
you can offend Siri, it's fine.
the thing that I think is most useful about Siri is the voice activation, and if it worked better at answering simple questions and activating commands, I do think that they could. I don't know if they'll have to make any acquisitions if this is all in-house, but if they fold that into Siri, I think they could really be.
And they try that, they have it, but it doesn't work super well. I've had it go off when I'm on air. Live.
I smell AI. I smell AI behind it. It just, there's something about it, just doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right.
But the good news is, Xfinity Mobile just got a
Like, did his hand just shrink or something? Like, here's his forearm, and then, ooh, there's my hand. It just, what happened there? It looks like he has a stubby. Like, look, am I wrong? Like, look how short his hand is. Like, look, like, it doesn't look right. It may just be me. I may be wrong. I mean, it might be real. I don't know. Does it look funny to you guys? Like, this guy's still doing the like he's frozen. It probably might be real. I just didn't know hands move like. Hold on.
and equipped with hydraulic brakes. This is the electric XP 3.0. Fully foldable, fully assembled, ships free, simple
Like,
as that. Go to
the guy in the back still is just like hasn't let up the whole time. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's real. I don't know. It just looked weird to me. Yeah, I'm already down on those puts, but I have time. I don't know what. I should have just waited a little bit for those, but I did not. I was just in a hurry again, being stupid. I'm gonna leave it on. Hopefully I did okay. I'll probably put a stop. See, it sucks going into the weekend with those. Whatever. All right, it's power hour. 3 o'clock. Watch the hold here because now it's trying to hold that pre-market and it might pop up. So I might take this off. All right, let's go. I need it to break. Let's see. I cannot believe today. Guys, I really can't. I cannot believe today really happened. I did not. If you would have asked me today if I would have got blasted, I would have said, nah, gang. Why would I do that? But, you know, it happens. Just can't let it happen again like that. That's... Alright, GameStop's starting to go again, too. 17 target. I'm watching the cues to see if one of these is going to lead us down.
100% right to point that out. Look, whether it's leading or lagging, the Fed can't get there from here if indeed housing inflation is not going to fall. That is a prerequisite for the Fed getting
All right,
back to that
pull back, Spy.
inflation level.
Go ahead, dog. Why don't you go ahead and pull back to that little 520 fitty? That little 520 fitted jump. 520 fitted jump. But the Qs are holding up right here on that pre-market low, right? So now you guys can see, if you're not seeing it, what I'm seeing, you're seeing the Qs start to regain pre-market lows. Technology is actually starting to lead higher, possibly. You just got a rotation there that wasn't there Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It was the Dow that was leading. And now, does it lead to the downside? Bro, if you don't turn that shit off, bro. Damn, look at the IWM. This thing just got murked. Yeah, I might have to wait for a bounce back. I might have to take this off and then put it back on. I don't know.
I think if you were to take it back to what we had seen back in October, specifically for the utility sector, not only did you have it relative to the S&P 500 fall to a new all-time low, but in absolute terms, the sector itself fell to a 3-year low. Highly unusual to see in a bull market.
Why does it do that? I can't stand this thing sometimes. Like, the amount of errors I've had with just clicking the box and typing the stuff in and backspacing it. I backspace and hold it for a while, and it just doesn't clear it all out. It's a pain in the ass.
So I would say that the cyclical bias is still there in terms of what we look for quality and everything that looks relatively strong, even in a higher rate environment. All right, Brent Talkington of Requisite Capital Management joins us, of course, to see.
Man, volatility should be really high next week. Well, it was close. Close. I still give this thing a couple days. I still would give this thing a couple days. This might actually, it could cause it to break down. I'm not gonna be blind to that. You could get a false. You could get it like a failed, like it pulls back to hold this going into like Monday afternoon. You try to get another breakout, then it just fails because the volume was really crappy there, and I didn't like the just boom, that big rip there. So that kind of just ruined this play. It did. I wanted to see it consolidate and then just kind of like get itself back up to highs, make a new high, but all good. There was something about it, man. I'm just saying, cuz. As I said, LiDAR, that thing only got 5.8 million market cap. Shit, me and my buddy's gonna buy that company. I can't even believe I have a position on, but I do. NVIDIA is pulling back, it looks like. We have a lot of data next week, so I'm going to try to hold strong. I grabbed some puts for a few reasons. Really, the main reason... This chart right there. This chart right there says, hey, we got a little more ways to go down, son. And that would give us our 50-day test. You know what I mean? We'll see. So, 50 cents for a 2% move. Hey, I'll take it. Plus 5 days worth of time. Shit, I'll take it. Let's go to a weekly chart. That's it. I'm sick of this shit. I'm done. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this chart. Or I mean...
Factors that we use, growth value, that
what did
sector
we move
scores
this week?
pretty well. So for now, it's worked, thankfully, for us, knock on whatever here, but I think that you still have strong trends in place. The underlying breadth and internals of that sector are really strong. Financials is one of the S&P 500 financials, I should clarify, is one of the sectors that's scoring the best right now in terms of participation among its members.
Bryn, what about energy? Because I think we have some differing views of late. What's been a disappointing trade and shows fits and starts. Should we be believers in that? Asking somebody, of course, who's sitting in the Houston, Texas area and maybe a little biased, just throwing that out there.
I mean, I'm fact-based. I'm boots on the ground, so I think I have a really good good lens.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
Right?
Channel checks.
So I think other people are biased, and so I think that you're going to continue to have dispersion. I still like the smaller names.
Trying to get himself
I mean, if you look at a
some or what?
Diamondback, I mean that stock. If you took the name off, you would think that would be a technology stock.
That was
I think
a little
that
weird, if you ask
80
me.
is the new 60. I think
No,
these
I'm not
companies
saying
in
anything, but I'm
general
just saying.
have good
That was just-
capital discipline.
we're just
The
having
free
there.
cash flow yield isn't as good as it was last year. I think it's about 7% in aggregate. But I still like these names, like the Diamondbacks.
I'm probably done.
Those kind of names. We're playing it generally
Look at
via
this.
RSPG, which is the equal weight, so I can get some smaller EMP names and
Wish
not
I could
just
have a
sit there with
beeper.
Chevron and Exxon with XLE. But I think that this
yes,
needs
I'm just
to be
gonna
part
leave
of
it
the
on. What I
portfolio.
could do.
Also, energy does well in this kind of market when you're
probably
expecting rates to come down.
look
Energy is
to
one of the top performers, and I think energy is
put
up
a
about
hedge on
11%.
this trade. Look, I
the
knew it.
ETF for the year, so it's been a
You
really
fucking
strong
bastard.
performer.
So
Yeah.
the
Well,
Qs are kind of giving it
over a
away.
month,
Let's see.
It's been the worst performer.
As long as the
Energy,
Qs
you
can
like
stay
that
under
too.
here
Yeah, you keep
and
you go
not
through
break
these fits
back
and starts,
above
but
there.
We take a longer-term approach. If you extend it out
that
over the past past 3 years, even
this
past 4 years,
pre-market,
energy is still
pivot
the
low.
dominant performer out
Never
of all
mind,
sectors.
I'm
So I
done.
think
I think
that
everybody just
again, when you
left.
look at
It's all
fundamentals, talk about a sector that
It's all
looks
good.
a
Just
little
leave me
bit,
here
or
by
a lot of
myself.
bit different than something like
all
utilities,
good.
even in terms of interest coverage.
It's all good.
The profit boom
I got
for
under
this
control.
sector over
All
the
right,
past
2
couple
people.
of years,
We got a
notwithstanding
whole
the
2
weakness that
people.
we've seen over the past
I'm
year,
on here twice
has
myself.
been enough to really
so-
lift that interest coverage ratio, keep it.
I grabbed some puts for next week. You guys can get them cheap, all right? 45 cents. All right, 4 tens I bought. Why 4 tens? Because damn it, I'm fucking down a fucking dime on these piece of shit maggot fucking contracts. Because it's a 2% move, and I think some volatility should bring itself in. And I think we can do a 2% day or a 2% week with CPI, PP and AI. All right. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Dude, I can't even let myself lose 10 cents on these contracts because I've already dug myself a hole for being a goofball on NVIDIA not holding strong. Really, because I just entered incorrectly and I was down like a mug. GDP growth rate year over year. I might have to go hit the stash, but I'm not putting no more in there. Not doing it. All right, building permits. Industrial production. Friday. We ain't got nothing Friday. So that's cool, right? So I'm going to know by the end of Wednesday, by Wednesday afternoon, and the way we trade Wednesday, you know, it would be cool if we could get like a initial jobless claims to go back to like 210. But I don't think that's the case. Why? Because we had a bunch of tornadoes this week. And a lot of triggers didn't work. They might be calling in, hey, government, can I get that check, dog? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We had some high winds. We had some cows. Can I just get let me just get like a half a check. A half a check of my check. All right, so you might, this number might climb up. It might. So, I don't know why it was like this unless we're starting to see that jobs have started layoffs. All right. Because there really wasn't, I mean, we did have some tornadoes and stuff, but like, I remember, it wasn't this week. No, it was this week, but like last week, like last Thursday and Friday, there was a huge break. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday. Damn. I'm getting old, man. Fuck. I knew I was going to get screwed with these options. I should have waited. But it's alright. If I can handle a little drawdown. Alright, so that's it. So by Wednesday, I should know. Thursday, Thursday, Wednesday. CPI. So CPI core, month over month, they've bumped it up to 0.4, consensus 0.3. Inflation rate year over year, 3.8. So they bumped that up just a 0.1%. Inflation rate month over month, 3.5. Year over year. Retail sales as well, 0.7. Forecasting 0.3. Consensus 0.4. You know, we'll talk about this later. Maybe like Sunday night. Maybe we'll talk about this stuff over dinner. Spaghetti and wine and inflation rate, right? Inflation data. No, I'm just playing. But consumer price index from 4.4. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. All right, so that's my guess. Listen, it's just a guess. If I am correct, Michigan consumer sentiment, we had this. So we were hanging on shorts today. We came in today pretty much short. Like we had a few that we were a little unsure of, like Microsoft and stuff. Damn, man, you guys can get these almost 20% cheaper now than I got them. Again, paying, paying 49 cents for a 2% move for next Friday. I'll take it. Because even if I get 1%, I should be up close to 100% if I can get it by Wednesday. So Microsoft is trying to climb. Shit. I don't know. I just work here. The 50-day moving average on the SPY is around 512, 511. We'll see what happens here. Energy ramp was up for a little bit. I feel like that has actually pulled back. So we might get a soft landing, bro. Like thinking about it, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think I just made the wrong decision. I'm going to be honest with you. Let's go look at gasoline futures, and they've died off. They've died off. So it was for last month, right? And we're in January, February, March, April, May. So April should show for January, February, March. Where is April? Right there. Bang. So you should see a little bit of a pump higher. Let's go look at cows. Beef. Beef. Come on, bro. Beef cattle. Does anybody know futures for beef? UNFI, United Financial Conditions. Financial Condition. Oh, I have financial conditions there. Copper. I don't want Mexican copper. Did you see that? It tried to offer me Mexican copper, bro. I don't want that Mexican copper. I want American copper. That good copper. Look, I don't want that shit. I want this shit right there. Yeah, that's that good shit. This that shit. Wait, I blanked out the wrong word. My fault, gang. I blanked out the wrong word. That'd be funny, wouldn't it, if you was watching something and they blanked out the wrong words and you just heard cusses? Alright, so copper's ripping and roaring. Looking like a... let's see. That's a parabolic top there. Paraplegic top. Copper. We have beef, cattle. We have tornadoes. What else do we have? Water. Has water been high? What are water futures doing? Water base. Water base. Corn. We got corn. Damn, don't everybody being healthy and shit. Nobody drinking soda anymore? Alright. Yen, USD. No. USD yen. JPY. That's right. Okay. EU, Europe, stocks, 50. Stocks, drop, give them 50. Alright, so, damn, bro. Yeah, I think I made a mistake, guys. This is a triple bottom on the 50-day. Ripping and roaring to new highs. I think I got to get out of these puts. I think I'm just cruising for a bruising, bro. Like, I should not have these on. Unless we're going to start having some divergence and the European markets are going to follow us instead of us follow them. Stocks 50. Like, hella strong, bro. Hella strong. Nice double bottom there. Let's see what else. So we got futures. All right, gold. I don't think they count gold. Real estate. What are real estate futures doing? You know, I'm just joking. Real estate futures. That would be something, wouldn't it? Let's see. I'm trying to think. So what do we have? We have beef, cow. Let me turn on Bloomberg. Beef, cow. Okay, Chop and give him 50. Problems with Whitney. I got problems with Whitney. Drop and give him 50. Drop and give him 50. I think this weekend I'm gonna develop, you're only gonna be able to find it here. I'm gonna start developing my own strategies. No, I'm just playing. No, I'm gonna start writing down, like some detailed plays that I go through. like, I had a really good week. I don't see, like, even the fact that I'm thinking like this is just ridiculous. If you don't know, I ended up getting short NVIDIA a little too early, and it's just really just messed me up because my top trade idea of the day was GME short, Apple short, right? We were short a lot of things, and now I'm thinking about, like, hey, let me just start running a bunch of data and a bunch of trade. Let me just throw in a bunch of trades and run some data with it, right? Little or Lidl, Litter, LIDR, is it? Yeah, was our first one. So we'll wait and see if this gets down to like 240, 222, or 220, and see if this. I don't like this anymore. I think this is over with. I should have did what I said I was going to do and buy it at my stop loss down there at 180, just below it. I should have bought it, but I didn't. Anyway, now I'm trying to be a little fucking chemist about all this shit, just because I was down a nickel, 10 cents on my contracts. So yeah, what I was gonna say is I don't know if we're gonna have that much of a problem or that much of a crazy inflation number. I just don't think. Oil. Let me look at oil. Is oil a thing? Yeah, oil's a thing. Oil. I don't want no India oil, bro. I'm with that U.S. oil, bro. I'm with that red, white, and blue with 50 stars oil. And no, I don't want no Canada oil either. That shit might have syrup in it. Even though I love syrup, I just don't like syrup in my gas. Oil K. Pro shares. One free key K1 crude oil. A kilo of crude oil. Oil. What is this? I want to start learning about these. Are these liquid? Oil K. Oil K. Oh snap. It's illiquid as shit. That's what I thought. I was like, I ain't never heard of this shit. Drop and give me 50. Anybody short? I mean, yo, listen. We couldn't have made it any more clear. Take it off. If you got short GME, take it off. I even drew it for you guys. If you didn't get in there on the break with an increase in volume, you could have taken it there with VWAP. Either way, 17 was the target. I think we go lower, but I need a bounce back. What other things do we have, right? What do we have for like all right, so we have not natural gas, but we have gasoline futures. All right, we have that. That's screaming to the downside. See, I don't know if they count like if they like, I don't know. Do you guys know if they throw like a week or so of this month into last month's data? Or they, you know what I'm saying? Because they could be real slick about it and say, yeah, we was up, but we was down. So we coming in right in line. Like, if I was looking at this chart and being a government official and a little snake, they said, yeah, we was up. Last month was up X amount, but then once we put in like the first week of April, we could just throw the April in because we think April's going lower. We'll just throw the first week of April in there and that shit will even it out. It'll actually look like inflation going down. So we have that. Beef. Not sure why there's a line there. Cows. What are cows going for these days? Amplified cash flow leadership cow. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Corn. Do we have diamonds? No, I'm just playing. Let's let's see, cattle. Live cattle futures. There we go. LE. LE. Stakes were high. Stakes have been high as shit. Look at that. God damn. If I put a chart up, right? I want, you know what? I'm gonna send it to, I'm gonna slap it. I'm gonna ship it off to Biden, or give it to the security that's out front of his house. I'm gonna give him this paper. It's gonna have this, right, and then over top of it, we're gonna put the chart with how much people hourly / like salary wage growth. I'm gonna put a chart of wage growth along with beef cattle, and I'm like, here you go, bro. Tell them again how everything is cool. Tell us again how there's such a strong economy here. You know what I mean? It's so, and I don't want him to do anything. Like, I want us to be able to have a free market, right? There are times when you might buy milk on the high, okay. But if you learn about it and know about it, that's the first step to avoiding it, or making money over at somewhere else so you can make that milk free. I know I'm just talking to talk. I know. It's my job, bro. It's my job, gang. What else do we have? What else could we look up? Sugar? We could. Sugar cash contract. Sugar cash contract. That sounds like a rapper, like a CD album. Sugar cash contract. Yeah, what's up, gang? It's Sugar Crash. What you doing? Or Sugar Cash. Sugar Cash on the mic. I just got a new contract. So Sugar's pulled back. So Sugar's pulled back, but when I was at the grocery store, they ain't pull that shit back at all. Let's see here. What do we got? Water futures. Chlorine. Is chlorine traded? No, it's not. There was a chlorine shortage. I'm not sure if anybody knew that or not. What else do we have out there, guys? Oh, we could look at like alright, so we looked at copper, aluminum spot. Aluminum spot. Listen, I'm freaking tired, okay? See, this is some bullshit, bro. Look, they're gonna throw in the first week or so with CPI, and they're gonna be like, yeah, everything is cool, inflation coming down. And everybody's gonna be like, yo, why they keep saying that shit? And they're gonna keep getting these talks that they keep doing shit with the numbers. They think everybody's dumb. But if they take out like 1 week of this and put in a 1 week of this, it just changes the whole data up. So alright. Aluminum. Goldilocks going higher. Dollar coming down. Dixie. Oh my gosh, I'm down a dime. Fuck you, Spy.
Well, you know, I think part of the broadening issue has been that the mega cap 8, as I like to call them, I watch a lot of movies throwing Netflix into the mega cap 7, and a lot of those stocks have really...
But for real, I am going to try to hold on to this. I should have waited to put it on. It's my own fault. I kind of just like thought about it, seen it, put it on, and you know, you got to understand that you got to buy them right. You know, you're just going to get NVIDIA like I did today. Sit through a big drawdown. Watch it go green.
more AI offense plays. And others would suggest, well, that's going to end in tears. Now we've taken utilities to the point of their AI plays too.
Well, I think I mentioned to you before, my pet thesis here is that all stocks are technology.
All right, so if Nvidia's down, GameStop's down, Apple's down. Nope, Apple's turning around. I don't like that, man. Put that shit, put him to sleep, bro. Put Apple to sleep now. Knock him out. Energy down. Microsoft. Microsoft can hang out a little bit. That's okay. All right, I don't mind that one. Microsoft. Google. AMZN. Yeah, they're. That sucks.
So I'm rooting for things to pretty much remain even keel here. I think that'll remain very positive for the market.
Are we giving too much?
Damn, bro, I'm getting trashed. We're just gonna sit here sideways and eat up premium. Alright, guys. If I come up with anything, I'll let y'all know. But the banks are still strong. Healthcare is strong. That's the two biggest sectors. JP Morgan, flat. Like you, look at UNH, right? Ripping and roaring today. So I think I made the wrong decision. But we'll see. We'll see.
Demographically that we've ever had, and they're spending money like crazy. They're going on tours. They're going.
I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it. IWM. So there's 204. I could probably. How could I hedge this? Does anybody have any ideas? Like UVXY or anything?
Generational support going on, where the baby boomers, I think, are paying some of the credit card bills and some of the mortgage down payments for the younger generation. So I know this from a personal experience, Scott, but I also know it's from my friends.
All right, and we'll leave it there, and we'll see you soon.